Good morning, motherfuckers.
Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. Hello, my ragtime gal. Good morning.
The garbage truck driver saw two individuals that were laying on the ground.
It's a beautiful day out there. Get out and seize it.
His first thought was that they were injured. So he was driving.
Beautiful day out there.
They both got up.
Is it now?
Yeah, that's what I said.
He observed a large explosion and flames. How tall would you say these men were?
Hard to say since I was 5'7". Skinny guys.
Thanks. Can you get your It was my belief that they were connected because arsons of this type are just very unusual. Methods of transporting the accelerant. When we looked at the specific evidence that was recovered, it was like plastic milk or water jugs, whereas the other ones were in these black oil containers.
Though the targets differ, the investigators can't shake the feeling the fires are connected by an underlying motive. They have to determine what that is before the incident happens. It's time to find their suspects. They're completely unaware of a different investigation that began the day before, 2.5 hours north of Sacramento, in Redding, California, Shaggysmokes County. It starts with Detective Harris' urgent dispatch.
Came out of two bodies found in the house. I was probably 8 miles away at that point in time, renting it again, processing the scene.
The captain on scene put Stockwell in charge of the case.
Victims are Whitfield Mallard or Gary Madison. We had a gay couple that had members home. Who found the bodies?
It's one of the victim's brothers, Roger Manson. He's still here.
Okay, Roger.
Hey. Good looking. Where'd you go, B?
Gary's partner of 14 years.
Everything was wonderful. You are
Got my booty at the booty store. I went searching high and low for a booty that'd be suitable, and I found me a booty. That's right, booties are us. So I got it. Down the Parkway.
The next morning, my dad wanted to find out since they had stayed so late. Got off okay.
Oscar calls Gary and asks to speak with his son.
Oh, hey Sarah, could you put me on with Gary?
Sorry, Oscar. Gary's not
Oh.
House,
Yeah,
and the answering machine answered.
you were out last
The
night.
message had changed. It was a very strange. Hi everybody, this is Gary.
Slow pillow talk. You was out. Selling logs. Now there's the world.
We'll see you guys in about a week, okay? Bye. My dad was really just mad. He had seen them the night before, they were both fine.
A very worried Oscar tells Gary's brother Roger about the strange message.
Roger, my younger brother, there was a message that it's not his voice.
Troubled by the message, Roger decides to swing by Gary and Whitfield's house to find out what's going on. He arrives around 1 p.m. and notices his truck parked in the driveway. The brown hatchback Whitfield had been driving the previous night is nowhere in sight.
Hello? Gary?
Jerry.
Hello? Gary? Oh, God.
Gary and Whitfield lie naked and motionless
just shocked and confused and not knowing what had happened, not knowing who would have done that. It was a very difficult time.
Sunwell wastes no time in tracking down perpetrators' heinous crime. He puts a polo out on Winfield's missing car and begins to canvass the victim's neighborhood for clues.
No, not Winfield and Gary. That's impossible. Everybody loves them.
Not today. Good.
Gary and Winfield are familiar faces. People from the community see Gary as an authority on agriculture and frequently come to him for advice.
I got to go nonstop with clients garden identified. It's called alligator weed. It's very, very invasive.
As an openly gay man in a conservative community, Gary is also a mentor to others in the situation.
He spoke at local high schools to help with the tolerance.
Everybody. Thanks for yeah. Thank you, John, on this morning.
By going door to door, we basically did the whole lot. We're out there with 5 to 10 acre parcels, and so no one had really heard or seen anything.
After crossing investigators the process,
Good morning, brother.
well, is finally able to enter the house himself.
There were no signs of forced entry to either go in the front or the side door. Seen initially were some spent shell casings on the floor. Most of the casings would come.
Found in bed, so clearly they didn't let the perp in.
There was no evidence of a robbery per se.
Anything good on you this morning?
Stereo missing.
Your ass.
Dog said good morning, brother and sister. How you doing this morning? I'm just
Oh,
good.
good morning, Tom.
Too.
How goes it? How's the
Yeah, she had to finish running her trap before she looks up and realizes that I'm actually talking to somebody.
I know you're talking to people. I'm not stupid, but
Cool.
sometimes you talk to yourself too, and I can't distinguish. Nor do I want to.
So I know that for you.
It's alright.
Cheers, everybody.
Give it to your imaginary friend. It's one thing, my imaginary friends just absolutely always show up for dab time.
It was necessary for me to contact them, so that would begin to become my daily regimen was to call them 3 times a day and ask them.
Well,
No, thank you. I'm alright.
good. I'm gonna share with you anyway.
Yeah, my time.
Bitch, you do that on my time.
Bitch, know your place.
Know your role. Know your worth.
Oh, I know my worth alright.
Be now.
I know my worth and girth.
Just doing like your man. Just doing my waking day. Yeah.
Yeah, that's about where it's
you're
at.
Yeah, I'm good looking.
Yeah, you're funny looking.
Your ass.
And you smell funny.
Your ass smells funny. When it's face down, ass up. Oh.
Oh! Another Andrew Dice Clay wannabe. Oh! Bubba.
Damn, first day of the morning.
First day of the morning, you're carrying on like this? What the hell?
Hello, man Warren. I go in. Yo, weird saying last name. That's the weirdest they call you Man Warren. I think you're used to that.
It's better call him Man of War.
No. Because then that's kind of her. Manor.
No, it's not.
Manor.
Manny Patty.
I love you, sis. Hey, man. How
I'm
you
just
doing?
gonna sit here and butcher your name all day. You don't mind, right?
Uh, yeah. She asked me what kind of game you're playing. He sees me playing a game.
I am. I'm playing this one game. Let's see. This one is on Cash Giraffe, and
Game nerd.
the name of the game is it's a match the colors and boxes kind of a thing. I don't remember what the name, um, only because there's just so many of the. Yep, take it over.
Yeah.
That's what I said. Matching colored boxes and such. Thanks for that.
You're welcome. Oh, she have a heart attack. She fell behind. Oh.
I'm not even saying that. I was playing Hate. That's my game of choice. That's one tournament in it today. And he's taking shit away.
It's Dwayne.
Mm.
Yeah, that's yeah. I said I'm saying it. Cheers. Let's get high. Hey, yo, I got an idea. Let's take a nose dab. Nose dab time. Nose dab.
Oh golly.
Let me blow my nose, y'all.
There you go. It's gonna set the tone for the whole day.
Nose dab.
Where's Celos when you need him?
I haven't seen him in a while.
I know.
He's like fourth place in the tattoo thing.
Yeah. Calling you out, Celos. Come out and say hi. So I throw that out there too. Celos is West Coast, and he's just an incredible man.
Cheers.
Conversations that we've had have been pretty cool. So he's pretty nice. And he's very polite. Don't underestimate him. He's like one of those, I think, don't underestimate him. Don't underestimate anybody, for that matter. Because you never know what people are going to do when faced with a situation.
That's how we do it.
This is how we do it, Ray Ray.
Ah, felt good.
Come on. Here we go.
Cheers.
No.
Ha ha ha. I try to find new games I could play too.
Yeah, there's like I said, this app I just started using. It's called Cash Giraffe. It's a green giraffe or something.
What is the most you've made in one game so far?
In one game?
Yeah, like on what?
I go by periods.
On game apps, I should say. Like, what game is the most you've brought in?
Probably Just Play. Nah. Yeah, Just Play. I think I have the ultimate high amount, but I do Just Play, and then also misplayed. That's the one that I really really like. Got two games on it that I enjoy. Britt Kill.
And cheers and on those dads.
Oh my god, you're gonna do nose dab. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, took off a nose blow one time. That was fun. I think I did that right on. I was on somebody's site when I did it. I thought it was.
You're on my live.
Yeah, you're live. Somebody's. I didn't.
Ow.
So.
Gloria. Whoa.
Whoa, whoa. Whoa, ho. Just whoa down, ho. Whoa.
Whoa.
Mhm.
Fuck. Fuck.
Put your sunglasses on.
Read that. I can't hear the music.
Isn't so funny? Isn't so funny? Phones become our best friend, huh? Phones go everywhere you go. Phones always there when you need. The phone keeps us busy.
Yeah.
The phone is gonna go for a swim in the nearest lake. That's how I feel. I can't stand having my phone.
You spend so much time on it though. Oxymoron, right?
No, it's not an oxymoron. Moron. What it is it's a nuisance. That's what it is. I don't like to take my phone ever. Why? If I answer my phone, I guarantee I'm probably doing something else. And I can't do it. So with that being said, people just feel that we need to get a hold of everybody all the time, everywhere, at any time. Well, you know, I'm just going to the grocery store and getting my shit. I don't want to talk to you. I think it's rude when you're standing at the register and you're trying to pay, and there you are, freaking talking on being loud and disruptive. That's not cool.
That means you're
People
fine.
just don't have proper phone etiquette. What?
You said something else too. Yeah.
Does this mean you're buying me for? Haha. Yeah. I just, I know, I don't like the phone. I wish I'd just leave the phone where it is. I'd be much better off in life if I didn't have to carry it in between my butt cheeks every single day. Because God forbid I don't answer it and then I get, spoken to by the person on the other side saying, how come you didn't answer your phone? Oh, I don't know. How come you woke up ugly?
I still get goosebumps when I think of had they left the post office. They were not
Awful.
There was going to be a shootout.
The two men are taken into custody and identified as 31-year-old Matthew Williams and his younger brother, 29-year-old Tyler Williams.
These gentlemen had no prior police record, made a traffic ticket or parking ticket against him down there.
The brothers are from nearby Shasta County.
Shasta County?
Matthew's a small home about 10 minutes away.
We brought them to the major crimes office and attempted to interview both of them.
So my brief. They do something to upset you?
Don't say a word, Tyler!
Matthew immediately lawyered up, and Tyler was just silent.
We're done here.
Without any incriminating admissions from the brothers, the only evidence the DA has to work with is possession and use of Gary Masson's credit card.
Obviously, he had his function to commit first. Strongly that there was not enough. I need something.
Tell them I put toys. Tell them I put you the next joy.
Me. Okay. I didn't really get any part of what that said.
Tell them I adore you. Adore you.
Me.
Too.
Didn't answer.
I gesture and like you didn't answer too.
The detectives are
Hmm?
I guess like you like you like when I said this say you didn't answer and then when you call me I don't answer. That's the only thing I hate when my butt calls someone. Oh,
butt call.
but yeah, butt dial.
Yes, butt dialing is something I'm pretty good at.
Yeah, her ass is round enough to butt dial.
Mm-hmm. It's enough to be a nuisance. Ah, woman here today. And if I haven't mentioned it yet today, growing hair is itchy business. That's how guys do it, man. It's coming in soft though. Just all over the place and erratic.
Arsenal, but the urban need for a 22 caliber Ruger Mark II is not among the stash.
Get everything bagged and meet me at the brothers.
8 miles away, detectives execute the search warrant on the small cottage where Tyler's older brother Matthew lives. Inside,
A small cottage.
reveals just how depraved the two young men
A small cottage.
Input from the white identity, documents, books, all kinds of things that spoke to tremendous hatred and bigotry towards Jews, homosexuals, brown people.
How does it say?
They're supposed to be like 56 or something. Hold on. Let's go over to newsroom. Okay, cloudy. Highs in the mid 50s, low 40s. It feels like it's but yeah, high of 55, low 41. Tomorrow's gonna be like 70. It says 68. Tuesday, 76. So we got nice weather coming.
Does that mean
It's gonna dry up.
that means that see it Wednesday at least?
Maybe. It depends.
This.
Depends. Like underwear.
It was just underwear.
Whatever. I have $50 underwear, but one thing still remains the same. Yellow in the front, brown in the back.
And I still got big girth, bitch.
Okay. That's great. I don't know how that can
Drop.
help you.
Because I'm
The
like,
mic drop.
I'm a
You
tea-
can't mic drop that. That's just retarded.
my tea bag, yeah.
No, you're not doing
Golden
that
shower
either.
time, bitches.
Oh my god. No, I'm gonna be like out.
You're gonna be like, oh, bathe me.
What's the problem?
What up, John Doe?
Psycho.
Good morning, brother.
John Doe, what's up?
And no, it's not a recording, it's live.
It's Memorex. Is it live or is it Memorex?
TNA is back around wrestling. That's pretty cool. So how you doing, John Doe?
What's doing, though?
I know you're here because it says it. It says it right here on his phone. John Doe.
This is Johnny Doe. Doe John. Agents
at Newton's house found evidence to tie him and his brother Tyler to the murders of Gary Benson and Whitfield Murder.
In a drawer, we found 3 additional pistols. We found marks in the gun, which was similar to the murder weapon.
The 22 matches the casings found at the murder scene, as well as the silencer found in Tyler's car.
It was just a red first analysis of what it was.
As they continue to search the house, the detectives find evidence that the murders may not have been the beginning of the brothers' crime spree.
This without you coming this morning, hanging out.
Yes.
Appreciate it, brother. Always do. Thank you, Dad, for the beautiful blessing community day we have in our lovely community. Not just thinking about
Time best.
I'm doing all that.
It was a bit odd that they would say these newspapers because they were from June. Why? With Matthew Williams.
Anselmo tells Sunderwell that he's been racking his brain about a possible tie to Redding.
One of the pieces of evidence we found that got Redding searchlight newspaper, for obvious reasons, very excited, thinking that we got our text.
Getting a search warrant and heading over to the Williams residence now. Some of the key evidence collected in both the crime scenes and suspects' homes.
One of the more critical pieces of evidence we found was a crowbar that had paint transfers from one crime scene and glass fragments from another crime scene. So that one piece of evidence linked these individuals to both the abortion clinic owners and the cinema nurses.
The DNA results are even more incriminating.
The wind is blowing outside and it makes it chilly. When I went outside earlier, I had to put on that extra shirt.
Yeah, that's what makes the screen go black when it's the line. You see that screen just flicker?
No.
That was in the car line.
Well, yeah.
And as the DA begins to prepare
Dripping out there.
investigators are hard at work piecing together the suspect's evil motives.
Everything from their childhood to the time of the event.
Gotta prioritize. That's
They
not
learn that
a
the brothers were
priority.
homeschooled by a strict fundamentalist Christian father.
Matthew cleaned a lot of his strict that they were not tolerant to others that were not like them. adopted what we now know as a homegrown mentality that basically was the dominant of the two, and Tyler was weaker as far as his beliefs, and Matt exploited this not only for their childhood but once they were adults. Matt was very hardcore as far as nutrition, and to ensure that his brother was eating the food that he had instructed him to eat, he would inspect his bowel movements to ascertain whether or not he was staying with this very strict regimen diet.
Their C88 reaches boiling point in 1999.
Matthew Williams had some strong beliefs in Y2K and maybe coming, and so he had been preparing himself.
On February 19th, he attends a preparedness expo in Sacramento.
Brother, I see you are preparing for HOA.
WAHOA, that's an acronym for racial holy war, and individuals in this mindset believe that they would consume types of X, then what people would be restored to their rightful
Other hate groups across the nation. It's time for a new world order. But he felt
New World Order.
Benoit was really active. All in good time, my friend. The revolution is coming. No.
The revolution is coming. We must prepare.
And so begins his way of elation, starting with the synagogue persons, and then feeling emboldened, he and Tyler take their criminality to the next level with it and burn down an abortion, their ultimate act of destruction, the vicious murders of a prominent gay couple. Based on evidence, detectives piece together a working theory of what happened to the first.
Clouds, they're gray. It's gonna rain again. Cloud system.
For wallets and car keys.
Took the pants for a wallet. I got these recorded message on the answering machine. We believe an attempt to not raise any suspicion that they weren't being seen or heard from in the immediate Shasta County area. As long as sorry, it's go to see treatment. Take Dad's call.
They had something bigger in mind. I know it. Why do two gentlemen need that many assaults? Didn't have a bigger letdown.
On July 20th, 1989, 2 weeks after their arrest, the brothers are charged with 2 counts of robbery, 1 count each of burglary or theft, and 2 counts
of robbery.
Possible death sentence.
It was just the reprehensible nature of what he was espousing. I felt it incumbent on us to see the death penalty.
The Williams brothers plead guilty to 13 counts relating to the arsons.
They were sentenced to somewhere in the vicinity of 30 to 35 years in a federal penitentiary.
But on November 17, 2002, before they stand trial for murder, Matthew Williams commits suicide, slashing himself in prison.
He died of death, figuratively and literally, of 1,000 cuts.
On March 22, Tyler pleads guilty to 2 counts of first-degree murder and is currently serving 50 years to life in Mule Creek State Prison in Ione, California.
Under this set of facts, he's never getting that.
It took a multi-agency response, FBI, ATF, state and local law enforcement, to bring down these 2 men. as well as a few lucky breaks.
The fact that the sheriff's detectives got that area right when those guys were there.
9:52 a.m.
Sometimes the good guys get a break and got him, and the rest is the story.
Well, I believe that Nazi was the face of true evil. I don't think there was anyone that, to the bloodshed or terror that Matt would have continued on.
I'm trying to think of something to do while it's, you know,
Yeah,
in the house.
I think you should win that sounds fucking cool.
I know. That's why I said inside.
Winfield was such a gentle soul, but so funny.
See, it might go on outside in this. Yeah.
Gay pride.
It's
They
too
just had
cold.
so much to offer. And they
I put my
did
sweatshirt
more
back
in
in.
their short lives
It's so
than I
cold
will
it
ever
is.
do. And however long I live.
It's so cold I have to re-up my sweatshirt.
People call it the biggest small town festival in Minnesota.
Yeah, we came up with the idea of creating a community sports people.
Hershey Company got wind of this 40,000 candy bars.
They kind of I love bars so much. Mixing one high energy host like grocery store full of ingredients for a and have a recipe for these shelf supermarket sweet.
I love that song.
Supermarket sweet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Supermarket sweet.
That's weird.
What?
I said that weird.
You're
And your point?
and your point?
Get away from me! That's my feet. My feet, play with your own feet. Those are my feet. Ow!
Ow.
That's what happened.
No job for you.
What?
One job.
No, one thing from you. You know why? You hurt me. Dude. I'm telling
When a 31-year-old mother, wife, and aspiring military officer suddenly vanishes, it leads to a case of dead ends and mistaken identities.
Randy Evans? Special did have an obvious flying suspect.
And suspect is an ex-husband, marriage, and an ambitious woman. Her secret behind a diabolical murder will be revealed.
diabolical murder. No. I'm sure the animals to feed and crops to harvest.
But the only witness to this gruesome scene is a secret for the next week. Lisa Gordon is young, born on October 4th, 1964, into a loving family of privilege. And a beautiful home with beach places, a big pool,
Are you sure? Yes.
religious part of her peers. I guess I'm not a person that likes to brag about my children, but Lisa was a little accelerated. too great. He wanted her to skip 3, and Joe said no. She was very smart.
There.
Lisa was young.
Got out of that.
Something she's interested in early, and her aspiration I know was to become a judge. She was well-rounded. She had a variety of interests. And as she grew into a young adult, Lisa's biggest passion outside the classroom was garage. She got involved in cars. She always kept that person. She wasn't really into the racing cars. She liked to like cars. It seems like such a perfect life, but there was always pain of the surface. They had always planned. When I divorced, they were quite fun. Her relationship with her father was strained. I think it was very difficult for her to accept the divorce, visiting her father on weekends, and being raised by Kathy basically as a single mother. Life gets even more difficult when Lisa is involved in a terrible car accident. She did. After her accident, she was not confident. It affected her.
Yeah, right?
Yep.
She had pushed on cars.
No.
I said, yeah.
Okay.
On that.
Yeah, I might as well take one because you're not going to stop asking me.
Put it back in. As Lisa's self-esteem and family
Yeah.
deteriorated, was
I can do it. Oh, it's a beginning of information, yeah.
That's reclaim.
Reclaim. Oh, so that seems to make it better, right? Reclaim's not too bad.
She decided to take it
Fine.
for she loved it. Perhaps I think she wanted to give it another try by living with her mother and her sister in a new environment.
Full of shit, I say.
Look, guys, you see my camper in the window.
It's
Working in a garage.
not so much about that.
Help with that? No, I think I did it.
It's mine.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry about that.
I'm fast. It's already passed, but
24-year-old Jim Burdett is Lisa's boss. Doesn't take color, family. It was the complete antithesis she was brought up in. She was looking for that simple life.
alright. Yes. Thank you. See that? Hold on, I gotta put this back on. Know what I was thinking.
We're pregnant.
I'm glad those are words that I don't have to say. I don't have to worry about saying ever again. I think we're pregnant.
I was born with cystic fibrosis. I was
Can
very
you imagine that?
My mother has a lot of doctors.
Having a baby at your age?
Fuck no.
Fuck no. And I thought about having a baby at my age? No.
I didn't even talk
I
about
think Harry Carey would be a method I would have to.
You grab that pen again, I'm gonna break it.
What do you mean? I'm waiting for you.
I've been waiting for you to grab this.
Okay.
Takes its toll. Jim goes downhill fast. Almost out of money. I don't know.
Right?
Yeah, me
What
too.
little we have on.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Buga.
His additions were very funny. He wasn't coming home with his paychecks and things, so it was hard for her to even have food at home. And then he started taking her money home with him, so she had no choice. Jim, I'm done with you. I'm taking Leah and we are moving out.
You can't just leave your family.
I can't want to go down the drain like this. You need to get help.
Where the hell do you think you're going? You can't just leave me. She's my daughter, too. Not gonna let her go without a fight.
Lisa may be taking her first steps toward freedom, but she could never have known that it would end in tragedy.
Every case has its complicated parts.
Every case has its complicated parts.
Where do you start?
Now, everything's complicated. Oh, wait a minute.
This
No.
is DreamWorks, the #1 delivering a of serious
All right.
no gas, no hassle, just results. And with our exclusive hybrid
Sugar biscuits.
from corded to cordless, pull down anywhere you need. DreamWorks has the perfect pressure washer for every job. Power that cleans and performance that shakes everything. Take 25% off get free shipping at greenworkstools.com today. That's life, powered by DreamWorks.
Fucking sugar. No sugar.
Guys, the new puzzle game Royal Kingdom just launched. It's relaxing. No ads, no Wi-Fi. It is free. And you can download it now. Here's my emotional.
Hee-haw, cowboy. There's a snake in my boat.
Wish you just punch it.
Hmm?
You just wish you could punch out your tooth.
Do I? No. I don't fancy being the toothless wonder.
You know, like a tooth that's like bothering, like a tooth that's sharp. Punch out a tooth that's like, it just like fucks his fall already. What up, Dreadhead? How you doing? Long time to see.
Hey,
Cheers.
Dreadhead Jeff, what's going on, big guy? How's it
Cheers.
hanging?
You can't just leave me. She's my daughter.
Ow.
We're reclaiming today.
Oh. Oh.
Good morning, reclaim.
Decided to go to Virginia. College there accepted her. They had good law program, excellent medical because of Leah, so it was a no-brainer. Though she
Oh.
excels academically,
Ugh.
it's a challenge for the single mother. She was struggling, working odd jobs, trying to put herself through school. With few options left, Lisa reaches out to her father, Joe Martin, and his new wife, Nancy. Hi, Dad. It's me, Lisa. I just wanted to call and tell you that I miss you.
Yeah, I should probably do that with my dad too today. Give him a call.
Joe was extremely happy. I think the piece of her reconnection with her father was financial. Although stable relationship and a stable place. Have lived in the same home for many years now. With the same woman.
There's something hanging me up here.
Lisa,
I can't rest. Find it.
like I my eye. What do I do? Joe is thrilled to have Lisa in his life again, and more than happy to provide the money she needs to support herself and his granddaughter while she gets back on her feet.
Lisa decided she wanted to go back to work. And at this time, we didn't do that over
My dad.
Yeah. It's the number one culprit. Who already knows. Reclaim dad.
Especially when a tall, dark, and handsome stranger rolls into the shop.
That is a
You like cars?
we're here. What is that so shocking? It's a decent job, and I get to be around beautiful cars all day.
Yes, guys, like so.
The stranger's name is Lawrence Godenzi. He's a tow truck driver and devout churchgoer, and to Lisa, his clean living ways are a breath of fresh air.
Lawrence proclaimed himself to be religious, not really the New Jersey guy that he was.
I think that Lawrence presented in a manner that he was a gentleman,
Dollar and gentleman.
religious,
Oh shit.
well-rounded
No sugar.
man.
Before long, Lisa and Lawrence are inseparable.
She called me, said she met this terrific guy. He's taking her out to dinner. Her and Leah. They were going to go to the movies. I said, oh, that's nice. Met somebody nice. He was
That's
elected with that statute-wise.
See, you found yourself a nice boy.
Seemed like he tried to provide for Lisa and Leah. Like I said, Lisa fell in love with him. And the next thing I know, they're moving in together. Things seemed to be okay. When she'd come up to see us, she'd call, how's everything? He was nice. Fine.
Lisa's life is back on track, and not a year into this new relationship, she gives birth to her second daughter, Shelby. Lawrence is a doting dad, and his new daughter means everything to him.
Definitely a daddy's girl. He would do anything. I have pictures where he mowed I Heart You in our grass.
He was such a good thing. Blended family thrives, and Lisa's college graduation is just around the corner. As she and Lawrence plan their wedding, Lisa sets her sights on her next challenge, joining the military.
Join the military.
The Army have recruited her in college, paid for her education, and she jumped right on it.
When she enlisted, the purpose was to put her through boot camp, put her through all of the training, and then if she did well in all of that, they would send her to officer training school where she could eventually matriculate into JAG.
For Lisa, it's one step closer to realizing her childhood dreams of becoming a judge. But not everyone is thrilled with the prospect.
I don't think Lawrence was happy at all.
I don't think we're in Kansas anymore.
A soldier?
There's going to be more money coming in, and it's going to fast track becoming a lawyer.
I already helped you through college. All right, what more do you want from me? And how am I supposed to find time
Blood.
to take care of Leah's health and the baby?
How much of blood?
You know me. I'll make a call, send me into my
And blood.
letters, and make it easier for you.
Lisa and Lawrence get married. And the next day, she graduates in the Commonwealth University.
She was happy, and everything seemed to be Okay.
I'm lucky.
6 months later,
Yeah.
as always, she examined previous material.
I think the military gave her a very strong backbone. It did give a lot of distance for her to clear her mind and truly think about what she wanted.
While Lisa is away, Leah is sent to Florida to live with her grandmother, Kathy. Lawrence stays home to take care of Shelby. He does what he can to supplement his small income by renting.
Amor, what's up, girl? Come on, girl. Come on, my girl. Thank you for coming to see me. Come on, get here.
Absolutely. There's a basement. There's an entrance here on the side. Let me show you. By January of 1995, Lisa is a parent.
No, you can go snap everything up. Just give me the video. Give me that.
Getting started.
No, I'm actually looking forward. Looking for something specific.
I'm going to officer training school. They only accept the best and the brightest, and they picked me.
She was thrilled because not that many women go to officers training school. And she goes, I don't do this anymore. Versus college, then it's boot camp. Now you want to be an officer? It's always about you, never me.
Lawrence, I want
What? What?
I don't think Lawrence was happy at all with his wife pursuing very professional roles. I'm doing this with or without you. I've already signed the papers. I have to report in just a few days. You can drive me down there, or I'm going to take a bus right now.
We'll discuss this later. Maybe Sarah's on the way. At a time when most 31-year-olds are either set in their careers or have their hands full with their kids, or both, Lisa is reaching for the stars. I'll be outside.
I'll be there in a few.
She couldn't wait to go to officers training school. She told us, as soon as I can get time off, she said, I'll be up. She said, I gotta talk to you. And that was the last time we heard from her.
We believe that doing can make a difference. That's why we've donated over $2 billion to strengthen the last 5 years.
I need a couple of things to get behind them.
Address housing access.
It was interesting for a bit of what I'm looking for. And I realized I'm really careful with that. It's alright. Come on. Someday. Oops. Nope. Oh. There we go.
This is our outpost.
Be the first on your block to get clothes. Just Blaze Clothing Company. And now featuring Shaggysmokes a lot.
Word.
You okay?
Oh yeah, I'm just taking a shit ton of death. It's taking a shit ton of death. It's in the morning realizing he's not weed, his dad.
Okay.
What, huh? I feel just fucking slammed this brakes. That little with the fucking tires fucking locking up.
Yeah.
In a panic, Lawrence reaches out to Lisa's father and stepmother, Joe and Nancy Marto.
He came up that Monday after she disappeared.
Guys, I'm sorry to bother you, but I need to tell you something.
What do you mean, go on?
Go on. She came before Joe's yes, Joe. I did find God. Photo here. This guy here, I've got this photo. This is your boyfriend, this Cuban guy.
She doesn't have a boyfriend.
I think she does.
He showed us a picture and he says, this is her Cuban boyfriend. And we had no idea, we couldn't, pinpoint him down to what he was talking about.
Now look, you guys talked to her. Did she tell you that she was going to leave me? Did she ever say anything to you about leaving me and taking the baby with her? And that was a conversation.
No.
Let's calm down, okay? Where was the last place you saw Lisa? Let's start there.
He said he dropped her off at the Richmond bus station and she got the bus to Port Lee, Virginia.
I watched her get on that bus.
Lawrence, you need to call the police. Or we will.
You want to call the cops? Go ahead, Nancy. I don't care. But if you talk to Lisa, you make sure that she calls.
Joe called the sheriff's department. We had not the faintest idea what happened.
Closing in on a week since Lisa was last seen, Joe and Nancy Marto are still holding out hope that she will resurface.
Caroline County Sheriff's Department got the original call, and they worked in most of the case. I just know that the Army just don't need them on. Their first thought was that maybe there was a domestic problem and she had just left for a few days.
Lawrence has another theory.
So, her ex-husband Jim, and it's James. And I don't know if this will be any help, but I find that. And this photo as well. I honestly think she may have been with this man. I don't know if it's a boyfriend or a drug.
There was another guy. And he found those letters, and so he could back that up by providing those letters.
Well, she was visiting her relatives prior to her getting out of boot camp. I think that she developed a friendship, and for the better part of the word, I don't know that it was an affair.
With no signs of foul play, and a picture of a mystery man and handwritten love letters, military officers looked to verify Lawrence's story with his tenant living downstairs. No.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I think so. But military police are inclined to believe Lawrence's story. Joe and Nancy are more skeptical.
The stories just wasn't jiving. But they believed him. And I don't believe she ran off with nobody. I said she had too much of a plan. She's supposed to be put to officers training school.
And things get even more complicated when Lisa's ex, Jim Burdett, suddenly appears.
Build
a custody case for him to custody Leo. And he considered that Lawrence might be an ally.
Lawrence then Jim Shelby has been named for a most unusual couple. He and Lawrence had similar interests and things in common and struck up an odd friendship.
Lisa, and I think then Lawrence educated him on the potential of pursuing paternal rights if Lisa was missing, and with the interview, and Lawrence could gain custody of Shelby.
The current husband and ex-husband, and he travels from Florida and stays with Lawrence because he's looking for Lisa. I said, yeah.
A few months later, both men get what they want. Lawrence is granted custody of Shelby, and Jim is granted right to Leah. So he returns to Florida to be near his daughter, still with his grandmother. Almost 2 years after Lisa vanished, no progress has been made in finding her. Joe and Nancy Marto convinced the Virginia State Police to take on the case.
County transfer case over to, and I think it wasn't until that time that the investigation shifted from a missing persons case to a homicide case. I think one of the reasons for that is because you can walk away from your husband, you can walk away, perhaps hard to walk away, I would say. You know, she never tried to make any contact with the children, which is unusual. When you're investigating a homicide, first you have to determine that there was one. You first have to prove someone was living, then you got to prove someone is no longer living.
To gain perspective on Lisa's whereabouts, it's important for investigators to speak with anyone she may have encountered just before she disappeared.
I just talked to the babysitter beside Lawrence. She was the last person to see her before he dropped her off. What does she have to say?
Someone could. Well, after OTS, I'm taking the kids and I'm not coming back.
Lisa told the babysitter asking for a divorce and he wanted competition.
Relationships in the gutter. Drive her 30 miles to the bus stop. Why not drive her an extra 30 to the base? You know, talk things out.
An agent prior to me checked that out and went down to the Greyhound bus terminal to find out what the schedule was toward Lee. And that's where we discovered that there was never a bus stop.
Either she lied to her husband about where she was going, or lied to the bus.
Lauren briefed identity. So first week, I'm sick, I can't come in. Second week, we have shows. We go to the house, keep going.
Nobody had any inkling of where he was when he was with, whether Shelby was okay, whether he still had her. They definitely completely dropped off the radar.
When I didn't understand what was going on, my dad told me my mom had ran off to Cuba with another man. And I was just
My
completely
dad ran
overwhelmed.
off to Cuba
Lawrence
and my
Shelby
mom.
seem to vanish.
That's funny.
Finding Lisa starts to dim.
Joe Marto hired a private detective to try to bet a lot of money to try to locate his daughter. And just came upon a brick wall.
We were in shock because we didn't know what happened with Jim and Shelby. We pounded it out every day. Just knew. We knew someday somebody was going to say something. Lisa and I had a close relationship, extremely close. And for her not to call all this time,
It's been years since anyone has seen Lisa Gaudenzi. But finally, the investigation into her disappearance gets a breakthrough.
And so we went to a local TV station, the NBC affiliate in Richmond, Virginia, and they had a segment that they would do every week or so on cold cases.
I hear you
And they did a
breathing,
segment on
boy.
this case.
And sure enough, we got Jim.
Randy Evans.
yes, sir.
You sure?
Just said 79.
Please.
I called him, hey, see you there. I get it. Should I tell it? Gloria?
How is everybody today?
I know. It's
the festival.
Sunday. Sunday. Maybe people are doing sun stuff.
Praise Jesus. Amen. Hallelujah.
Praise baby Jesus. I pray to baby Jesus. Cute little baby Jesus. Mm-hmm.
You're on nice cup duty.
No, I'm not, because I made the first pot and I got you a cup of coffee.
There's coffee in there. I just got you a cup.
Another pot.
I just got you a cup.
Yeah.
You haven't got it since I got up.
Yes, we did.
You haven't.
Hello.
No, you're a cup. No. It's so please.
You can put it on the thing. Let me just sit there. Yeah, because you scalding hot coffee because you didn't put my cream in it.
Let's keep going. Every week, you give the children a chore to do.
Every week, give your children a chore. Yes, I'm here to tell you. Make sure they're chore. Okay? Because it was a sad realization when I was. Actually, not when I was. When my daughter was 20, and I asked her to clean the bathroom. And everybody knows what that entails. That cleans bathrooms regularly. But my daughter had never scrubbed a toilet in her life. At age 20. I wish I was that lucky to not have to have touched it. But that worked because then I became a nurse. But anyway, yeah, she never scrubbed toilet. She didn't do a lot of house. My kids didn't do a lot of house chores because they were ahead every time I went to mom, and then we could just enjoy time together. That's what I chose to spend my time on. Was cleaning the house when they weren't there, so that when they came, we could hang out and not. All right. So I gotta go. I don't even have socks, bro.
Living under this stolen identity, Lawrence has created an entirely new life for himself and his daughter Shelby.
At this time, I'm 9 years old. The cop came and said, Randy's been arrested for going to jail. His name's not Randy.
He has a new wife named Linda Mae Thompson. Linda Mae Thompson has assumed the role of mother of Shelby, who has now become Logan Evans, and they are living in a rural community in Virginia.
I guess I'll have to wait on socks because I don't feel like going in there. That was something I was going to do today, was for because I got to figure out my laundry situation. Rather dire. We still have to have this across the room. How come we don't have a wireless mic? Isn't that a thing? Okay. Can we? Because I'm going to take this one and then I'm going to wrap it around your leg and cut circulation off.
Yeah, I'll look on to that.
Linda gave out odd information. gave up a lot of incriminating information against Lawrence, and in other ways she was still largely protective of him. I don't believe that she ever actually stated that she knew for a fact that he killed Lisa.
As compelling as Linda's story is, it's not enough to charge Lawrence with murder. After serving 2 years in jail for identity theft, he returns to Harrisonburg, Virginia, joins a religious community, and tries to live a quiet life once again. 13 years after Lisa Gaudenzi went missing, her case lands on the desk of Caroline County Prosecutor Tony Spencer. And the challenge is...
Hey, what up, Jay? How you doing? What's up, brother?
That's the biggest hurdle. The person is just missing.
And in order to do that, they need more evidence. A new team of investigators is assembled.
How you doing today?
Again, that Lisa was seen alive.
And so then we go to the house and we start all the forensic work. All the searching. To see where that stain, what blood looks like.
I recall T.C. Collins telling me that he called the closet last night lit up like a Christmas tree. And so he swabbed everything, but none of it came back blood. What that shows is somebody had cleaned the heck out of his closet with some bleach.
Yes.
All right. Still, it's not enough for a murder charge to stick. Investigators focus on the men who knew Lisa best.
The investigators already knew that there was a strange relationship between Jim Burdett and Lawrence by Lisa's disappearance.
So we started looking for Jim Burdett. I traveled to Florida to the last known location. Jim Burdett says, I'll meet you on this road. So myself and Martin County Sheriff's Office, we go, and we're driving down this road, and there's this guy that's walking with a briefcase.
I'm Jim Burdett. What do you want to know?
You know, we're going to have to ask you about your ex-wife, Lisa. Now, we know that you were in a custody battle, and we know you were in her home in Lawrence. What was that all about?
Told me she had run off, left both her children. Said he wanted me to have my child.
I wanted to get Leah back. I wanted to see what I could do to help find Lisa.
That's an interesting story, Jeff.
If you like that story, you're gonna love this.
It's been 13 years since anyone has heard from Lisa's ex-husband, Jim Burdett. But after he is located in Florida, he offers new information about the time he and Lawrence lived together shortly after Lisa disappeared.
Lisa ran off, left both her children. Said he wanted me to have my child. And I knew something was wrong. I knew him trying to befriend me like that. So that was a few weeks after she disappeared. So I started recording everything and keeping logs and everything. If something did happen, then I would be a prime suspect of the ex-husband. So obviously, I want to make sure that they know what happened. So I'm not, you know what I mean?
Jim Burdett had made the recording before Lisa's husband, Lawrence, ever confirmed that she did not report to officer training school.
He's already said
This is before she can recall this. Great thing about it.
Here you go. Coffee.
There's no question what the person says because you can listen to it. And that was gold.
It's just the smoking gun police need. Although, even if it's enough to incriminate Lawrence, they still don't have a body.
Take care of it.
I'm waiting for it. Because I spilled coffee on the floor.
We interviewed witnesses interviewed years ago. In Lawrence's house, there was a girl that lived downstairs. She gave the same story to the investigators over and over again. And I had an opportunity to really dig deep. She is so fearful that she shakes.
Quick on the mic, I didn't say that. Okay, we bought the
I'm not talking about it. There was a mouse. Debbie Downer. Bring it back uptown. Fudge Sickles.
It's not getting and there's just so much blood everywhere. Oh God.
Excuse me. Whoa.
She was so scared by it that she went back downstairs, never told the soul until she told T.C. Collins years later. That was probably the biggest breakthrough in the case.
Now, investigators have enough circumstantial evidence to bring charges against Lawrence Gaudenzi. On May 16, 2008, Lawrence is arrested in Timberville, Virginia, and charged with the murder of his wife, Lisa Gaudenzi. Still, without a body, there is no conclusive proof that she has been killed.
Very beginning of the trial, he's very cocky, very arrogant. There's no way I'm guilty. The trial progressed. You can see Lawrence sinking in his chair. Once they started playing the tapes, he realized he was caught. Didn't want the death penalty, so he stopped court and confessed. He indicated he wanted to plead to second degree, and he sentenced 25 years. And so the family said, "Okay, let's do it." And so that's what we offered, and that's what he pled to.
1 year into his sentence, Lawrence breaks down and leads investigators to a field in rural Virginia.
We go to this berm, and to my amazement, there's three plastic jugs of muriatic acid. The luck of the Lord. As I walked along, lo and behold, I find a dental bridge.
Using Lisa's dental records from the Army, investigators identify her in just minutes.
When she was in this accident, she was younger and had all of this reconstructive surgery done to her face. If she had not have had that bridge in, we probably wouldn't have found anything. That's it. I'll think through it now. Okay.
I hate you.
With Lisa located, Lawrence's account of her final days is complete.
You are so unfair today. Where are you going?
Lawrence told me he had an argument with Lisa.
I will touch you so hard.
She had fallen down some steps and broken her neck.
I've never seen somebody fall down steps, break their neck, and die. And if that was the case, why don't you just call the ambulance?
Lisa. He was scared that no one would believe that story.
And that, at a certain point, he decided that he had a body, so he disposed of her in a sleeping bag and a 40-gallon drum.
Yes. I'm taking the kids and I'm not coming back.
Lawrence knew that if Lisa did leave him, that she would probably get custody. And I believe that that's what caused him to murder
Lisa is that he was afraid of losing his daughter.
Back here.
I'm busy.
She is given a
Yeah, playing the game.
What are you doing? No.
and they gave a
Or motherfucker.
Nice
There you
spoiled
go.
joke of this boy, but it was
Okay.
you got
Let's
some
go.
kind
Yeah.
of closure. You don't get complete closure. You get something, and he was happy to have something.
Oh, it's the camera.
He took her life. He took everything away from her. She didn't get to see
Oh, you're right. It's stuck on
me grow
something.
up.
You don't grab it?
Yeah, it's
That's
stuck on
Take it.
Graduate.
right here,
We
under
have
here.
kids now, but
I'm
but
sorry, I
she
didn't
was
see it
taking that.
because there's just so much stuff
I
here.
have 2 children of my own.
Oh, there we go.
I
I think we made everybody sick.
can't ask
No,
for
that's
help.
right.
No. Can't ask for advice. It's something that nobody should ever have to ever go through again.
Okay.
like a
Sorry, guys, she don't have that
Moderate to
problem.
severe Crohn's disease symptoms can keep coming back. Break away to what's possible with Tremfya.
Here, I'll pick the peanut butter up.
12 weeks. And less bowel movements and abdominal pain in 4 weeks.
Got it.
Most patients achieve
Yeah, but what is that?
1 year. And some intestinal lining.
Just gonna have to wait a minute.
Reactions and increased risk of
You see that,
infections and
guys?
other problems may
No, they didn't.
Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine.
Well, tell you,
Ask
pretty
your doctor about
grateful
your
for
today.
remotes that
Life
stand up to me.
but National University has been innovative
Here's what,
to achieve your goals on your own terms. From immersive learning experiences to one-to-one learning, industry-leading faculty and youth education is built to be delivered online, one course at a time. Education designed to support the whole you. Visit nu.edu for a better online experience.
That's beautiful. I can get over that without feeling like I'm gonna fall on my face every time. Thank you very much for making that modification. Yay, Bobo! Bobo did something.
Dreamer, she had fantasy, but she was trouble on a stick.
If only you knew the things I knew.
Soon, her desire for excitement gets her caught into this world.
Telling people she was an informant for the FBI was not smart.
And when she suddenly did it, there's only one man who can crack the case.
Investigator Mark Wood, how you doing?
I'm great. Good to see you.
29-year-old Special Agent Martin Putnam is after the FBI.
Mark always wanted to be an FBI agent. That was his childhood dream, and he accomplished it.
Mark Putnam was an outstanding young agent, a lot of potential. He was well liked, but most of the people he worked with, they also hired him.
But one of his best informants from a previous assignment in Kentucky has gone missing. And he's eager to help Special Agent Jim Huggins and 2 Kentucky State Police officers find her.
Mark, how you doing? Doing great. How are you? Mark, I appreciate you talking to us today.
Absolutely. Hey, Joe, your informant from Pikeville, Kentucky, Susan Smith, is missing. Right. So it's been about a year since her sister Shelby reported it as a lost. So what we would like to do is go over your old statement and see if you can just bring us up to speed.
Sure. Mark was sent down to Pikeville, Kentucky, right out of the academy, right out of the FBI academy, as a rookie.
When he got there, he later started working cases, looking to develop informants, get sources, and make contact with local authorities. He was very enthusiastic and anxious.
Cheers.
Why don't you just start by telling us about your time in Pikeville, Kentucky?
Sure. Well, my wife wasn't exactly sold on a small mountain town as the first post, so we only wanted to be here for as long as we had to, so I could transfer out to a bigger city. So fits.
Not to.
And that's where I obviously got to know Susan Smith.
Susan Smith was a young lady from Kentucky, West Virginia border. She was kind of a rambunctious, popular girl and very poor upbringing, typical of a lot of the kids over there.
Pikeville, Kentucky, what's your average country place people are respectfful of each other. And, most time you have good neighbors, and it's a great place to live.
Susan Smith was known as a good mother. She cared about her kids. She was chatty. She was hospitable. She was likable. She was infuriating because you never knew what was true and what was not true with Susan. She had fantasies. She expressed them.
The 26-year-old still shares the house with her ex-husband, Kenneth Smith, and their 2 young children.
And I hope for your kids too.
But it hasn't been a happy arrangement for a while.
It was not a good marriage whatsoever. They argued a lot, got in fights, and just, I think she just did the best she could with what she had.
God made a glass move. Let me just clean up. Don't get up.
I think Susan always really wanted to get away and live her life.
Do something. Go answer the door.
It's hard to see though she'd already had her 2 children.
Their tense living arrangement only gets worse when Kenneth's old friends show up on her doorstep.
Business?
Hey, Cat Eyes, you look brutal. Man, how are you?
I'm living.
The gang's all here.
Want one? No thanks. I'm still okay.
Kenneth's buddy is known as Cat Eyes. His girlfriend, Sherry Justice, in tow.
They called him Cat Eyes because truly, the man has gorgeous, gorgeous eyes.
He was known all throughout as a bank robber and a criminal.
Because it's real small town bank.
Real low key.
Not much to kid.
So he'd been previously convicted of bank robbery, and he was back.
Under 78 G's.
Got it. In the mountain old town, people know each other's business. So if you were a bank robber like Cat Eyes was a bank robber, you kind of knew when he flew back into town, he blown through his money on his previous bank robberies.
There was an unusual spurt of bank robberies around 1987. The MO to a man by the name of Cat Eyes Lockhart. One of my first cases. He and his girlfriend Sherry Justice had circus.
For Mark, being able to arrest someone like Cat Eyes would have helped to catapult him into a very hard-charging agent who was going to have a very, very successful FBI career.
He ran with some violent people, yes. And he knew Susan well.
It doesn't take long for Sherry and Cat Eyes to wear out their welcome, and all Susan wants is to get this known bank robber and his lady out of the house.
Susan was a sensible person, and this was somebody who cared about her kids. She was like, when is this guy going to leave?
Susan's looking for any excuse to send them packing, and her old friend, Sheriff's Deputy Bert Hatfield, is looking for any way to lock them up.
in the area where I'm from. She grew up there. I watched her grow up. I was in law enforcement. Susan had helped me several times on she'd give me information. Basically, she was an informant of mine.
Hey, Susan, how you been?
Alright, just trying to get out of the house.
So I hear you had some visitors.
Yeah, but I ain't got nothing to do with whatever they're planning.
Yeah, I figured as much, but maybe you could help us out a bit. You paid for it too.
Who do you mean by us?
I got somebody I want you to talk to. It's an FBI agent.
FBI?
Susan enjoyed getting information. She enjoyed. This was a game to her. She was faithful.
Why don't you come by the office later this afternoon and we'll talk to him, all right?
Alright, yeah, we'll do.
Approximately 2 o'clock. It's 12:44 now.
When Mark first came to Pikeville after the FBI Academy, he realized that he needed a criminal informant. So he reached out for Bert, who was a local sheriff's deputy.
I'm gonna have to call you back, right?
And Bert introduced Mark to Susan.
Hey, Mark, I'd like you to meet Susan Smith. We go back quite a ways.
Hello, Susan. Nice to meet you.
As well.
Please have a seat.
Mark and Susan strike a deal. She will funnel him information on cat eyes, and he will pay her well.
Yeah, I'm getting awful tired of the house kiss anyway. Listen, I don't want them around my kids.
To the tune of several $1,000s.
It doesn't report to me whatever you see or hear. She always needed money. She was bored, but I think it was partly about the adventure. Susan loved having adventure. Here's your first impressions. She was charming, smart. What about her ex-husband, Kenneth? It's an answer. Money. He knew what was going on.
Not long after her first meeting with Mark Putnam, Susan overhears her first valuable bits of information.
Ken, I was living right there. I was talking to Kenneth openly about what they're going to do, and Susan was there listening to all this. So she was in the perfect position to help Mark.
National Bank on Trails Creek Road,
My understanding was he kind of planned the bank robbery sitting at her kitchen table.
Got a pillowcase with the holes cut out, everything.
So she knew all the plans.
And a couple of guys are going to be waiting in the back.
Susan has no idea she is a mouse wandering into a pit of vipers.
I don't think she really realized the danger she was in. She seemed to be afraid.
Soul has a little bit of everything. And the second part, you have access to all of it. Whether you're eating the world's finest honey shakes or 5 courses of street food, you really can find anything in a city like Seoul. Experience the world like an insider with Chase Sapphire Reserve. Make more of what's yours.
I can imagine better way to set the stage for the brand.
What?
Things are a little different now.
He's have more power than you know.
Don't say anything.
You already know how I feel about my friends.
Y'all know what time it is.
Amen. Amen. Well,
And I got you like a bride.
I say yes to the dress.
Yes, yes, yes.
You look stunning.
Yeah.
Wow.
This is my dress.
This 2025 BN Sports Extra is jam-packed with the sports you love, featuring an epic year, the best international league and tournaments, Olympic sports, and so much more. This 2025 on BN Sports Extra. More sports, more excitement, always free, 24/7.
This is insane.
Go, go, go. No.
26-year-olds have a bigger world. So when she's presented with the opportunity to be an FBI informant, the excitement and money is too good to turn down.
Well, Susan, nice to meet you.
Yes, ma'am.
Please,
She figured this was a good deal, and it in fact was a good deal, even though she knew that she was, risking danger.
Susan is sleeping just down the hall from a known bank robber, Cat Eyes Lockhart. Digging up info on Cat Eye's next heist is her mission for the FBI.
So did you think Cat Eyes was a real danger?
Well, he did hang with some violent people, but I just needed Susan to give me the goods on him so that we can get him back off the streets.
By late summer 1987, Susan has got the goods. She knows the next bank Cat Eyes has in his sights, so she arranges a meeting with Mark.
Hey, hop in. That's my job, right?
I needed a reason to leave the house, remember? I swear Cat Eyes has caught my moves.
You're just being paranoid. Remember, you're the only one who... If you are informant, you don't know what you let them know. So what's happening with Cat Eyes?
Cat Eyes was blabbing about this bank and how he's gonna rob real soon.
Armed with Susan's information, Mark is ready to get the drop on Cat Eyes.
Just hang tight. Okay? Stay low key. Don't act any different. I'll have my device soon.
Susan is the key to putting Cat Eyes in jail.
What do you mean?
And for Mark's climbing the ladder at the FBI.
Once you develop a good informant, then you pretty much feel an obligation to watch out for their safety, their well-being, and develop a rapport with them where they trust you and you trust them. And it takes some skill to do that.
But word travels fast in a small town like Pikeville. As Susan and Mark continue to work together, rumors fly about Susan Smith getting awfully close to this married man.
Very good-looking guy, obviously. He was not known as a philanderer. I mean, even in college, women liked him, and he liked women, but he's not somebody you would think of as behaving inappropriately.
I felt for Susan. Not the luckiest situation for a young mother to be in. Failed marriage, mouths to feed. She wanted to get out of Pikeville, and I wanted the eventual transfer out of that small town. I never helped her, and she did mine.
So what does your wife Kathy think about all this?
I introduced them. Kathy saw a lot of herself in Susan.
Mark's wife, Kathy, had a teenage life, and she thought that she could mentor Susan. She sort of took Susan under her wing and told her, you can achieve goals. You can get out of this awful fix you're in.
Kathy was a lot of help.
Right on schedule, Cat Eyes and his crew rob a local bank, and thanks to Susan's information, police are prepared.
For them to be on the lookout.
Smart. Going in the bank so they can be ready with those backpacks.
Well, Susan's information was critical in making that arrest happen. We couldn't have done it without her.
So she had to testify in court now. Did she panic? Sometimes they do.
She was a little worried about it. Now Mark kept reassuring her that we're going to protect you, don't worry. They're not going to bother you with them. They know you're a federal witness, and it's a whole different ballgame.
Your eyes on me. Tell the truth.
She did a good job of testifying.
She did well in court. Even though she was running a big risk, she had just outed herself as a snitch.
Cat Eyes is convicted of armed bank robbery and sentenced to 45 years. It's a big professional win for Mark, all thanks to Susan's help.
I think Susan was proud of the accomplishments they did together, and she was getting just as much a thrill out of it as
as Mark was. I think Susan had a real affection for Mark. But I think eventually she thought that would be her ticket would be Mark. Mark was probably the only man in her life who really treated her with utter respect.
She wanted to be around Mark, but Mark had his beautiful wife and two perfect children. That was
Those closest to Susan worry that she is too attached to her white knight, Mark Putnam.
Susan's sister Shelby was warning Susan, like, you be careful here because this is not going to work out well for you. But also, I think, didn't know how to separate Susan's fantasies from the reality.
Shelby's warnings fall on deaf ears, and just as quickly as the Cat Eyes case wraps up, Mark starts on his next assignment without Susan.
Mark had independently developed a really major case through his own connections, a major operation involving stolen trucks and stolen truck parts, the so-called chop shop case.
The chop shop case involves a ring of dangerous car thieves that cuts up stolen cars and sells the parts on the black market.
And Mark had been working that case and had been interviewing and talking to people about, who was involved, who the main players were, and where were they being stored once they were stolen.
Hi, stranger. I miss you.
Mark's involvement in the chop shop case is growing, while his need for Susan diminishes.
Yeah.
But Susan isn't quite ready to let go. She's hooked on the money and the rush of being an informant, among other things.
You are tense. Working on these other cases is hard to get sleep anymore.
I think he knew that Susan might have been a bit attracted to him, but he had a pretty good marriage. So, I think Mark knew the boundaries to begin with.
Are you giving me this one?
But he was trying his best and wouldn't try to push her away, but he'd just say, hey, look, I'm busy. I've got these other cases to do, and I won't be able to talk to you for another week, which would really make her angry.
Susan, I am working on other cases. You're still my favorite, but please be more professional.
But soon, Susan will have much more about than unrequited love. As he begins serving his 45-year prison term, Cat Eyes Lockhart lets everyone know that he wants Susan Smith dead.
Having been around those people so long, I don't think she really realized the danger she was in and never seemed to worry about it.
My buddy, the FBI. You should have seen these people I got up.
Nor Susan knows about her informing for the FBI. She may be getting just a little too comfortable with it.
The people who like Steve,
Bad people.
Part of her problem was that Susan, she was going around, talking about how she was the FBI informant, which was a dangerous thing.
there are some else who are very dangerous. Whether or not they're in prison doesn't make any difference. They can have their girlfriend or a family member go after that confidential informant. What she was doing was very high risk.
I work for the FBI. I can totally have you busted. I won't.
In fact, Mark Putnam isn't the only FBI he's working with.
Not too bad, right?
She claimed she had connections to a drug ring.
I'm all over, Steve. Only you knew the things I knew.
I don't know if she was just embellishing her importance in that or what.
If I were an informant, I would just want the money and go. I wouldn't be out broadcasting it.
To the FBI. Hell yeah.
Some confidential informants may brag about relationships that they have with other criminal elements. It gives them a sense of trying to feel involved and feel important.
Susan tries to lose herself in the gap between who she is and who she wants to be. But her past isn't a let that happen.
Hey, Susan.
I didn't even do it. You put in the work, you put in the time. I am the time. Work hard and dedicate yourself to your craft.
Did you murder your own brother reflects a particularly callous and different individual.
He was not my brother. He was a monster.
Once you've taken someone, you either kill them or you get caught.
He's just pure evil.
Spirits, they're everywhere.
I felt like it wanted to cling to me.
In that moment, I was truly scared.
The only proof we have are the stories, the experience, first-hand accounts of the unexplained.
When I looked up, I wasn't alone.
And investigate with experts in the paranormal. There's something evil here for sure. Because somewhere out there, the truth is waiting. On TV.
By now, all of Pikeville, Kentucky is talking about Susan Smith and the FBI agent who has become the object of her affections. But an attraction to a married man is the least of Susan's worries.
Hey, Susan. Remember me?
Don't think you're going to get away with snitching on my man.
Okay. So,
Who wants to play? Some of these people have the capacity to hurt her. And the more she would talk about it, the more she put herself at
And trouble is brewing at home as well.
Susan's husband was very suspicious of Mark, but he had that everything's great.
You think I'm stupid? You're friendly with Mark.
I am.
No, you're not.
You're not.
He confronted her, but he never had any evidence that there was an affair between Putnam and his wife. I think she realized the situation she was in and just tried to do the best she could.
With the tensions reaching fever pitch, Susan decides to leave her ex-husband for good. She takes her children and heads for her sister Shelby's home in the nearby town of Freeburg, Kentucky.
Susan, honey, what's going on?
I don't know if that was Karen's. This time about Mark. When are you going to get away from them crazies? You don't need that FBI guy.
Shelby was very close to Susan and tried to almost act as her mentor and almost like a mother figure to her. And she was very protective of her and tried to warn her about all these things she was doing.
You can't just leave her be. It's complicated. You keep going like this, you're going to end up in a world of hurt, honey.
In her time of need, Susan runs the one man she always counted on.
Mark put a lot of effort into trying to get her to get away from Kenna. Take the kids and go somewhere where she could better herself.
They just came at me the other day.
Susan, I'm sorry to hear about that. I don't have time for this.
Well, it's not just that. I'm worried about Kenneth now, too. I mean, he roughed me up a little. I had to stay with my sister in Freeburg.
Kenneth's just angry. And don't worry about Sherry. She's just beating her chest. There's someone I want you to meet, all right?
Martin tried to get away from Susan because he realized that this was going to become a big problem.
Sometimes criminal informants can become very dangerous to an FBI agent. When the criminal informant starts outside the scope in terms of what they can or cannot do.
To the FBI. Hell yeah.
Hey, thanks, man. Susan, meet Agent Ron Poole. Ron meets Susan. Pleased to meet you.
Ron did not fit the stereotype.
He's had plenty of experience dealt many situations like this before.
He had always had a weight problem he was battling with. He hadn't worked a lot of conventional cases. He was pretty good working with informants in Chicago and also in Kentucky.
You're going to be passing your information on Ron from here on out.
Not through you anymore?
No, you're not going through me anymore. I've got other things that I need to focus on right now.
Bringing Susan to work with Agent Ron Poole should mark the clean break he wants.
So, Susan, what do you think?
Ron became the runner of Susan to her great unhappiness.
Okay. Ron wasn't young. He wasn't attractive like Mark. That wasn't what Susan wanted. Susan wanted to be seen with the more poster boy FBI agent.
I'm sorry.
The last thing Mark Putnam needs is any more complications. He has his hands full with the increasingly dangerous Chop Shop case.
Mark channeled his energies into the Chop Shop. His big case, real desperados. The local cops warned him, don't go there.
And one night, that danger follows him home.
Go to the bedroom, lock the door.
What's going on?
Just do what I say, okay? Just do what I say, okay?
Mark actually saw a prowler one night. He ran away before Mark could stop him.
Come on. Enough is enough. Don't you think? We need to leave this place.
Kathy told him she was afraid to be there at night. He was gone a lot at night.
Everything's fine. We're safe. Okay? I'm too deep in it right now. There's no way I can.
No, you can what? There was a stranger at our front door. Our lives are at stake. Our kids' lives are. I'm done.
Kathy, I'll take care of it.
For the safety of his family, Mark is going to transfer out of Field.
Before I knew it, me, Kathy, and the kids were on our way to Miami.
So they were extremely happy. And conversely, Susan was not at all. There's her ticket being transferred to Miami.
Be a nice neutral color in here. What do you think?
I think when Mark left, there was a downward spiral in Susan. She was desperately clinging to this idea that he was going to rescue her.
That's already feeling the tone.
But the move out of state is short-lived.
Honey, I'm gonna have to help you keep it back when I get back to the platform, okay?
How much? What are we talking here?
Till the Chop Shop case is through. Claim it away. Okay? I love you so much.
I love you too. Be safe, okay?
Bye.
Although Mark and his family have been transferred to Miami, just weeks later, he has to return to Kentucky to tie up loose ends on his previous cases.
Mark was in Miami for less than a month, and he got a subpoena back to Michael to assist in trial preparation for job operation that he developed. Mark has to come back to what he now saw as the misery of Whiteville. And
Cheers.
Of course, Susan, who's desperate.
And Susan is about control wrench in terms of special agent Mark.
It's yours.
Special Agent Mark Putnam seems to have it all, but his informant, Susan Smith, has just made his life much more complicated.
I ask you this. Why would Susan go around telling people she's pregnant with your child?
But I think maybe she was just mad at me. I moved on to other cases. Maybe she thought I was just brushing her off. Look, I wasn't mad at Susan. I just felt sorry for her. I suppose when I initially left for Pikeville, that must have hurt. That's why she concocted this pregnancy story. I told her I had to get back to Miami, and that we'd talk about it the next time I was in Pikeville.
As if Mark Putnam leaving town wasn't bad enough, Susan's past bubbles up with a vengeance.
My man away. You can kill. You better watch your back.
Cat Eye's girlfriend had reason to take it out on Susan because Susan had effectively testified against Cat Eyes.
Susan's life is spiraling out of control.
Susan was at the end of the road, but she was abandoned by Mark Putnam. I think in that desperation and that agitation, even made her more unrealistic about what her prospects were getting out and what Mark Putnam's role was in being her rescuer.
I think she thoroughly believed that he would leave Kathy and take her away from all this to wherever Mark went.
About a month after Mark moves to Miami, fellow agent Ron Poole delivers some much-needed good news. Mark is back in town.
Mark started the chop shop case to finish up, and so he had to come back to do the testimony. So, Orange Haze.
Yeah, Susan, I'm happy to see it, but this isn't time.
My God, you used me, Mark. I'm carrying your baby. What do you think the FBI would say?
No, you're not. Susan, you're not carrying me. Susan had a knack.
In fact, Mark has no idea if Susan was really pregnant, as she
did know that she knew how to cause a scene. It was my job to keep things calm as possible. Listen, I can give you money to help you if that's what you do.
Just take me back to the hotel.
So, Sheriff, I have to make a missing persons report. Well, my sister Susan was supposed to be here a few days ago. I just know something's wrong.
Mark, who's back there for a trial, and Shelby knew that that's where she said she was going.
Knowing Susan, well, I know her. Well, she just, I would follow the pictures she's taken up again.
But Shelby refuses to leave Sister with pound with him, and she certainly wouldn't do so without making arrangements for her children's care. And everyone knows Susan had a long list of enemies.
That she might have had contacts even with people that were involved in criminal activity and would have bragged about her connection with these people.
What about Kenna? What about Cat Eye's family? What about all the drug tests she'd done? There were numerous telling everybody she was an informant for the FBI. It wasn't hard to imagine that somebody would be angry about that or watch she'd run off somewhere.
Mark, we all know that Detective Ray and Detective Sloan interviewed you last year about Susan's disappearance. Since then, I've come across something that struck me kind of odd, and I'm hoping you can clarify.
Well, whatever I can do.
Mark, you and I go way back, and we've worked together. Are you sure that you're telling us everything? Are you telling us the truth, Mark?
Absolutely.
Clarify this for us.
We wondered, what did he drive when he was down here? He, in fact, had rented a car for 2 weeks. And then it kind of jumped out at us that he didn't. Why would you do that?
The receipt said you returned it a week early. Windshield. How did it break, Mark?
Mark had claimed that a piece of coal had fallen from a truck and hit the windshield. That's where it got to fall apart.
I haven't been 100% honest with you.
Start things not only change. You've imagined. You all have any believers and non-doubters in the room today?
Do I have any believers and non-doubters today?
People are scared. We are going to trust him.
Because if we don't, we
Do so.
we're not ready to do this now.
Feel different about it?
Yeah, Bill.
I don't take chances anymore.
Let's get perfect. What a smell, what a taste.
Looks delicious.
It's not fantastic. Seeing this doing.
Sit down.
I just taste weird.
You see the tent for the first time and you just can't believe it. Any words of advice you'd like to offer?
You're gonna need perfection.
On your mark, this looked like a nightmare. Get set, breathe.
For the first time in his interview with investigators, the script has been flipped on FBI agent Mark Putnam.
Why would you lie to us, Mark? Why would you tell us one thing and then change your story?
I told Mary I got that made up the story about the coal. It was stupid.
He explained that there wasn't a piece of coal in that. What happened when I cut my hand, that he cut it on a nail in his garage while he was playing outside. got in the car. I was so angry, I kicked the windshield.
No one buys this new explanation, so investigators decide to throw Mark a curveball.
Huggins says to Mark, oh. And Mark says she was 30. And Mark realizes he said was. Now you got Huggins. Now you're in a situation where Huggins is looking at Mark like, oh boy, you might be our suspect now in what may be a terrible, terrible crime. I said, Mark, would you be willing to take a polygraph? He said, absolutely. And then that's why I'm pushing to do the polygraph. Is your name Mark Putnam? Yes. Did you work as an FBI agent at the Pikeville, Kentucky office? Yes. I believe Mark was tortured. He physically deteriorated somewhat in the period of time, the almost 1 year that he was in Miami. He was scratching at his chest and he lost some weight. Did you have sexual connection with Susan Smith? No. Mark failed the polygraph test spectacularly. He couldn't beat the polygraph. He knew it. They knew it at the time.
The examiner can tell something appears to weigh heavily on Mark's conscience.
So he told Mark, he said, Mark, you got a problem here. You might want to tell us the truth, tell us what happened. And he said, well, I want to talk to my wife.
Mark doesn't say anything else. Instead, he phones Kathy.
You're going to want to sit down for this.
Kathy is very clear that her husband is in deep, deep trouble. Did you sleep with her? And Mark says, yes. And Kathy's flabbergasted, utterly stunned at that. And she says sarcastically,
Kill her?
Yes.
Do not say another word.
Investigators have a good idea of what Mark told his wife, but without a clear confession, their hands are tied until they can find the body.
Wow.
More than a year after Susan Smith disappeared, Mark Putnam finally confesses to her murder, and his lawyer plays the only card he has left.
his attorney came into the office in Miami with a proffer, which means they had a plea agreement they wanted to work out. The deal is Mark will confess, but first he'll say where the body is.
And in addition, Mark will share all the secrets he has kept hidden since they first met in the spring of 1987.
You're a federal witness now.
Yeah.
That's a totally different ballgame. Yeah.
Sounds like that's the thing.
I know. I know.
He claims that they had sex 2 or 3 times. Then that they never used birth control.
Take me back to the hotel. I need to call my sister. And maybe your wife?
Just stop it already, please. Just stop. Okay, I've got way too much work to be out here with you doing this. I can give you money for an abortion.
I want an abortion.
Look, if that's my baby, then Kathy and I are going to adopt it, okay? If you try to fight me on this, the family court will rule in my favor because I'm the trusted FBI agent and you're nobody.
Almost 1 year to the day she went missing, Mark Putnam finally reveals where he dumped Susan Smith's body.
They found her for like a little ravine, so I think her body was found there. It was covered with looked like a ditch area covered with debris and stuff like that.
Today, Putnam admitted to killing Susan Daniel Smith, a woman he was having an affair with.
I'm still amazed, other than that I have to conclude that his conscience and the hope that he could save his soul prompted him to do it.
The plea arrangement was that Mark would receive a sentence of 16 years in federal prison being part of the negotiation because he was an FBI agent, and state prison would have been probably certain death for him. The victims in this awful catastrophe are obviously Susan Smith, Susan's children, who were left without a mother.
Unfortunately, to her family, to her children, to her sister. To me, that's the people who, who's going to suffer over, who did suffer over this. It's a tragedy for the whole community.
When a 30-year-old woman vanishes, she leaves behind a trail of clues.
The lack of emotion on him was kind of concerning to me. Why aren't you worried?
There were all these different stories. Why would there be all these different stories?
Double lives, dark secrets.
This cartoon voice was on the other line.
You see her friend. She knew she was being stalked and she was scared for her life.
Never in 10 million years was I clear something.
Lakewood banks of rock is the Bedlam Museum of Chesney Park, Illinois.
The Chesney Park definitely has a small town vibe. You know, all of your neighbors, what they're up to, what they do.
But Chesney Park was a good place to live. It's about 90 miles from Chicago, so it is close. It's Wisconsin. It's not a lot of crime rate either.
But on this cool October afternoon, the community is on edge. Smith has been reported missing, and there's no sign of her anywhere.
It kind of just shocked me completely, because that's just not like her, and I knew something wasn't right.
It worried me. There were all these different stories about what happened. And that was the scary part for me, because why would there be all these different stories?
Less than 24 hours later, investigators get their first big break.
This is where we found the car. Katrina's car was found in a block from the Rock River Bridge.
It's a residential area, but there's a tree line there, so it wasn't like it was directly in front of a house.
Go ahead and call it in. I got it for
Dispatch, this is Unit 7. We get a perimeter lockdown on the corner of
Obispo and Ventura. Let's go ahead and get a temperature. Oh, Mr. Smith?
Yeah, this is Todd.
We need to come down to the Indigo Road, Ventura.
You found your car?
We'll talk when we get here, Todd.
Custody husband of 7 years.
That's your car.
Yeah, I got pull it up.
The car here is empty, but I have to ask you to stay here, okay?
Okay.
Earlier that day, he had reported her missing after receiving a call that she had never shown up for work.
Once we found her vehicle abandoned, we knew that this was probably going to be more than just a missing person.
Yep.
A grown woman
Oh,
with
that's
a
another
career,
person.
a job, responsibilities. This isn't normal.
Holy shit. You can get in the room. Holy shit.
Holy shit, to get in the room.
A lot of stuff everywhere.
Until we find her, we don't know if it's suicide or what happened.
Not far from the car, investigators find something else that belongs to Katrina.
That was one of the next little five whatever it was.
From the vehicle that's in the ditch is where Katrina's purse was found.
At that point, this investigator is pretty clear that something bad has happened. She's left her car that she's using to purchase, found her purse. What woman's going to leave her purse on the side of the road?
So the vertical is on the other side of the room. So then next week comes I'll do the lunch. I'm gonna run inside the road and your toy. Alright, I think you got this, Polo.
What, bitch?
Have aim to slot me and secure.
You know, if you were feeling going to leave until you were happy to.
Me too.
You need instructions.
Hey, you know,
But I think for her,
you have to think about the meditation I'm doing.
foundation, she definitely became very happy. And she was a mom to 3 girls for all of them. But she still wanted to be a mother of her own.
And then she vanishes.
My wife is house sitting for somebody to that town. And I never been to the Right.
What do I see?
We went to the hill where Katrina went to the house sitting for a friend. When we went there, we were shocked that Todd is dead at Bruce. And along with that, there was a third person. I have no idea. Here when we got it. At that point, we know something.
Good job, Jojo. Doing good.
Good job, George.
Good job, Jojo.
You said after.
Jojo, my circus monkey.
You said now after put it in
Oh, you
backwards.
put it in wrong? I'm just giving you encouragement. I didn't really mean it.
I know. So it is.
I love you. Love you too.
Katrina Smith has been reported missing in Chesney Park, Illinois. And there are 3 men investigators want to interview. Her husband filed a missing report. Bruce Edlund, her stepfather, and her co-worker, Guy Gabriel. At the police station, Todd tells a straightforward story.
I was sitting for a friend while they're preparing to sell it, and it's nearby, so she kind of go back and forth from the condo to the house. Talked about a couple of things. Her job, the future. We talked about kids, but I don't remember anything anymore.
He told us that they had a very good marriage, a very good relationship, and that everything was fine, and they were even talking about adopting a child.
It's getting late.
Are we going?
So,
Says that she was going out for an interview, and then says that she was supposed to come back and never return. That'd be great.
thank you. Love you.
Next week, I contacted her about her job and her interview to wish her well, and that she did not respond. He felt that it was odd and became very concerned about it. So on the 23rd, he reported her missing sometime in late afternoon.
Todd is cooperative and answers every question asked of him.
All right, Todd. I want to thank you for coming in. And to let you know as soon as you're here. Thank you. Please do.
Katrina's stepfather has little to offer police.
I can understand why Todd was worried. It's unlike Katrina to go out of this like this.
Still, there's something odd about him.
The lack of emotion on him, really the lack of emotion of her being missing was kind of concerning to me. You know, why aren't you worried? Why aren't you, I mean, he wasn't showing it.
Because Katrina, anyone that would want to hurt her in any way? No, I can't imagine anyone at all that would hurt her.
But concerns about Bruce Edlund vanish when Guy Gabriel walks in and Katrina Smith's backstory suddenly gets a lot more interesting.
The condo where Katrina was staying, she wasn't house sitting, living there. She was not. Where I answer.
He became a suspect immediately. He just based solely on that. She's planning on divorce. Then he's the boyfriend now, and then all of a sudden she's gone. We're gonna focus on him right away.
When investigators get Guy back out, they find unsettling.
Mr. Gabriel had been involved in his own domestic violence issues with his now current wife.
By the following day, Katrina's disappearance has stirred the local community and brought friends and family together to look for her.
I arrived on the 24th of October and then drove in straight to the park where the search party was kind of forming up each morning.
I pretty much go in military mode. That kind of developed into me becoming the lead for the search parties. All right, everyone. Let's get your regions and your team. We're gonna head out. If you see anything, call it in. Remember, don't touch anything. Thank you.
Across town, investigators make a stunning discovery.
We had originally requested the cell phone towers do a trace on her phone. And the cell phone towers were able to tell us that the phone was still active, it was turned on, and it was in a southwestern direction.
Phone just a few miles from the car, and it has a tale to tell.
There were several text messages from Guy Gabriel to Katrina near the time that she went missing, indicating that he wanted her out of the marriage.
They're having an affair.
The text suggests that Todd may not have known of the affair, and Guy was growing impatient with Katrina's reluctance to leave her husband.
These text messages could have been construed in a manner to suggest that Guy Gabriel could in fact have been involved when she went missing.
But someone else knew about the secret relationship between these two co-workers.
On October 9th, around 11 a.m., a typical lunch period, I was sitting in my office and 3 or 4 employees came into my office and said there was flyers thrown all over the parking lot. The flyer said, "Died cat." But cat was spelled C-A-T.
Spelling. Who could have written this, and why?
At that point, I called Katrina in my office.
What's it up, please?
I told her I wouldn't judge her. She wouldn't be in trouble. Not true. And at the time, she said it wasn't true, that they were friends, her and Guy, but that was the extent of it.
Please tell Todd. Okay? I understand. Can you please let me know if anything else happens? Okay.
One night, I received this call.
So there was Alex's office.
I picked it up, and this cartoon voice was on the other line saying,
Who is this?
Did you see the flyer?
Yes. I knew at that point I needed to start writing stuff down and try to keep them on the line. So I wrote down the number.
Right after that, Katrina went to go be retired.
Who is this? Who is this? I just kept asking if they could hear me. What are you talking about? And they just hung up.
Hello?
So at that point, I worked for her, for her family. She was scared of something or someone at work.
In her nephew's Gabriel's close friends about her growing fear that someone is following her.
She stopped, but she that
valued herself as a strong person. She probably figured that she could handle it home.
Was the danger looming larger than Katrina could have imagined?
We found home surveillance cameras that show a figure walking by.
Could have been a random stranger.
Cool's mom.
In for the wedding photos, out for the dance floor.
Yeah.
You know, like you feel just like a person.
Oh, sure. That's it.
Don't. You can tell you goals.
My name is Donuts and Hathaway, and I'm Rebel Wilson.
So many great guests, great stories, and some of my very favorite people. Say what?
So you don't do that every day.
I'm that sad. This poor calculator. John Snow.
It's my dream.
This could be another party. We've got a cake and we're all together.
That's cute.
Show business is tough. Join me on the Grand Norton channel for a non-stop classic Norton.
Said, I'm not making this for one.
They have colors and some of my
Why are people trying to stab you?
Oh man, a lot of anxiety about this. Nothing would die.
Take me later.
They elected me deeply strong. Things are not only about staying that you've imagined. You can go out and do it for joy today. Sitting outside the gates looking in is not your destiny. You're going to come into a beautiful
For our soul.
believers are not down in the room today. I know we do.
My name is Let's go. My golden boys.
The town of Chester.
Man, I'm sorry, KK. I was saying because the camper doesn't need to be that high.
It's been 2 days
So I'm
since
really
her
loaded out the way now. I know.
was found by the side of the road in a
It's my story,
residential
kitty.
area.
Kidding and playing with me story.
Investigators are about to make another important discovery from the night she went missing.
We found home surveillance cameras that show a figure walking by with a hat on. It was raining out that night.
According to the video, this unidentified person was walking in the vicinity of Katrina's car just a few hours after she was last seen by her husband, Todd.
Even though we can't identify him, it was raining, it was cold. The person wearing a hoodie, you could see a small statured person walking. Fine.
That has to be our guy. We didn't know what we were going after at the time. It was a wealth of information for the investigation.
Identifying this hooded figure could be the key to unlocking the mystery behind Katrina's disappearance. Meanwhile, detectives continue to work all the evidence they have collected so far.
Would you put these on for me? Coming this way.
Katrina's car was taken back. It was examined and processed by our crime scene investigators.
Well, got nothing up here. No prints, not even a prints in the car. It must have been wiped down.
car was crystal clean by the naked eye.
What was the driving? The Wednesday like that.
That makes sense.
You got anything else?
Oh yeah. Oh me. Take a look.
When investigators spray the trunk of Katrina's car with luminol, something terrible is revealed.
They were able to bring out the fact that there was a large blood in the trunk of the car.
Let's get some pictures. Get the
Camera here for some photos. We started out with the missing person. It has escalated to what we believe to be a murder.
As hope for her safe return begins to fade, family and friends hold a vigil for Katrina.
The girls were there, his ex-wife was there. We all lit a candle.
Tired. Frustrated. Dude.
The family all stayed at Todd and Katrina's house. That's the day. You have a million questions.
We're thankful. We're optimistic. We are motivated still.
Another week passes, and there's still no sign of Katrina. And off the island, the call to 911.
Oh, can I share something, Bethany?
Hey, Bethany. I am not at work, but I'm off the river. I think it's on the body.
I was with my grumpy and came from the text saying that they had found a body in the river and it was a female and they thought it was probably her.
The phone was blowing up from everyone that I knew. And they had found her. And there was some relief. The mystery of where she was over.
It was like a huge breath of fresh air because we know we can let it rest. So, yeah, it was pretty.
Hello, Vicky.
It was a good and a bad day.
That after that we gave her funeral, but the time increased that she's gone.
But that was the scary part for me, knowing that it was how much that somebody was responsible for her being gone.
What is?
Now, for investigators, the stakes are even higher.
No longer a person. It's now, frankly, the most important, vital investigation that we do detect. We now have a homicide investigation.
The autopsy shows that side of slumped forward.
She's been multiple times very hard, with a very hard object.
The blows call to mind Guy Gabriel's previous arrest for domestic abuse. Guy has an alibi.
Three the night before.
Right before us at work. I worked the night shift.
Check time. This is camera too.
Went back home law enforcement reviewed video footage from the workplace, it was very clear that Mr. Gabriel worked the entire night that she went missing.
That's fine. Anything I can do to cooperate with the content.
We were able to confirm that through his work. We were able to get his logs, the way he punched in, punched out, one for break. So we ruled him out immediately once we were able to confirm that. Obviously, he wasn't anywhere close to where Katrina was on that evening.
All right, guys. I want to thank you for coming in. Thank you.
Gabriel is now in the clear, but just as he on the list, another suspect emerges from the shadows. Literally.
The people have actually caught near the area on Todd and Katrina's residence. That became a huge concern.
Filled with furniture, we believe that every corner of your home should be designed for the way you live. From dinner time to with looks that fit your style. And
What's on, Joe?
make everything easier.
Oh, actually, I got a lolly column so I can start bracing up the part of the roof so I can put my joists in there.
It's trying to walk. Don't go back to the end.
I'm gonna take a dab though. How you doing today? Thank you.
You've had taste made in the palm of your hand. Now we're in your home, where the struggle becomes yours.
As a part of the front of the camper, I know when they built it, they stopped after the air conditioner. There's no like joystick. That's why it bowed right there. Right where the
Now that Guy Gabriel has been
sun roof
eliminated as a
thing
suspect,
is.
police turn back to her
The
cell phone
ventilation.
and find text messages that suggest
Yesterday was fucking rugged with
A
rain.
few weeks before she went missing, she did confide in her surrogate stepfather, Bruce Edlin. Katrina had asked how she would go about
Once I get that corner to stop leaking,
and we believe that she had sent
and so I'll probably be in there probably the next couple.
She knew she was being stalked and she was scared for her life.
Soon, investigators learned that Katrina's fears of being watched were well-founded and close to home.
It was an incident with a Tom. The PB Tom was actually caught near the area of Todd and Katrina's residence. Katrina Smith actually knew the PB Tom because he was actually part of the youth group at Katrina's church, and Katrina involved with the church. That became a huge concern because now are we just dealing with a peeping Tom, or are we dealing with somebody who actually has progressed to sexually assault her and then killing her?
Given that the killer had to have been someone who knew where she lived,
Cheers.
down peeping Tom.
Local university in Illinois met with him. The school actually has a key fob. They have to key in their vehicle and then they have to key in when they go inside the university.
Security laws never left campus.
We know that on the night that Katrina went missing, she was at school the entire time. So there was no way that he could have been involved in it. So we ruled that out as soon as we were able to get that information.
And that another goes old. When lab results matched the blood found in Katrina's car to her DNA, investigators obtained a warrant to search Todd and Katrina's house. Inside the house, they discovered
there was a clip that was recovered, a plastic clip that had a magnet on the bottom of it.
Anyways, the GPS trackers.
The clip in itself was very interesting because it had a man-made hole on it, and somebody drilled a hole on it that kind of matched the concerns that Katrina had felt that she was being tracked or followed.
When they searched the garage and sprayed luminol.
Cheers! What up? Cheers, cheers, everybody. Cheers, cheers. Here's a chair, here's a chair, there's a chair, there's a chair, here's a chair. Here's a chair.
the blood was in the garage suggests there Katrina met her murder.
Got something else?
Maybe you got all those pieces of
No.
There leads us to believe that this point is getting closer to the person that killed Katrina.
It's the airflow.
Well, the crime lab makes a discovery on Katrina's car.
How's it going down here? I think I got something. Really?
There was a wire that was found in the car, almost like a hanger wire that was cut and then it was twisted and affixed to the bottom of the car.
What is that? I don't know. Doesn't belong there though. That's interesting.
We took that wire that we located under the car and compared that to the clip we found of Todd and Katrina's residence.
I recognize that. It looks like part of one of the GPS trackers the vice unit uses. Fits.
Then that wire fit perfectly into that hole. So we, at this point, feel that that is where the
because it's the flow that I have with it. So when I pull on it,
The tracking device and the wire's perfect fit confirm that the
it does that whistle.
Katrina had left intimate.
I think if I hit really hard, it won't whistle. Watch. Then it'll pull perfectly.
And there's only one suspect left.
I can't remember.
That is perfect flow every time it whistles.
I can't.
That's
I
why.
can't suck it like that.
That's why you hear the whistle.
Yeah, because you got freaking power lungs.
No. Because again, if you pull hard, it doesn't whistle. If you pull too soft, it doesn't whistle either.
No, it's gotta be that happy medium. Which I don't know. Look at it. Oh, my hair hurts.
What, do you have lice?
No. I have hair that's growing and it's driving me crazy.
Put that together.
You got boogies? You picking your nose?
I take nose dabs.
Once it happens, then you get like dabbing your nose.
I was like, man, I've been.
I
How's
did.
that
I
feel?
did hit the reset button on the car meter deep for that to be some hot and almost to shut off.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
say, you know, this happens. Husband's always suspect, so we're still standing together.
What time's your ride coming, bitch?
Probably around
Probably it's really
5, 6.
Police have compiled a list of his inconsistencies.
I'm gonna go find something to do.
The camper and see if the fucking roof is still up.
They give Todd one last chance to set his story straight.
Looks like it's after I pee.
He began running his.
You can unlock it if you want. You'll go in a little bit, and I'll put this thing up. Up.
Then Todd changes his story.
When we initially talked with Todd, Todd said everything Todd said. Katrina did not move out. But in reality, Katrina did move out. She moved into a condo friends that let her stay there because she needed a place to go. She needed to get away from Todd. You don't have to do this. You don't have to leave.
Katrina actually spoke to Todd about divorce the last night that she went to their house on the 22nd.
Todd, I'm done talking about this.
So we know that everything that Todd was telling us in the first interview was all false.
Police also know that just before Katrina's memorial service, Todd made a
Watch out for the wires. What wires?
Again? Baseball bat. It's aluminum.
Took the wires?
I don't see baseball bat. Sure. Yeah. You want to look for yourself?
Calm down. Calm down.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Got something else?
Maybe.
God, I'm like a Technicolor nightmare today. You know what's really weird about this collar? It does not like to stay down, no matter what I do.
Bat was found in the corner of Todd's garage, and it was to put into evidence.
Love. Love.
Later on process,
Come
they
here.
found Katrina's blood.
Love. Come here, baby. I'm a girl.
So we know we have a murder weapon. We know that Van's the one that killed Katrina.
Here's my skinny mini.
Todd is arrested and charged with murder. When
Watch out for what wires, bro.
They discovered
I'm talking to you.
paper
I
trail
know.
that
You see it?
Todd as the source of the mysterious flyers at Katrina's
Okay.
workplace.
Watch out for the wires.
And
Because you told me you would threaten me within an inch of my life if I tripped on them.
What wires? When? I was hours ago.
coordinates from the night of the murder become the most damning evidence of all.
I don't know what to do with this dude, Joe.
He just showed
John.
up, so you don't know about it before.
Oh. I guess you don't. But that's alright. You can either rewind or I can give you a recap. I tripped on the wire. And I said, well, I'd have flipped. Do we have to have wires going across the room?
This tracking device is tracking him.
Why can't we get wireless?
And with
Everything else is wireless.
takes information sent from the device's computer.
You have nothing to say. I'll be right back.
This tracking device that he used to track her ultimately tracked us right to her killer, Todd Smith.
Just like breadcrumbs, Todd Smith has left evidence that traces him from Katrina's abandoned car directly to the house that he insists he never left on October 22nd. Finally, police have their timeline as well as their.
I think what happened was when she came back from shopping the first time, she was in the house. Todd and her got the relationship, and I think she ultimately said, "I'm done. I think it's over."
Katrina, stop!
And I think she was walking from the house to her car. And I think he
The Senate's truck had, and
which became a tomb. And then tossed her in the Rock River, which became her grave.
A beautiful, loving young woman was brutally murdered for no reason other than she wanted to get away from her husband.
And when Katrina Smith decided that she wanted the marriage, Mr. Smith decided that it would only end till wedding bells, till death was marked. Smith's trial stretches over 14 days, a prolonged
Pick that up.
It's a treat.
Oh.
This is a man that I've had over to my home. I've had around children. I can see that he was such a horrific thing. That, you know, this was somebody that we had trusted.
Yeah, can I put some stuff on my lips first?
The family soon realized that all his emotions that he was showing are fake. It's not real. There are no real emotions there. For a husband and wife who's just murdered. It wasn't there.
It's overwhelming and support of everyone, and I'm deeply grateful. I know.
Faker.
On January 25th, 2016, the jury finds Todd Smith guilty of first-degree murder. He is sentenced to 59 years in prison.
59 years.
He had the guts to stand in front of a camera every day crying and pleading for his wife to come back, knowing that he's the one that killed his own wife, is just a huge satisfaction in my heart, knowing that you killed her and now you're going to end her.
You sure?
When you're going through this as a family, every other little thing in your life that happens, it's just like an extra 15 pounds happy. Person that brought the family together.
Oh, Justin.
She'll just rest in peace.
Yeah. Oh, is that it?
It's almost crippling.
Try to be a better person because of who she was.
Actually, not really. I really do stuff.
The thing I miss the most is just her laughter.
After I have my coffee.
If she could find something funny in any situation, no matter how bad or how dry or how sad or anything, where she just always had this ability to make you laugh. And I miss that the most.
How should I wash my dress? You should use a delicate cold cycle.
Duh.
You guys put it in. Remember to turn it inside out to protect the sequins.
Duh.
Put it in the dryer. The icon on the tag says so. Oh, thank goodness I asked.
You've had taste made in the palm of your hand. Now we're in your home.
Now you're in your home.
No. Oh, freaking ass.
Taste made is streaming in all the places good taste matters.
It's okay. I still love ya.
Yeah.
So is the kitty. Behind.
Now, wherever
Hello to me. Look at it. Can't air my face.
We've come to Rome to star in their very own romantic comedy.
What's here? What you got?
This is a real life
a good girl. Good girls get things. She's a good girl. She's really good. When I tell her to get out of the room, she leaves the room. But before she even goes into her room, I'll tell her to get out, and she won't go in the room. She's pretty good. Obviously trained. And then now. Oh, you're Blanca. You're big bad. It's funny. Blanca looks like Hootie when they're both looking like beached whale laying on their backs. Hootie lays like this because he can't quite move it because he's got. He's not right. He's not right. Papa got no neck. Papa don't, but you can't take your son. These guys are weird.
Yeah.
Weirdos. What?
I give you one. You don't go in my pocket.
Can I have what's
Traitor,
in your pocket?
thief, sneak.
Traitor? Okay, I'll sneak you some.
I just gave her one. I would either one of them go one separately because then if they get seen, that's give every one of them. They should understand one isn't enough to get another when it's fucking good and ready.
All right. Well,
they get way more than what they even should get, but not all at the same time because then they all attack one another. I'm slapping one because one gets greedy, so I try not to slap one. I give them separately.
All right. Yes. Try not to slap.
You know what I mean?
I know. I know.
Every one of them had one, and she goes ahead and sits and tries to be all like a pocket. Fuck that.
Mm-hmm.
Told her she could live there if she wanted to.
All right.
Cindy as much as Barbara.
Just saying, I got a really good lead time on this.
Oh, I'm back in my pocket right now.
Kind of
You back off.
resented Cindy.
Mini.
And he didn't really.
You know, I guess you guys mixed up.
Have the house.
Yeah, you're not skinny mini. You're fat. You're fatty fat more.
I guess the other freeloader.
I gotta go, Jack.
He treated Cindy very poorly. I think he
Just trying to see if there's
money on
anything.
the house or have
Yeah, 8 p.m. tonight. That's what it says. Happy June 1st, everyone.
Barbara is nurse for night shift, and tonight it's Cindy who is doing Barbara a favor. I called home just to check on everybody. And Cindy said that I had gotten a letter from a friend of mine, and I asked if she'd drop it off to me on her way home.
I believe this is for you.
Well, thank you, miss. How's life?
It's life. Your husband's a real piece of work.
Sorry about that. He's harmless, you know. But you've got to be excited about Mark moving in.
I am.
Mark Davis is Cindy Thompson's boyfriend, and father of her unborn child.
Well, Carol, don't get me started. Date's been set, but I don't know. Anyway, I should run.
Cindy. She walked away. I would have never imagined that anything was ever going to happen to her. Cindy was extremely tough. Growing up in Pontiac, she knew how to take care of herself. But unfortunately, it was. Across town, another friend of Cindy's sleeps soundly.
It started out for I fall asleep watching TV. I got woke up.
Me too!
Beating on my front door.
tell he was very distraught. He goes, I need you to call an ambulance. He said, there's something wrong. He said, there's just too much blood.
What happened?
I called the cops and I said, I need an ambulance. My house is behind the credit union on Perry.
All right, there's one right now. Stay calm, okay?
And I said, her boyfriend was just there. He said, there's a lot of blood.
How is it I have to jump right to you? But yeah, when I sit there and say that, wait a minute.
The paramedics came, they went upstairs.
Hey, I'm giving you ample amounts of time for you to say, wait a minute.
You had the keys. You locked the fucking camper last night.
The responsible thing yet.
The medical examiner pronounces Cindy dead at the scene, and law enforcement takes over.
Detective Jarvis, Detective Bobby, they worked in the major crimes unit of the Pontiac Police Department. And they were very seasoned officers.
I've seen ceilings there. Okay.
She was
Okay.
just
Probably should
cut
do
up
that.
terribly.
Okay.
Here,
Anything else?
back,
Probably bacon in there.
punctured,
You don't worry about opening no windows.
No, I'm not touching it.
Just took it out.
It's fucking cold out here.
Cindy's body may be forensic
Ceilings.
evidence, but for now, investigators search the house for additional.
Unless you still more here.
The phone lines have been cut. It was pretty quickly rolled out. This was not a home invasion or a robbery.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna do this for
see, very
because I want to bring this stuff.
I found her.
I was gonna down to the station as soon as possible to find out what happened.
With no eyewitnesses, Pontiac police turned to those closest to Cindy to see if they had any idea who could have murdered her so brutally and why.
Mark Davis. So that's where we start.
So you were dating the guy?
Yeah. That wasn't bad. We go way back. It's a long story.
You have to tell me more.
In a blue-collar community, Cindy lived the life of a typical teen.
Cindy Capsule's my
I wish
best. I've known her since
Oh,
7th grade.
that's
She moved to Lake Orion. She was shy, but she was also very bubbly. She liked to tell jokes, cook. She never very easy to get along with. She was living with her mom by herself. All her siblings were older than her. So she was kind of like the light family.
Cindy lived for today. She never expressed any interest in anything else.
All that changes when Cindy meets high school classmate Mark Davis.
Mark Davis, a very sweet guy. He was a lot of fun. He was a jokester too, so that Mark and Cindy had a lot in common.
She loved Mark from the moment she met him. She always wanted to be with him. Cindy had a teddy bear that she named Mark. She slept with that teddy bear every night. I mean, she just totally was engrossed in Mark.
But their teenage love doesn't last.
Just go.
Being the first love, he was special to her, and you get that closeness, that sync, that little knot that ties you and binds you together. and it's tight and it won't let go. And I'm sure she hurt from that.
Though years have passed since Cindy and Mark went their separate ways, life in a small city can provide chance encounters.
Cindy? Cindy?
Mark!
Wow.
Hey! Yeah, can you take that?
Yes. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Diapers, huh? Miss us some kids.
I do. Yeah, I do.
How's that? Yeah?
It's exhausting.
And then I spent a lot of time with Cindy. She was in dire straits. And you could tell it wasn't good.
You look great.
You look beautiful. I'm sure she was looking for that energy that she would get feeling around Mark. I'm sure she missed it.
Do you want to catch up sometime? Yeah. What about now?
I got time.
Come on. We'll get you together ready.
All right.
So, how have you been?
Oh, I've been busy.
It doesn't take long for Mark and Cindy to rekindle the spark they felt as teenagers.
There's that chemistry. And if you don't have that chemistry, you're going to go looking for it. And she knew she had it with Mark. I didn't think I'd ever see you again.
Yeah, me too.
It's one of those special people in your life and you don't forget them. They touched your heart and they're going to stay there.
Mark's on and off relationships he is being detectives, but there's something about his behavior that's much more interesting.
Something's bothering me about this Mark. You got there at 4 a.m. You find Cindy, the mother of your child. You check for a pulse, and then leave?
And his response was he didn't know where the car was located. His description was he was trying to reach out to his friends as soon as possible.
Mark, how come there's no blood on you? Is there anyone you know in Harveston?
Investigators aren't satisfied with Mark's answers. There must be more to the story.
Come on, you need to work with us.
She was married before. He's an ex-spouse. There was anger to her somewhere.
The more they learn, the more complicated his story of lust and revenge will become.
This is a jigsaw puzzle, and when you lay out all the pieces and put them in, it makes a very clear picture.
Not yours.
I can turn anything into pillow. Those words? Not pillow. You stay late. You stay late. It's so easy. You take picture of the thing you love, or hate, then you upload website. You gotta cut it out. You pick the shot. Then you make the pillow. You can turn anything into pillow. All about vibe stuff.
They say Delco's a lot. A lot of local flavors. A lot of spirits. A lot of arts. A lot of festivals. A lot of history. A lot of history. A lot of nature. They say Delco's a lot, and they're right. Then visit DelcoPA.com.
Dad, I think the washer's done. Pause. Go check.
Nice try. It starts drying automatically. Whoa.
I've been down 1,000 trails. I've never found out that without faith, believe me, Mark Davis is feeling the heat. He has explained to police how he found his pregnant girlfriend brutally murdered in her own home. But his story seems shaky. He couldn't really account for his time. He found her, and then he left. And went all the way to Pioneer Township. It was hard to understand that. Still, there's no reason to detain him. After letting him go, police bring in the other man in Cindy's life, her ex-husband. At the age of 17, Cindy Thompson graduates from high school. Mark out a picture, a friend encouraged her to play music. We were always matchmaking each other. And I said, well, why don't you go over here? You know, I'm just going to get over Mark a little bit, you know, maybe start something a little different.
Hey, Cindy. This is Ken. This is Cindy.
Just surprise. Yeah, get him.
Ken Woodward could be a good fit for Cindy.
Talk back a little bit. He's a really nice guy and a caring person.
Not parties.
Not really much of a party.
Either.
7 years for senior. He has a steady job as a machinist and an air of maturity and stability.
She wasn't going to wait around forever. She's like anybody else. She wants love. She wants some relationship. She wants family. And she wasn't going to wait for Mark. So she found somebody that she could Kenny Woodward and get married. Then she started her own life.
Just months after they met, Ken and Cindy are married. Soon after, Cindy gives birth to their first child.
I was always smiling, fun to be around, making things for me to wear, taking a shot. First, he was thinking of us, our best interest.
2 years later, she welcomes her second child, Kenneth Jr. But the joy of marriage fades quickly. When Mark re-enters her life, it's the perfect excuse for Ken and Cindy to divorce.
But beautiful.
I think she was deeply in her heart. She always had that remark. High school sweetheart. Somebody.
Penniless but in love, Cindy moves in with her sister, Shirley Howell, near Pontiac. Her ex-husband Ken is awarded custody of their 2 children.
I believe my mom let my dad have us because we'd be better taken care of while she tried to get her life back together, get a house and all that.
Ken got custody of the kids, but Cindy was always there taking care of them when he was working.
Cindy does her best to keep things amicable.
Hey, you two. You'll have a good weekend?
But it's never easy being the one left behind.
Yeah. Thank you, Ken. I really appreciate it.
Come on, kids.
How did that make you feel, leaving you for Mark Davis?
Not exactly a happy feeling. He's an ex-spouse. It doesn't matter how long you've been divorced, separated, you're an ex. There was anger to a point somewhere.
Like Mark Davis, Ken remains a person of interest. But investigators need more background, so they turn to Cindy's best friend, Cheryl Hooker.
I was retired, scared, so hurt, so sad for Cindy. I tried to be truthful and honest in all aspects because they needed to know what was going on. They asked me who I thought could have done that.
Did you think that Mark would hurt Cindy?
Look, Mark likes to drink and he likes to party, but he's not a killer.
Mark was a wuss when it comes to blood. He could take seeing his own blood, but seeing somebody else's, he would literally vomit. He could be a gentle person, and
I could see how he acted with Cindy. He did love her.
Alright, I think I'm all done here. Thank you.
But Cheryl knows police haven't heard half the story.
Well, wait, I'm not done.
They needed to know all the information that I had to give them. That was telling them about a three-way love relationship, and that's what they're going to get.
Pontiac detectives continue to seek information about the brutal murder of Cindy Thompson. They have interviewed her boyfriend, Mark Davis, her ex-husband, Ken Woodward, and her best friend, Cheryl Hook.
Yeah.
And she thinks there's someone else they should be talking to.
Have you talked to Carol Saunders yet?
Who's Carol Saunders?
They needed to know all the information that I had to give them. And that was telling them about a three-way love relationship, and that's what they're going to get.
When Mark and Cindy rekindle their high school romance, it turns out another woman is already in the picture.
Carol, I believe, was raised in Birmingham. That's it's always considered kind of a money place, so it is not maybe not totally rich, but well-to-do.
Mark and Carol started dating together. They had a little place about a half a mile down the road from my place. She was much different than the clique that we grew up with.
She okay?
Pretty organized woman, pretty well educated. She kept Mark on a pretty short leash and, pretty much dictated what was going to go on in his life or her life.
Carol, there's someone else.
Are you kidding me?
I'm gonna fix
Carol came from a lot of money. Her family was very wealthy. And he wasn't going to lose his gravy train.
I gotta do something. I'm seeing someone else.
Oh.
Do you want to be with me?
Of course I do. I feel like I never left you. I don't want to hurt her either.
Cindy was not here in Guinea. She was going to stay with Mark no matter what.
Figure it out. Maybe so. I can wait a little longer.
She loved him. She had always loved him before. I had no idea. We asked her, I asked her that so many times she could never give me an answer.
Now they believe another suspect on their radar.
Miss Saunders, thanks for coming.
Just hours later, Carol Saunders is brought in for questioning.
Now, we brought you in because we understand there's a love triangle between yourself, Mark Davis, and the victim. You've had a relationship with Cindy.
There was no relationship. I hardly know her.
She denied having any contact with Cindy. I think her description was, I didn't see her since October. Cheryl Hooker said that you and Cindy had a fight. Sisters after you have a hearing coming up about that, don't you?
That never happened. I don't know why she said that. I have no idea where Cindy lives. But I'm confident it will be nothing.
Now, where is it?
Steve, my room, Steve was there. He came home from work. He saw me.
The long short of it is Carol's given an alibi that she wasn't there. She was nowhere near the house.
Carol is able to corroborate her alibi through her roommate.
Came into the station with Steve, her friend, who had been living with her for a week. And she said she was at home all night.
With Carol's alibi confirmed, investigators are left with little to work with. All those closest to Cindy have been interviewed, and the crime scene provides no clues as to who killed Cindy and why.
Addicting.
This was pretty methodical planning, and not only methodical in the planning as to how it was going to be carried out, but methodical in the sense that it was going to be covered up.
Yeah. You bastards.
A few weeks after her murder, Cindy is laid to rest in closed cast ceremony.
I remember sitting there at the funeral, closed casket up there, and going to the cemetery. I remember my brother knocking on the casket. I remember crying every night for years. All the what ifs. I wasn't there for.
Brief times heavy there as friends and family say goodbye.
Mark and Carol came together. Mark's husband and dad was there.
There are also some unexpected visitors.
I believe they were already there before we got there.
We would go to the funerals to see who's there, number one. And more important, see who's better. And concert, that's number two. And then reactions to people. Their look on their face. Their smile.
The odds of finding Cindy's killer look grim. The investigation gets an unexpected break.
Detective?
How can I help you, Mr.
After Tim After. I have some information on the Thompson murder. I was hired to kill Cindy.
I've been down 1,000 trails I've never walked before. And I found out that without fail, they lead me to your door. And the world keeps turning round. My heart's turning upside down. But you're still standing.
Keep coming back with professionals. Nice. I'm good.
This 2025 BN Sports Extra is jam-packed with the sports you love. More sports, more excitement, always free, 24/7. Interrupted by meditation.
That was perfect. Just after the murder, Cindy told Pontiac investigators received a jolt of adrenaline by way of a shocking admission from Tim Apker, Carol Saunders' roommate's ex-husband.
Timothy Apker was married to CD at one time, but they were in guy. You know, kind
I was hired to kill Cindy, but I couldn't obviously go through with it.
Who hired you?
Carol,
Tim Acker is friends with Carol, friends with Mark Davis. During the course of the relationship between Carol and Cindy, Tim becomes almost a confidant and sorts with Carol.
And Tim Apker has a tale to tell. After confessing his infidelities to both Carol and Cindy, the tension ramps up in the love triangle Mark Davis has created.
Tug of war. The girls tugging on Mark, but you know what? He liked that. He liked being that center of attention. Mark was kind of like out in his own little world at times. It was like, see what you're causing, see what you're doing. You're making these two women fight over you. It became a juggling game.
Mark continues to string the two women along until one day Cindy makes an unexpected announcement.
This is what she wanted. This was fruition, right? I'm sure she probably wished to have a child with Mark from the get-go.
Now Mark must finally make a choice.
Mark did that, okay, I got a kid coming. I gotta straighten up. I gotta do right. He knows Cindy.
I bought a housing hunt as a rental house. I told Cindy that she could just move in there and start making preparations for the baby.
Mark finally decided to step up, man, and Cindy and help her with the baby when the baby came.
Mark's pending move-in is exciting for Cindy, but for Carol, it's a disaster.
She was done playing games. She's obsessed. She doesn't want Cindy around. She didn't want that baby born.
Carol was upset with Mark's decision to move in with Cindy, and she thought that if she could get Cindy and the baby out of the picture, that she could have Mark to herself. Carol begins kind of slowly asking Tim for help and ideas on how to get rid of Cindy, get her out of the picture, and then becomes much more vivid and direct in saying that she needs him, Tim, to either find someone or to help her get rid of Cindy.
Investigators are interested in Timothy Apker's claims, but need hard evidence of these alleged exchanges.
It is decided that they will try to get a recorded conversation between himself and Carol discussing the murder. And it's set up that it's going to take place, I believe, at a restaurant. He agrees to wear a wire, tries to get her to talk.
You didn't tell anybody about that thing we talked about.
Yes, sir. Did you?
You know, that thing that you went in.
He's definitely trying to conversation to what happened. What you do, how you pull it off. He says, no, I don't want to talk about murder anymore. And Carol shoots back very pointedly, and she goes,
You're the one who keeps bringing it up.
she never says yes. I'm responding to one. It's really his job at that point is to Carol sometime after the murder to open up and discuss if he can. She at no point says, aha, I did it.
The wiretap is a failure. Our is hearsay, and Carol Saunders is off the hook. With all leads dried up, the case is at a dead end. Police need evidence, and it has to be solved. Things continue to mess with it.
It's not right. And it's not anybody. So I just kept poking around.
Hi, is this Mrs. Walker?
I'm just trying to find out information to help control the person with my best friend and her baby. And I said I'm not going to give up, and I found Sheila Walker.
I was wondering if you knew Cindy Halpin? Someone talked to you.
Sheila Walker babysits for one of Cheryl's, and she has a story to tell about Mark, Carol, and Cindy.
Saw something in regards to Cindy?
2 nights before the murder, Sheila Walker was when I tried to get home and watch this whole, shouting match going on Cindy's porch.
You didn't think I know you did?
Sheila will tell everything she remembers, the art interest.
She picked out a picture of Carol,
Not yours.
and she says that's the one who was arguing with the guy at the girl on the door. I said, okay. And then Sheila, I said, would you be willing to go and tell us to the police? I said, I'll pick you up and take you down there if it makes you feel more comfortable. I said, I'm not afraid to go talk to him.
Cheryl tells the little, but the new information is no news.
It didn't go nowhere or nothing, and it's like, okay, so on to the next thing.
A few weeks later, Dar's retired, and the case goes on the back burner.
The case went cold because there just wasn't enough physical evidence. It just so many other things to do with the state. I'm sure they had many more cases.
As for Carol Saunders, she exchanges Michigan winters for life in sunny Florida, where she soon marries and changes her last name to Each. As the years pass, multiple tips continue to circle back to the case. Eventually, the Pontiac police are assigned to detectives Jane Walton to reopen the investigation. Starting over, detectives first meet with Walker, the woman who observed the argument on Cindy's porch 2 days before the murder.
These people. These people. You saw them on the porch. I'm positive.
You had witness identified a few days or a very short time before the murder, Carol arguing with Cindy on the porch. And she described it as an argument, not a discussion. Carol said that she had no contact with Cindy since about October. So, over time, to tell a lie, you've got to either keep that lie going forward consistently.
He's not yours.
Otherwise, it's going to get picked apart.
As Carol again formed her decision, a man named Alfred appears at the Pontiac police station.
Alfred Mallet described himself as the boyfriend of Carol. Carol also described him as her boyfriend. They had lived together for a period of time.
He thought she was a manipulative, cold person. But years after I think they split up, she left a box of her belongings at his house. I think you might be interested in this.
Ron, what's your favorite book? No more questions about books, please. Can we just stick to the game? Yeah, I get it. I mean, you may have heard some rumors about the books I've been reading, but the truth is, sometimes I'm playing Royal Kingdom. Yeah, but no. I mean, is all about Royal Kingdom. It always has been. Quality healthcare always offers access to doctor-trusted treatments for hair loss and weight loss with 100%.
That was fucking young.
Questions about your health.
Well done.
Provider in hours and outputs. You can get personalized Get started today at Hims.com.
Send in the king! I honestly, wildly inappropriate. I'm breathing the same air as around me.
I'm having a hard time finding the words.
That's crazy. This is more important than swearing, so let's get started.
That's Eliza.
I'm gay. So what?
I'm really gay.
All aboard. Your one-stop ship.
Oh, well, thanks.
Sharks. All Sharks has arrived. It's all sharks. All the time.
Not long after detectives restart the investigation into Cindy Thompson's murder, Carol Saunders' ex-boyfriend emerges with a box of her belongings, which could be the biggest break yet.
Years after I think they split up, she left a box of her belongings at his house. And he discovered in this box a knife, and he had some hammers.
Alfred Mallett's items are submitted to the Michigan State Crime Lab.
Shark.
The results are disappointing. No traces of Cindy's DNA are found on the weapon.
It'd be much better to have a weapon with blood on it and stuff. You know, that's great for anybody. But that wasn't in evidence.
The investigation continues, and detectives send crime scene photos to the Oakland County Chief Medical Examiner for another review.
Our Oakland County medical examiner, he happened to pick up one picture and said, "That's a heck of a bite mark." And I said, "What?" I looked at this thing and I'm going, well, when I looked at it, I said, "Yeah, it looks like a bite mark."
It was important for the case because, everybody's teeth are different, like your fingerprints.
Detectives already have evidence of teeth indentations from several people, including Carol Saunders and Mark Davis.
That's up here. To take some of the bite evidence that was discovered on Cindy's body, the bite mark specialist identified a unique pattern.
But he went to it fit. So, armed with that information, he gave it on to the prosecutor, and he went with that.
The positive match to Carol Saunders, now Carol Eaton, is the long-awaited break in the case, and investigators are finally ready to make their move. Carol is arrested in Florida on April 30th and brought to Michigan to stand trial for murder. In December 1993, Carol's trial begins in Oakland County, Michigan. Although she maintains her innocence, the prosecution presents a theory of what happened to Cindy Thompson. Mark and Carol spend the day together, and when evening falls, she opens several bottles of wine and encourages him to drink heavily.
Carol got Mark's house done. Guessed out. Got the keys. She knew where the house was. and let herself in. That's why there's no fourth end.
Once inside, all Carol had to do.
Cindy home by 11:30. She might walk in. Lock the doors up because, she's a lady by herself and she's locking the doors up. Make yourself secure. Goes upstairs. Boom. Got slaughtered. Then, as a kiss-off, she got bit.
Mom came to the house at 5 in the morning and opened up the house and discovered her.
After a 15-day trial, a jury finds Carol guilty of first-degree murder.
She's off the street. She can't hurt anybody else. I don't have my friend. She doesn't have a life anymore. She's in jail.
After 15 years with no answers, Cindy Thompson's friends and family finally have a conviction. But so many lives have been shattered, and there is no rationalization for such evil.
Why? Why would you do that? As somebody's mother, somebody's sister. And what if somebody had done it to you? I don't understand. You ripped my mother away from me. You didn't just you thought about yourself and that was it. You didn't think of the consequences, how it affected everybody else for the rest of your life. I got married with no mother, graduated with no mother. All my kids, they'll never meet grandma.
Just having my best friend, being able to think about her and have her pull up in my driveway and just be able to talk to her. That I miss the most.
She's never far from
I miss her. I wish I had my friend back. More than anything. She should have been able to live her life with her baby. And raise them with her other two. They always loved each other. And she never got to. I just couldn't think about her keeping that.
Oops.
It's a small Ohio town.
Why is it like that? It's beyond belief, imagination, expression. Whoever did it knew what they were doing. It's brutal.
Some fear the work of a satanic cult, but others believe that evil lurks closer to home.
Who is it?
These were people who were defending the man who felt for the family. Works for justice.
I could stay like this all day.
Yeah, me too.
Teenagers Todd Schultz and Annette Cooper Johnston have been dating for just 6 months. that they are already living under the same roof.
And that was my oldest daughter. And she thought that they got her down in such a bad grade. She had to excel.
Todd would probably be the creative one of the family, the sensitive one, the artist. He loved photography, drawing, he loved painting. It didn't seem normal to me to have a girl my brother's dating living with. But I guess the consensus of the family, Todd and Nat, was if they loved each other, that's good enough for them.
But below the surface of this young romance, tension is simmering.
Stay here. Stay in Logan.
Her whole idea was to be able to go to college, and he was holding her back.
How many times do we have to go over this? I can't just.
I know. I think it worked. Todd and Annette were mismatched. Todd was crazy about it. But, you know, they were really very different kids and getting ready to go different paths in their lives.
I'm so sick of going over this. What did you say to her, Todd? Nothing. She just ran out of here.
The next morning, the Schultz family awakens to an eerie silence.
Todd's bed was still made. The Net's bed had not been slept in. I knocked on my mother's door and informed her that Todd and Annette had not come home that evening.
This isn't the first time Todd and Annette have stayed out overnight. But something feels different for Sandy Schultz.
Everything good?
Yeah, I
Do it look like it leaked anymore?
Huh?
Do it look like it leaked anymore?
No, but it looks like it's going through it. I mean, it's like definitely where you have that moppy head thing. It's like it's depressed. Hold it up. Standing there, sitting trying to right. I don't have the keys down yet. Fuck this. I'm standing up in the step. And then here's something. I'm like, wait. This is a really weird noise. I don't know what the fuck it is. So, no sooner did I get in to the thing, I stepped up on the thing, stepped inside, shut the door, the black plastic there, right in the step, right down the side of the thing. I'd have gotten fucking soaked. Just saying. So, I made it in just in time, so I didn't get soaked.
That was fun.
Oh my god! And I'm like, he's probably sitting there watching me. He's probably watching me. Fuck these keys, can't do that.
Have you remembered yet the black and the?
I don't want to talk about it. I'll figure it out. I did a lot of thinking today.
Oh, I mean, respectfully, just please don't take it out on me either way.
Sandy called.
Oh.
The kids are missing.
Good come. I put a couple flowers in a pot. Come over there. And I put pastas in a pot.
There is still no sign.
Yeah. 1, 2, 4. 4 pots with half of it.
They'll be happy they'll expand and fucking blow up.
Yeah, it'd be nice because I would get a big one, you know? Or something. Give some away, keep the little ones.
I clean the screen with this thing. Holy shit, look at the difference.
Mm-hmm.
And the deputy saw something in the river. And as they got closer, they dislodged it from the banks. They saw it was human torture.
Oh, is that plastic hanging? That's the plastic.
I just want to shake all the water on the corner.
It's what I was Laura. I have opinion.
I think we have something down the way here.
Huh?
Sure, take a picture.
Yeah, I would have if I had my phone.
Oh wow, you left the phone.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
How am I gonna do shit if I got my phone? Mm. Don't worry, I'll go back to it. It's not yet.
They suspected that it was them, but they weren't sure.
I have a bunch of flowers that are still out on the bench.
Todd and Annette's families.
I'll be right back. I'll pot them up. See what kind of pots. Bag.
For the Johnstons.
Oh, yeah, I'm actually on.
You're actually gonna go up?
Dale offered to bring in photos that would help identify the remains he had found.
These are the best potatoes ever. You see that? My fingernail dirt is just digging in the dirt. And yes, I made potato chips. But they're so yummy.
Grand search.
Well, the torches were found in the river. Investigators look around, they saw that there was a path that broke leading into the interior of the cornfield.
That's when we indicated the area of the corn that had been bashed down. You can smell the body of it coming up through the hole. Have this whole area blocked off. We began digging up the sites. Found the heads, arms, and legs. The heads were positioned side by side.
The new finds confirm Todd and Annette as the victims, and the condition of the bodies suggests something more than murder.
One of the torsos had a slice on the abdomen area. It was kind of cross-shaped.
Additionally, there was some mutilation to the bodies, to the extent that I really don't feel comfortable getting into details about. And whoever did it knew what they were doing.
Law enforcement shifts into overdrive.
Want to put that stuff in a bag?
What?
Spreads and
I didn't hear you.
wild rumors.
What's up?
I'd never heard of satanic worshipers in Hocking County, but all of a sudden everybody said yes, it was common.
Is it possible that some kind of demonic cult is hiding in plain sight?
A lot of people said it's true that we could live a normal lifestyle.
They say Delco's a lot of local flavors, a lot of spirits, a lot of arts, a lot of festivals, a lot of history, a lot of Main Street, a lot of nature. They say Delco's a lot, and they're right. Learn more and visit DelcoPA.com.
You know what they say? Get out. What you put in. I'm 2 steps ahead, then you step ahead. New game, same dedication. No hands, no never. I don't even need Wi-Fi. You think this is a game? It is.
I'm back.
Treating tension means that you do not put anything on a pedestal. I have no romance to sell.
Because I have a little snack before I go
now. And what is overpriced and underpriced?
You miss snack. And what else we came from?
Is the perfect place to listen to
Still
the
there?
non-TikTok songs living rent-free in your head. From your
Welcome.
4K TV screen.
Um,
Enjoy all your favorites and more on TikTok Radio. Start
I put a couple
streaming
of
today.
potted plants out there too.
We're gonna play this guy hard or soft.
Depends on how many flights is there. Actually have to go up.
Mm-mm.
Keep getting lost around here. I need you alive, Elvis. I need you dead.
Baba. Mm-mm. Come on. Come here. Come here. Good girl. Come here. Hello. To my lovely love. She's in heat. It's awful. Then back and forth there.
Discovery of the dismembered bodies of teenagers.
From the moment that the bodies were found,
Chips.
people
Some of my favorite chips.
People started buying guns.
With all the chip companies out there,
The local
a
Halloween
good plain chip.
canceled.
It's always good to have that in your back pocket.
Quite scary. They had
Not the chip. Just the idea of a really good.
The pressure is intense as police focus on those closest to the young couple.
I want to thank you both for taking the time to sit down with me today. I only have a couple of questions.
We don't read 100% law enforcement. We went in for questioning. We answered questions freely.
So, besides the fact it's freezing outside,
Police to try to find
putting hostage in, and I got some other pretty flowers from the greenhouse that
because of Dale.
I'm putting them together in pots and stuff.
Her stepfather.
Whoops. I'm trying to drink that with the cat.
Jeanette not only wanted to be with Todd, she wanted to get away from her stepfather.
The puzzle piece that did it to us was Dale Johnson. Come to find out what had happened. Why Annette moved out because of her being uncomfortable with Dale. His actions towards her at the house.
Todd told us that Dale was doing unnatural things to her.
You okay?
You're not as dead.
Right.
Now, just that said, though, or whether or not that was true. We need to come downtown and clarify some of these points in the future, but for right now, that's all we need. Thank you very much.
The Schultz's suspicions may be on target. There's something about Dale that caught law enforcement's attention from the start.
The photograph that Dale turned over to the police, several of them showed Annette without clothes, including one with her naked holding a shotgun.
That's not normal. It's not normal behavior for a grown man to be carrying something like that.
I don't think I've ever taken a naked picture of me holding a shotgun. Not a big fan of the shotgun. Any gun for that matter. It's alright for protection, but
Yeah, since I'm
yeah.
questions,
Or if we go shooting skeet, that's kind of fun.
No, that's okay. You didn't think you needed a lawyer. You didn't think you needed to remain silent. He thought that all he needed to do was tell the truth to the police, and that would set him free. Why would a grown man be walking around with pictures of a naked adolescent girl?
You guys were looking for markings to identify the bodies. I just wanted to help. That's why I gave you the pictures.
On both head would show distinct, perhaps birthmarks on her back that could be matched with the torsos that they had. He had no thought in some way. Dale, I know you raped her. So why don't you just confess and make it easier for all of us? She was my daughter, Steph. And Dale repeatedly denied.
I'll be going back outside in a little while.
The officer involved said, well, there's blood on your boots. I'm going to need you to take those off. I'm going to need to take those off.
Or maybe not. Maybe I'll just work in the living room.
I'm going to need your shirt and jeans.
The living room. Got my stuff for it. Put it all back in boxes. I did the other room, which is much easier where our clothes are. Kind of tidied that up.
They were getting married.
Dirty clothes over there. The clothes over there. We're getting done. Takes a while. I don't have my own washer and dryer in here. Well, I do, but I don't have the water to run it, so I don't have that. But that's alright, because
Incest of the homicide. We know
I figured
you're
it out.
the killer. Dale just
Still
said
want to
no.
see
After Dale's interrogation, they had nothing. They needed a witness. They had to find a witness.
It doesn't take long for them to find one.
And I got a witness.
Thanks for coming back in. Record this session.
So was anybody else doing anything awesome today? Going on a family trip, taking your beau out to eat. What's going on? What are we doing?
And Steve had mentioned that he had seen someone approach two teenagers, someone that maybe forced them in a car or something.
Let's go back.
I have some business to take care of tomorrow, so I have to go over the hill. I'll be back on in a day or two.
Well, we're going to put you under hypnosis, and you might remember more
I gotta
details.
get all my ducks in a row. So I gotta do, and you know how hard it is to get ducks in a row because they're all like walking around, quack, 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 quack. And not enough.
And eventually the story Dale Johnston in the area of his disappearance on the day the kids went off for the war. Would you say that correctly your parents?
Now, police have eyewitness testimony placing Dale with the couple in Logan on October 4th, in addition to the potentially disturbing photographs. As they continue to build their case, they make another discovery.
So most they found along the bank were the footprints that were cast and taken to evidence.
Could they belong to Dale Johnston?
The footprint was found was submitted to the lab for analysis along with the proofs that we got from Dale. And the castings and the boot went to the anthropologist.
She was willing to testify that it was as unique as a fingerprint, and it definitely put Dale in the cornfield.
At this point, investigators believe they have a theory of what happened on October 4th.
Police theory is that Dale had an incestuous relationship with Annette, that he was in a rage, he was very angry that Annette had left and moved in with Todd Schultz.
Mama.
Dale saw Annette and Todd. Took him back to his farm, where he killed both of them. Then he took the bodies, cut them, threw the torsos in the river, and then buried the rest in the middle of the cornfield.
It's a compelling version of events, but it's about to get much more complicated.
More complicated than an incestual relationship, and you kill her and the boyfriend. Oh, that's pretty alarming. Yes, me.
They say Delco's a lot. A lot of spirits. A lot of arts. A lot of festivals. A lot of history.
Hey, how many of you guys going to festivals this year? Please don't watch. What?
They say Delco's a lot, and they're right. Learn more and visit DelcoPA.com. What's the
That was weird.
Well, you've had enough. Gotta take action.
I did things.
They understand your position, and yet nothing changes.
Should be going back. Just cleaning the bathroom, which is so awesome. It really stinks. There's a lot of stuff that I just can't do right now. So it's nice to do stuff so I can take care of it. Awesome. It's a good man. Good man.
Catch the costumes. Grab the cash. What would you do with $50,000? Spend it.
Spend it? What would you do with $50,000? Oh, I don't know. For vacation.
24 hours a day. Wow. Goodness. With the Let's Make a Deal channel. That's what I'm talking about. Playing Brady hosts. You're damn right.
Watch Let's Make a Deal. Now streaming free on Roku.
We're in the fight business. All kinds of fighting goes on here. Give that kid a contract! There's no oxygen in the UFC. The sickness is real.
UFC. BKFC. Johnny Knuckles stopped in yelled last night. The BKFC fighter. He's from Scotland, I think, across the pond, in that area. He's really cool.
Now, investigators.
Last time I talked to him was like March, and he was training.
Annette's stepfather, Dale Johnston.
He looked real good.
Dale wasn't from around there, and the police didn't know him, and they thought that he had the means and the motive to do such a crime.
Their most compelling evidence may be the photos that Dale gave to police.
The photographs that Dale turned over showed the men without clothes.
Alright,
But
cut it out,
Dale
guys.
didn't think anything about it.
That's not normal. It's not normal behavior for a grown man to be carrying something like that.
But Dale's wife may have an explanation.
Just what last night? We were sleeping naked in the tents. There's some kids trying to break into the barn, so
Dale went out to stop him from going in the barn.
And then she just ran out with a shotgun and said, "Shoot him, Daddy."
And she was holding her gun so she could give it to her dad if he needed it. And the next day, because it was so funny and cute, we recreated the picture.
Really innocent.
I will buy it. The Red Church is not going to buy it.
I can't help that. It's the truth.
They said that it proved that we didn't live a normal lifestyle. They're using that to have proof that Dale had incest with the nun because she was naked and we took a picture of her.
You can't really do that anymore.
More than a year after
Oh, look who's back.
Dale Johnston stands trial.
Oh, you got bleach all over your pants.
Comes to a standstill.
That's the other thing. It's always just fucking splatter.
It's over the knee.
I know.
Yeah, it's okay. We can re-dye them.
This is dirt.
Oh, okay.
That's from the other day.
Okay. Okay.
So I got to go to the kitchen.
Kitchen? Ah! I'm gonna make those my chips. I'll be right back.
I don't got to.
Yeah, I can smell it. Do I need to check that out?
Yes, I did. He said that he thought that probably what they had done was against the Bible. I didn't know what to make of it.
The prosecution's case was a three-legged stool.
It smells so much better than
You
that.
had the police officer's testimony about what Dale admitted to.
Good job, man.
The second leg was the hypnotically induced eyewitness testimony. And the third thing was the testimony about
What window? Why?
the defense.
Circulates through the house.
The evidence is circumstantial. It doesn't preclude any reasonable theory of innocence.
Oh, this is down for a second.
The deliberation of that period of 22 hours.
Both sides wait with bated breath, unsure of the outcome,
Very cold.
but certain they know
It's
the
an air
truth.
cream.
Look
Look at refreshing.
And even with all the rumors that were going on, he still believes that the law would protect him.
It was kind of surreal because these were people who were defending the man we had a family member. Where was the justice?
I got that all hooked up.
Ready to put in.
The panel. By the defendant.
Yeah, like even if you were to take that one big board,
I'm gonna put that right.
you put that and then put the lilac column there, and it'll hold larger area.
Yeah, right next to like
The three-judge panel.
Yes.
4 hours to reach a verdict.
for the board there, but that's technically, and I'll hold it up. That'll hold it because we might actually have to beat that front piece before we put it in we'll make it square.
The panel.
Yeah.
I'm actually gonna go out there and have you
By the
actually
defendant.
help me put that up before you leave. So it's easier. It's just
Aggravated
holding it up.
No, it's not too hard. I might be able to handle it. I think if you explain it to me 3 more times.
It was the climax of what had happened. That Justice had been.
Is it warm in the camper?
Huh?
Is it warm in the camper?
Yes. It's extremely warm in there.
Good.
And it was nice and warm in here until you made me open the window. It's alright.
The circulation.
Let's circulate the leak.
Open airways too.
After sentencing,
I need them
Dale
open.
was transported to Ohio's death row. He's locked in an
No.
individual cell where he's kept for more than 23 hours a day.
But Dale's defense team doesn't give up. They keep private investigator Bud Walker working on the case.
We started looking into who these kids were, where they had gone, and what happened to them.
And he uncovers new information about the day Todd and Annette were missing.
Morning.
Hi.
Hi. I'm Bud Walker doing a little bit of investigative work.
West Logan, they found a woman who had a yard sale and claimed that Todd had put $5 down for a table.
Hey, is this table for sale?
Yes.
How much is it?
It's $5.
I think I have. Here you go.
Great, thanks.
Yeah, we'll get into that picking up later.
Perfect.
You like it?
Why are you getting a table?
It's for our apartment.
Sweet.
It's our apartment, so
As his defense team continues to build their case for an appeal, Dale does his best to help from death row. One day, he has an epiphany.
Got any information on my health? Okay, start at the beginning. What do you remember? There
Watch
were
out for those
father and
epiphanies.
son neighbors of Dale's, and Dale remembered talking to them, but they couldn't confirm the day.
I remembered that the father was angry at his son because he was late.
Okay. Yeah, the jury.
Right.
Dale had remembered that the son was late, and the father was mad, and they had a huge argument.
And the reason he was late is because he was at the feed store buying feed.
Feed store, okay.
Yeah, well, I think there might be a record of that transaction.
Great. Thanks a lot. I'll talk to you, all right?
Thanks, but I
All right,
appreciate it.
If the father and son can corroborate this new memory, could they serve as Dale's alibi on the day of the murders?
Well, the son remembered, hey, I remember that. I remember I was late. I remember the argument. And I was late because I was getting feed. And I remember how much I bought. I bet they have a record of when I picked it up.
And when the defense team visits the feed store, they find exactly what they need.
Sure enough, the records proved that it was October 4th, the day that Annette and Todd went missing. And the woman who sold the kids a coffee table really strengthened Dale's alibi.
With new information in hand, Dale's defense team submits an appeal. And 2 years after his conviction,
Thanks, bud. I appreciate everything.
Dale Johnston will have another day in court. In 1986, the Court of Appeals overturns Dale's conviction and grants a new trial. But when the final pieces of evidence against Dale are ruled inadmissible, the state's case falls apart.
The prosecution has no option other than to dismiss the case. So in May of 1990, Dale Johnston is a free man.
But not everyone celebrates his release.
So, Dale's free, but at the same time, he's not innocent. Because after all, you can frame the guilty man.
Some believe that a brutal killer has been set free on that night.
Devastating to the family. It was almost as painful as finding out they would be killed. We trusted the justice system, and we felt it was letting us down. And realized that this man was going to live the rest of his life free after having killed 2 people.
But if Dale Johnston didn't murder Annette and Todd,
Wow.
At Avis, we rent
cars.
Cars.
You have a chance.
Yeah.
You have a chance to think about it. You can get that.
Oh, okay, so I got time. Why do you ask me so far in advance? You think I have like plans to go somewhere or something? Look at that. Somebody's blowing your phone up.
Oh, it's that he got told somehow for messaging on my live last Sunday, so it blocked him.
Remember to turn it inside out to protect sequence.
Really?
Can I put it in the dryer?
That's awful.
The icon on the tag says no.
Oh, thank goodness I asked. You're just saying data.
What shit is that?
This is free 24/7.
Still had no book.
I got nothing to lose.
Ready? Come.
You can just sit there and chill out. You should just stay like that. That's like doing nothing. It's long enough.
This is not how things get broken. Things get broken when people don't focus and you drop things.
Step over the wire again.
I'm not doing nothing. I just moved down. And why do you care? Why do you care if I move or not?
Because
I didn't move to do anything. I didn't touch anything. Said micromanage. No. It's all good. See, turned out fine. No harm, no foul. Everybody's good.
Yeah, that's part of it. Cinema classics.
Dale Johnston has walked the streets of Fremantle
No
for
shit.
25 years. Many in the town of Logan, Ohio, believe he was released from death row on a technicality. But at a state unexpected development will break this case wide open.
Thanks.
In the years between 2006, he had been sent to prison 2 or 3 more times, spent about half those years in state prison.
Chester, I'm here. What's this about? Alright. I asked you here today because what's this about? You remember several years ago when we were close to those 2 young kids?
That morning, Todd and Annette had a fight. All right. And Todd comes down and goes after Annette.
Sure.
Well, this walked those tracks, crossed the trestle bridge, and got off the tracks in West Logan.
$5.
And then they found the yard sale. There you go.
Great, thanks.
Won't be that out of the net came by and put some money on a coffee table. Of course, they never collected.
And then Todd and Annette went to Kenny Linscott's house.
The day it happened, I was hanging out with my buddy Kenny, and we were partying all day, getting high.
They hung out.
Todd, what's up, man? Kenny, I'm good, I see. Hey, Chester, bring this guy a beer.
That's freaking see, man.
Todd knew Kenny from school. Here. Kenny was, he was a rough character, but Kenny's not. Good. Right?
Chester McKnight happened to be at the Linscott house.
Yes.
He was there all day. When Todd and Annette came over, he found her to be very pretty, very attractive.
You pretty. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful out there when you have, only 2 eyes instead of 3. Shit.
Let's get out of here.
McKnight says, hey Kenny, let's take these young people, let's go out in the field and party some more.
2.
We went down to the cornfield. Took the party loose.
About that white man?
They go out into the field. And Chester decides it's time for a little sex. And Todd
Hey, come out, man. Get out.
He came after me, started screaming at me, telling me to back off, knock it off, that kind of thing. I don't like being yelled at when I'm sober, but I went drunk and high. I just lost it, and I shot him.
And that goes crazy.
You killed him.
Come on, man. Kenny held the body while Chester cut them up with the machete. And but police saw it mutilation for just sloppy dismemberment.
Chester tells Linscott to take care of the rest. Says he left him, never went back.
Why did you do it? Partying all day, trying to get high on my horse. I barely knew where I was, let alone what I was saying or doing.
It was as simple and as banal as that. All these years of thinking it was some, rituals or incest, just some strange dudes who were high and got rebuffed by a young woman that they wanted, who it turned into murder.
Chester McKnight pleads guilty to murder and receives a life sentence. Kenny Lynn Scott pleads guilty to gross abuse of a corpse and is sentenced to 6 months in prison. For the Schultz family, the truth changes everything.
My sister summarized it by saying, I feel like somebody just shook up my snow globe. And that's how it felt. You believe something for 26 years, and in about 15 minutes, I went from believing that Dale Johnson had killed these 2 young people to being 90 to 95% sure that he may have been innocent of this crime.
After all those years, these guys confessed.
Did I give you a dab?
Yes, you did.
Wow.
Thank you.
In this case, everyone from the
I'm okay right
police
now.
to the prosecutors to the judges bought into this fantasy that Dale Johnson was the killer. They wanted to find something to quell the fears of the town. And for 25 years, they believed that it worked, except it was all wrong.
I think Dale does find some satisfaction in that he doesn't have the cloud of suspicion still hanging over him. He wasn't sure he would live to see that.
No.
It's been 35 years since Todd and Annette were killed. And through all this, I think too often people tend to forget that that's 2 lives that never got a chance to live out what they could have been, what they could have done.
Excuse me?
I started gardening
Let's have light placing all the way.
to not only experience what it's like to grow and eat the food that we grew,
To the back,
but
y'all.
also the memories
Yeah, I guess
that are
so.
sure to come as growing. Epic gardening means everyone
Let me get out of here.
and I couldn't agree more. I am a firm believer that you don't have to have everything there is to become best to begin your journey. Today is always the best day to start.
To the anguish of the killers. That most prehistoric world come forward. That's all the T-Rexes that ever were. It's pretty enormous. Uncover your favorite documentaries. On Telenos 24/7, streaming now. What's your relationship with Cherry? Long standing. Yes! Keep going. Look, we don't need to see what you can see now. 5, 6, 7, 8. What do you think happened with that? I think it's this. Yeah. Trash raccoon. Trash raccoon. You're a little raccoon roaming around the kitchen. Dude, look at it. I'm building muscles just building. Who plays you in the biopic? I'm the one, because I don't think anybody can hold a candle to the man himself. That's what's up. That's called confidence.
When a body washes up in the Kentucky River, an eerily accurate premonition drives detectives straight into the arms of a perfect suspect.
It was obvious they were suspecting me.
Except for one big problem.
I remember looking at my husband and saying, well, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. She's only got one leg.
Physically, it seemed really improbable that this 98-pound handicapped woman could kill and
get rid of the body of a man that's almost 200 pounds.
But sometimes the improbable is possible, especially when the deck is stacked against you.
Yeah, I regretted it before I said it.
Miss King, how do you put it?
Now they'll never be caught.
The sleepy countryside that stretches east of Louisville, Kentucky, is studded with rolling green hills and small country towns.
Out at where we live, it's just a little bitty town, probably 1,500 to 2,000 people.
It's the kind of place where everyone knows everyone.
All right, let's try this one here.
38-year-old plumber Kyle Breeden has lived here most of his life.
Y'all call him Kyle Breeden, but everybody called him Beanie. Yeah. I don't know how he got stuck with the word Beanie, but that's what he was always called. I never knew to be called anything else.
That's a small shaper you got.
And it kind of fit him because he was such a comic. He was so funny.
Everybody kind of knew him just because they thought he was so cute and everything. He had a nice build.
He came from a really good family too.
Yeah, that's just big as the other one. Heard that. Beautiful.
So when Dean goes missing in late October of 1998, half the town of Shelbyville joins in the search.
While we were looking for him, just desperately looking for him, I prayed really hard. And I asked God to show me where Dean was. And God showed me something in my head. He just put the picture in my head of this muddy water that was rushing by and weeds sticking up out of it. I said, I think we need to look in water, in a river or a creek or a lake or something. I should have kept my mouth shut, I guess, and not said anything about it. If I could go back, I would have said it.
She's home first. So you were the one that made the phone call? Are you fishing down here?
I walk down here every morning. There's never anybody here.
It's here that the body had been thrown off the Gratz River Bridge. The fishermen discovered him off to the side near the river banks.
It says here his name's Kyle Breeden. Lived in Shelbyville.
He was shirtless. He had a pair of blue jeans on and a pair of white sneakers. And he had a guitar cable or a coaxial cord wrapped around his legs. The guitar cable was intertwined with the brick.
Kyle Breeden had been reported missing by his parents 10 days earlier. Kentucky State Police hope the autopsy will reveal the clues the river cannot provide.
Mr. Breeden had 2 non-exiting bullet wounds in his head. He also had cocaine in his system. The bullets found in his skull were 2 .22 Magnum bullets. He had a graze mark as well. It wasn't clear if that was created from a bullet or from just being in the water. The bullets found in his skull had some type of fibrous material that surrounded the bullets, but at that time we were unaware where that fiber came from. It was mysterious. It was suggested that there was an object between Mr. Breeden and the gun going off. A good example of that would be putting a pillow between the gun and the person that's being shot. That would result in a fibrous material being found in the bullet.
State police spread out over Shelby County and interviewed Kyle's friends, family, and acquaintances. But Breeden is a difficult victim to track. He was a plumber with little set routine and a revolving circle of friends. It takes nearly a year for investigators to finally construct a loose timeline of his last day alive.
Earlier in that day, he had gone to a check cashing place in a silver car. And then he cashed the check for $250. Kyle didn't own a car, and so nobody was able to figure out who drove the silver car and whose silver car it was. And so that was a big part of the mystery. We didn't know who took him to get the check cashed, and we didn't know who was with him that morning.
What they do know is the identity of the last person to speak with Kyle Breeden the night before he went missing.
Thank you.
Investigators gather all of Mr. Breeden's phone records. Hey, Dee, it's Susan. And the last person that Mr. Breeden spoke to that day was Susan King.
The couple had recently ended their volatile 2-year relationship.
What you up to? Susan had a restraining order against Kyle at the time. Their relationship was pretty violent.
Get out of here!
You out of your mind? What's going on? You're crazy. I'm not drunk.
She didn't really have an alibi. She can't account for every moment of that night when Mr. Breeden went missing. Detectives spoke to many people, and many theories were circulating in that small town. Some of them involving Susan.
The name just keeps popping up. Interesting.
And investigators are determined to check out one rumor in particular.
An individual came forward and heard that Susan had 2 bullet holes in her kitchen floor.
I was very alarmed when I saw them, and she moved her chair over and yeah, I would take my mind off.
They have a violent on-again, off-again relationship. The police officers also have that there are 2 bullet holes in Miss King's house, and that she can't account for every moment of that night when Mr. Breeden went missing. So they have 3 things that point towards Susan at that time.
Almost a year after Kyle Breeden's body was fished out of the Kentucky River, detectives paid Susan Jean King a visit at home.
The cops knocked on my door. I let them in. I didn't have anything to hide, you know.
Miss King?
Yes, sir?
I've got a couple more questions about Mr. Breeden.
This season looks like, smells like, feels like Spring Forward on the Dove Channel.
It kicks. It slices. It punches. And it takes no away. Watch El Rey Rep on the Roku channel. How can empathists be fair?
They might think, hey, we just need more doctors, but that's not really it. Russian Scampia shows you where it starts, where it ends.
Were you really willing to risk that job? Yes.
Sunday's favorite festival, Wake the Giant.
There it is. Stream anytime. CBC News. Great guests, great stories, and some of my favorite people.
Incredibly good. I'm not gonna watch it. I just didn't tell.
How do you know that? Because we've done research. Come on, guys! Best of our time. Join me on the Grand North Show channel for non-stop classic North.
The cinema of the season is upon us.
You're unbelievable! This guy is next level! Oh, this place is going nuts!
This is the show that never ends. Everybody struggled last year. Hopefully we can recover.
Every blue fish is as good as gold.
Let's go!
Hi, Miss King.
Yes, sir.
We have a couple more questions about Mr. Breeden.
When you show up at my door, I'm gonna invite you in.
Detectives from the Kentucky State Police have spoken with the 39-year-old hairdresser before, but there are several issues they still want to discuss regarding the murder of Kyle D. Breeden, namely her strangely accurate premonition about the location of his body.
Tell me a little bit about that premonition you had.
Yes, I prayed and prayed and prayed about it. God showed me something in my head. He just put the picture in my head of just the muddy water that was rushing by. Something just kept telling me to look in a river, a lake, a stream, or something like that. I told him to pray, and my vision wasn't true. And it wasn't really a vision, it was just the Lord.
Okay. Don't you think that seems a little convenient?
I'm not crazy. God just answers prayers sometimes. He started drinking.
A premonition alone isn't enough to prove guilt. Police need solid evidence, and now, thanks to a tip, they may be on the verge of getting it.
I had a woman come visit me the other day. She said something about some bullet holes in your kitchen floor.
Yes, sir. There are. They said they heard there was some bullet holes in my house. And I said, well, yeah, there is. I'll show them to you.
Yeah, that'd be great.
That does strike me odd, but I mean, my husband handles guns all the time, and I mean, as far as I know, we don't have any bullets in our Ford.
These the only two?
Yes, sir.
Are you sure?
Yeah. There was this biker type guy that was going with a friend of mine. I didn't know Bo's last name. I'd only met Bo once. And one day, just out of the blue, here comes a motorcycle at my driveway, and it's him by himself. And he walked in.
You know what I want, baby.
Oh, you're drunk. And he was drunk and fumbling, and then he started fumbling and trying to touch me and stuff. And I told him no, and he didn't want to take no for an answer. I got scared, and I pulled my gun out. You ain't gonna shoot me. I blew a hole in the ceiling. Get out.
What are you doing?
Don't make me ask you again.
Crazy.
Get out. And he left. And I did scare him away. He never bothered me again after that.
Detectives asked for permission to search beneath her floorboards.
Okay. No, they're in here right now.
Anything on these two to me?
I'm sorry, but on the advice of my lawyer, if y'all don't have a warrant, you need to leave.
I wanted to help them in any way that I possibly could. But it was obvious they were suspecting me. And I told them, y'all are letting the real killer go by while you're wasting your time on me.
You're not going to find anything here, I can promise you that. Y'all need to be out there finding the real killer.
Despite circumstantial evidence, there's one thing about Susan that makes it unlikely she could have committed the crime.
The most obvious problem with her being involved in this homicide was that she had one leg.
Back in 1993, I had a car accident. I went around a curve, I was going too fast, and I flipped my Camaro. It was really bad. They let gangrene set up in it, and that's why I lost my leg, because of the gangrene. After that accident, losing my leg, I had self-pity, of course. Who wouldn't? But I just felt like I wasn't pretty anymore. And I was just so limited on the things that I was used to doing, standing up and walking.
Physically, it seemed really improbable that this 98-pound handicapped woman could kill and get rid of the body of a man that's almost 200 pounds.
One of the detectives actually wrote that he didn't think that Susan was involved in this homicide. Then they closed the investigation and it became a cold case.
Years pass, and Susan does what she can to put Kyle's murder behind her, though some citizens of Shelby County still harbor suspicions.
Some people were still afraid to come around. I'd get a few dirty looks at church, even. And it was hard. I just tried to move on with my life and be happy. And I was happy.
But small-town gossip soon turns to hard evidence, and dreams of happiness will be shattered.
Ms. King, how do you plead to the amended charge of manslaughter in the second degree, that being a Class C felony, pursuant to North Carolina versus Alford, guilty or not guilty?
It's been more than 7 years since the body of 38-year-old Kyle Breeden was discovered weighted down with concrete blocks in the Kentucky River.
He was missing for 10 days. And they said they had found a middle-aged man's body in the river. I screamed and cried just like I would if I was still madly in love with him. I felt like it was a darn shame that they wasted all their time on me when they could have caught the person who did it. And I figured, well, now they'll never be caught. One day, somebody pulled in the drive, and this guy got out, a short guy, real short. He walked up on the porch. I thought, we're awful short to be a cop. But anyway, he said, I had some questions for you.
How are you doing, Miss King?
Can I help you?
I'm Detective Todd Hartman.
Kentucky State Police.
Detective Harwood has recently been assigned to take a fresh look at cold cases. And as the ex-girlfriend of Kyle Breeden, Susan is at the top of his list of people to speak to.
And that's when I invited him in. And we sat down there on the couch and I answered his questions.
Do you play the guitar, Miss King?
I sure do.
How long have you been playing for?
Well, my dad started teaching me to play the guitar when I was 10. He taught me everything he knew. And then I went on from there and taught myself the rest. He was just questioning me, normal questions that I had heard from the police back in '98, same type of questioning.
Miss King, I have information from the 1998 report that there were 2 bullet holes found in your kitchen floor. Do you mind if I take a look?
Here we go. This way.
You mind explaining to me how these bullet holes got here?
He sees 4 bullet holes, not just 2, 4. He had seen the 1998 report that there are 2 bullet holes. But now he's in her house in 2006, he sees 4 bullet holes. To you and I, yes, I think it's odd. To an investigator, I would think that is odd. But Susan had an explanation for them.
Well, my friend was dating this guy named Bo. He just walked right in, started messing with me, wouldn't leave me alone. I kept telling him no. So I took my gun out and fired off a couple shots. Scared him away.
How many shots did you say?
I don't remember exactly how many times I fired him.
That house had bullet holes in it when we moved in it. There's a bullet hole inside the refrigerator the cops never found. It was in that refrigerator when I got it.
People love their guns around here.
Out in the country like that, people fire guns around.
Alright. I think that's it, ma'am. I appreciate it.
I thought, well, he's all right. He's just young, and he's got to question me because they've opened the case back up. If I could tell him anything that could help him solve the crime, well, I will. I'll help him. But that was a mistake, too.
Susan G. King? We have a warrant to search the property.
Detective Harwood obtains a search warrant after speaking with Susan on the 2 additional bullet holes in Susan's house.
Alright, tell him the kitchen's to the right. And make sure it's the kitchen floor.
He made me go outside and sit in the front yard. After a while, he came out of the house.
Miss King, you need to get in my car now.
And said, we're going for a ride in my car. So I guess I better get in his car.
As Susan is taken away, investigators remove a section of her kitchen floor where they discover a critical piece of evidence.
He finds a .22 caliber fragment in one of the bullet holes. But an interesting point is it's unclear which bullet hole, if that was one that was there during the initial investigation in '98, or if it occurred after the initial investigation.
As Susan is held in jail without bond, investigators begin to build their case.
I think the actual whole area was sent off for testing, and the laboratory found that it was male human DNA in the hole, but that's all they could tell.
And now, Detective Harwood is convinced he has enough to take Susan Jean King to trial for the murder of Kyle Breeden. But there's more evidence out there, and not even a seasoned detective can predict how this once cold case will heat up.
He said, I'll give you a lot of information. I killed a lot of them.
Who are you? Did you recognize me? You mean you've done it again? It's changed.
I am he, and he is me.
This isn't an ordinary ship, you know. This is a time machine.
We have come for you.
Hey, get in here.
There's always more frightening when it strikes invisibly.
Our supreme plan to control the universe.
Yes, I've heard all that before.
An apple a day keeps the, never mind.
Football fans and competitors, especially when it comes to tailgating. This season, we've got new teams, new super fans here in the middle of City Park in New Orleans. Oh, I'm getting excited.
On the ground, so she make you shake. Now she wanna tiptoe and she want it all day, all day. You know what I mean, yeah, we the dream team. She said she wanna.
We're back on the record in the Chester County Grand Jury on April 5th, 2007. In prison with us is Detective Todd Harwood of KSP Post 5. Sir, you need to raise your right hand this morning.
Swear to tell the truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes. Thank you.
I took over this investigation in May of last year.
Testifying in front of a grand jury, Detective Harwood presents the evidence the state of Kentucky believes explains what happened to Kyle Breeden that day in late October 1998.
So I've been working on it for almost coming on a year now. Based upon our investigation, we believe that Cal Deanie Breeden, is his nickname, was killed at the residence of Susan King.
Kyle's mother believed that Susan owed Kyle about $300, so she thought that he very well may have gone over to Susan's house and tried to collect $300.
We actually got a list of items that he had wrote down that he was going to get back from Susan King.
Detective Harwood believed that Susan and Mr. Breeden got into an altercation.
What about $300?
I don't know, you idiot. You honestly think I'm gonna pay you after what you put me through?
Let's get out.
He believed that she shot him.
Deanie Breeden was killed with a .22 caliber weapon. This woman's proficient at firing a .22 caliber weapon.
She could have made 6 shots, and 2 of them went into his skull, and the other 4 went into the floor, one of which could have grazed him when it went into the floor. That one fragment became the graze wound. There was male human DNA found in one of the bullet holes in Susan's floor.
Not just blood, it's human blood, and it's male. We can tell you that at this time. It's male, and it's human.
Well, Harwood said that I scooted and drove him out the door and put him in the trunk of my car and drove him to a bridge at the Kentucky River, got him out of the trunk, tied a concrete block to him with an amplifier cord for a guitar, and I lifted him and put him over top of Grant's Bridge into the river.
Can you tell me about the bullets that were found
In his grand jury testimony, Detective Harwood leaves out several important pieces of information that may have swayed the jury's minds.
Jeannie Breeden was killed with a .22 caliber weapon.
The bullets found in Kyle's head and the bullet found on the floor were both 22s, but they weren't the same type of 22. They weren't consistent. They were different.
Well, there were actually two different kinds of bullets. There was a 22 long and a 22 Magnum. And those ballistic results were known to Detective Harwood at the time he presented the evidence to the grand jury.
And there's one other major oversight.
He didn't bother to tell him I had one leg. All that was one leg. He weighed about 110 pounds.
The grand jury returns with an indictment for murder against Susan Jean King.
I remember looking at my husband and saying, well, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I said, how in the world could she have done that? She's only got one leg. I mean, seriously.
No, you messed up.
But Detective Harwood has a theory about how a handicapped woman could pull off such a crime.
Even he recognized this woman could not have committed this murder on her own. Somebody had to have helped her. So he compiled a list of people that she knew who theoretically could have helped her. They included friends, they included ex-boyfriends, they included neighbors. So there's this kind of unknown figure.
With no witnesses and only circumstantial evidence, conviction of Susan Jean King may prove difficult. But the defendant herself is about to shock everyone.
With regard to indictment 07CR4, Ms. King, how do you plead to the amended charge of manslaughter in the second degree, that being a Class C felony, pursuant to North Carolina versus Alford, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty in pursuant to Alfred plea.
Case ultimately doesn't go to the jury. Susan takes an Alfred plea, which is the equivalent of saying, I believe I'm not guilty, and I'm not saying I'm guilty, but I believe the evidence against me is overwhelming and will show the jury that I'm guilty.
All right, we can remand this from our trial docket next week, and we can notify the jury that we did not need their presence.
I regretted it before I said it. I didn't want to plead guilty. But the lawyer said, right now, they're wanting your life. They want you to have death sentence. And I said, I'm not pleading guilty. I didn't do it. My lawyer said, Susan, you've been in jail now for 17 months. Things will be a whole lot better in prison. So go on, plead guilty to second-degree manslaughter. She said, you'll come up for parole. You'll get parole the first time. And you'll be out, and it'll all be over with.
In October of 2008, 10 years after the murder of Kyle Breeden, Susan Jean King is sentenced to 10 years in prison, and there she remains for more than 4 years, Until one night, when an unexpected witness steps forward.
It was May 3rd, it was a Thursday, around 10 o'clock p.m. I just got off work. I was home no more than 15 minutes when I received a call.
So, this is the guy who shot at my informant.
It is. His name is Richard Gerald.
34-year-old Richard Gerald turned himself into the Louisville Police Department after a shooting incident.
Mr. Gerald.
And now it's up to Detective Morgan to find out why.
Detective Vera Morgan.
Richard is to the point type of person, intelligent guy. He was the type of person that he actually believed also that he was smarter than any police officer.
Maybe we can work out some sort of deal. You give me something, I give you something.
What do you need? I'm all ears. That's when he's like, hey, detective, I know I'm going to prison for a long time. He said, look here, I killed a lot. He said, my brother got caught by the federal government transporting drugs from Texas. He said, if you could help my brother out, get him out of prison. He said, well, I tell you about the first person I killed.
I didn't know him real well.
I'm thinking about it. I'm going to kill this.
Hey.
Can you direct your attention to the screen, please?
Welcome to Regular Ass Dinosaur Park!
Indie animated comedy. Search Animation Plus, the new home of animated comedy. When it comes to big personalities, Dr. Phil's Merit TV has the biggest and the best. Steve Harvey.
But till you get the man cave, just get your man corner. Get in that corner and be
Nancy Grace.
You have to be under a rock in a cave on the other side of the world not to know about that.
And the man himself, Dr. Phil.
well, hello. You're in the store.
It's the best of Dr. Phil's Merit TV on Roku.
I was trying to warn you. Don't go back to the island.
They say beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and there's nothing more beautiful than our Earth. Explore your world every day on Earth Day 365.
Calling all Tyler Perry fans.
This is gonna be fun.
Your favorite hit dramas in one place, 24/7. Wait, what?
It's a wild ride, for fun.
On BET, Tyler Perry Drama.
You kids love your drama.
I don't know about that.
In an interrogation room in Louisville, 34-year-old Richard Gerald bargains for a lighter sentence for his brother.
Maybe we can work out some sort of deal. You give me something, I give you something.
He said, if you could help my brother out, get him out of prison. He said, I'll tell you about some people that I killed here in Louisville.
And he's about to turn the life of Susan Jean King upside down.
He said that he knew a guy named Kyle Breeden. Richard met Kyle through dope, drugs. He just said he wanted to, I had felt to actually kill someone. Once he called Kyle, he picked Kyle up. Kyle wanted to stop, get some money. He stopped at a check cashing place. And he said Kyle drew around $200. And at that point, they were going to smoke crack.
So we get out of the car. Mark has his 22 in the sleeve of his jacket.
Look on his face, he was excited. He was actually reliving this crime.
But we walks up to the fence. And well, turns out. And he falls down. And I hit him one more time in the back of the head. Wrestle this bad piece into the trunk of his car. I get in his car. I get him tied up a piece of guitar. I get the cords on him, put him in it, put my zip ties and brings on to him. Drove. And I go over the bridge to grass, side time, and I start. Getting over the bridge, saying he falls into the water and he's gone. And I got him a couple weeks later, I guess.
He paused. He's like, the thing about that, I got away with the crime. He said, but the bad thing, there's a lady in prison right now doing time for my crime.
Susan King was his girlfriend, and I knew that. I met her once. She had one leg. I got her for it. I feel bad about that.
To hear this guy confess to a crime, one thing, but then to hear that there is an innocent person in prison, to hear that part, that was a gut punch to me.
Detective Morgan alerts his supervisors about Richard Jarrell's confession. Is this the break Susan Jean King has dreamed of for years?
Gave overwhelming evidence, information, without hesitating. He said they stopped at a check catching place and he withdrew around $20. He knew the caliber of the handgun. He knew the placement of the bullet holes in Cal's head. He shot Cal through the sleeve of his jacket that would incorporate the pattern in Cal's head. He knew exactly what Cal was wearing.
It tied up every single loose end. It fit the evidence perfectly. It was almost like skipping ahead to the last chapter of a novel. It was incredible.
But it's not over yet. On May 11, 2012, Detective Todd Harwood of the Kentucky State Police makes a visit to Louisville to interview Richard Jarrell on his own.
Detective Harwood took his digital recorder, did an interview with Mr. Jarrell, and from that point on, Mr. Jarrell didn't have anything to say to any law enforcement people.
Suddenly, Jarrell recants everything.
Detective Harwood then took his digital recorder back to the post where he was assigned, took it through a locked door, took it through another locked door to his office, set it on a file cabinet, and it just magically disappeared.
So nobody knows what the two actually said. They were in a room alone together.
Did you know that?
The recorder incident is as good a place as any to start. Today you have not found your recorder.
No, ma'am.
So you would agree that the best evidence of your conversation with Mr. Jarrell would have been the audio.
I don't know if that audio recorder or that audio recording even exists.
That's a mystery to me, because not only did the digital recorder disappear, but he was supposed to download that interview on his computer, which he didn't do.
Mr. Jarrell's confession is the newly discovered evidence.
No recording ever surfaces. On October 9th, 2014, 1.5 years after Jarrell admitted to the murder of Kyle Breeden, the Spencer Circuit Court dismisses all charges against Susan Jean King. She is exonerated and finally free.
Susan has had a rough life. She seems to still be pretty happy. But other than that, she's not the same Susan by any means that I remember when we were teenagers, no.
The fact that an innocent woman with court systems like we have in Kentucky can spend years and years in jail and actually be innocent, it's very scary.
Now is probably one of the proudest moments of my career. Because this woman spent 8 years in jail for a crime that she didn't commit. Sorry, I should not cry. I'm an emotional person.
And I just do it one day at a time and just try to live a simple life. Just me and my animals. I am so thankful that God got Mr. Jarrell to confess. If he hadn't told the truth, I'd still be sitting here a convicted murderer.
The question is today, do we have the political will to use literacy as a vehicle to include all?
Not everyone is a racist, Mac.
We're in the fight business. All kinds of fighting goes on here.
Give that kid a contract!
There's no off season in the UFC. The sickness is real.
You guys ready for this?
I was born ready. America says when you fill in the blank, you take your team to the bank. Join host John Michael Higgins for America Says on Game Show Central. I'm Anthony Bourdain. I write, I travel, I eat, and I'm hungry for more.
Nice.
We're not even eating yet, but it's good. All right, I'm going in. It is really delicious.
Is this your attempt to be sympathetic or are you twisting the knife?
Escape.
Get the hell out of my house.
Support Charles anytime.
I won't have to lift a finger.
24 hours a day on the General Hospital Channel. And true crime all the time. ABC's 2020 is now streaming 24/7.
True murder mystery.
Shocking.
Sex, betrayal, lies,
Bombshell.
the greatest true crime stories now streaming on the 2020 channel.
I can definitely do with another pair of hands. I'm on my way. Every week, you give the children a chore to do.
He's done so much to change our family.
Thank you, Jojo.
These guys were on a criminal roll.
I was resisting, I was screaming. I just couldn't believe that they were taking me with them.
They were looking for victims.
I was beaten whenever I would cry. I was just in extreme pain. Just kill me! Just kill me! Just kill me!
My name is Charisma Carpenter. I'm an actress. My job is to create fiction. But 20 years ago, I was caught in a horrific real-life drama. I was attacked by a brutal predator, and it changed my life. Now I want to help others share their stories of courage and survival.
Everything's happened so fast. After the guys arrived on the highway, it just happened so fast. It was about power. It was about the gang. It was evil and it was violence. I think their intention was always to kill me. It was just a matter of when and how brutally or how painfully I would die.
In 1976, Melissa McCormick is living in the small Canadian city of Windsor. She's looking forward to a great night out with her friends. But Melissa has no idea that the crime of opportunity will drive her straight into the hands of a violent group of predators. So Melissa, if you would, could you take us back to the beginning?
Oh, wow. I was born and raised in Windsor, Ontario, which is the small city right across the Detroit River from the big city of Detroit, Michigan.
So it's ideal for a young lady to grow up, and then when you get a little older, there's a metropolis.
Absolutely. I thought Windsor was the best place to live because of its proximity to Detroit. Detroit had one of the most amazing downtowns. I remember just loving, the busyness of the downtown area, and the shopping was amazing. Growing up in Windsor, my parents were so strict and kept us in the Serbian community. So we went to church, went to school, and our life revolved around our small neighborhood.
Melissa was always more outgoing than I ever was. She was always more flamboyant and liked to have a lot of fun.
Started working at a very young age, because, we didn't have much stuff very well off. So I wanted to map on the wall. I remember thinking I'm going to travel the world, and I had those little stick pins that I would put in every time I traveled to a new place. I would put that stick pin in there. So that motivated me to, keep working hard, saving my money so that I could travel more. Some of the girls that I worked with said, let's go out for a night on the town. Windsor didn't have anything at the time on a Thursday night. It was common to Detroit to party. As we entered the club, the atmosphere was really festive. Everybody was all dressed up. Seeing young and beautiful women walking in together, we attracted attention. And we were just looking for a good time. We were young, we were hip, we were in the big city, anticipating a good time. Dancing at the disco was awesome. And it was still pretty early, so we decided that we would go back to Windsor We were going to meet at the pub there and have, a drink and conversation before we went home.
Melissa drives back on her own. She's just 20 minutes away from reconnecting with her friends, but their plan is about to take an unexpected turn.
My friend's car was ahead of me on the John Ledge freeway. The speeds were really, really high. I was in the middle lane. And then all of a sudden I got a blow out of my tire. It was kind of like a little explosion. Like you could hear it blow. I just remember getting out of the car thinking, if I get out of the car and people see me, I will be safe. There was a guy behind me. He said, "Hey, lady." What's the matter? He's just gonna help out. He was a good guy. This man's name was Freddie. He was a good Samaritan. He had just finished changing the tire, and then all of a sudden 2 more cars pulled up the shoulder of the freeway ahead of my car. And all these guys got out of the car. Before you know it, within seconds I was surrounded, and there was a jab at my side, and the guy announced, I was ready to put I'm ready. Why didn't they just leave after they robbed us? But they didn't. They tried to break the door into the car. In the meantime, I had my eye on that, but I didn't want to let the car. I was resisting. I was screaming. I actually believe that that's what they were doing. After my eye on the car,
Celebrate National Game Show Day all month long with our favorite bits on Buzz.
Cement, concrete,
That's your girl's voice. That's the way it was.
Melissa McCormick and the Good Samaritan who stopped to help her with her flat tire have been swarmed by a gang of armed men. Melissa makes an extremely dangerous move to save herself from being kidnapped.
I was using the resources of my survival instincts at that time. I don't know how else to describe it except intuitive, automatic. I was hoping I would get hit. I knew if somebody hit me that I'd be free. I would be better off in a hospital with a few broken bones. He grabbed me by the sash at the back of my blouse. I swerved to avoid me. They saw me and they could see my blouse open, flying in the wind, but nobody stopped. The next thing you know, I'm punched in the face and I'm out cold.
By now, Melissa's girlfriends are safely back in Windsor. They are completely unaware of what's just happened.
The two girls that were in the car ahead of me, they did not see me stop. When I didn't show up, they just assumed that I was tired and
There is one person who may notice Melissa's absence. Her older sister, Zorka. They live in the same duplex, and Zorka tries to keep an eye on her little sister.
Every night I would listen for her footsteps to make sure she had gotten home safely, but that particular night, for some reason, and I have no idea why, I just went to sleep, thought nothing of it, didn't wait for the footsteps, and that was very, very unusual. I had no idea what was going on or if anything was amiss. Trying to
Separated from her friends and far away from her family, Melissa is now completely on her own.
I remember slowly being conscious of the voices around me. I was afraid to open my eyes, and finally I did. I've got one guy on either side of me, four guys in the back seat, my clothes are all loose, and their hands are all over me. I just couldn't believe that they were taking me with them.
These guys were on a criminal roll. They had been stealing cars, they had been robbing other people. They were just bad news.
Melissa has been plunged into the dark side of Detroit. Beyond the bright lights lies another world.
In the 1970s, Detroit was in a pretty precipitous decline. Downtown was still alive. There was a major department store again, but it had lost its luster, and companies were leaving. It was known as the murder capital of America. People were afraid. Middle-class black and white people got out of town as fast as they could. Life was very cheap in many people's minds. Most of the murders and most of the crime were drug-related. The situation with Melissa was atypical. This was crime of opportunity.
Yeah, they're gonna have a good time tonight.
They were looking for victims. They found her.
You smell good, too.
I basically tried to stay silent because I was really afraid. And they're talking about where they're going to take me.
Yeah, we're gonna go to my mom's house tonight, right? She's working. 2 blocks down, make a right. We're having a good time with it. Yeah.
Melissa has no idea where they're going. All she knows is that she's trapped.
The thing is, when you're threatened like
gun and you know that gun is there. I didn't have a choice. There was no way to escape at that point. I think that my mind went into survival mode right away and didn't process it, because if I did have time to process it, I would have freaked out. I just basically did what I had to do. And as I lay naked on the bed with the gun pointed at my head the entire time, all of the guys took turns raping me.
Melissa's such a strong woman. She could have tried to run and war, and she could have fought with them, but when you have that many people, you know you're going to get hurt. So you really, as much as you don't want to be raped, you don't want to get killed.
The assault on Melissa is relentless. Repeatedly, one after another, the gang members rape her.
I couldn't turn my head because that gun was there, and and I could smell them, and I could, I could hear them panting on top of me.
Investigated rape cases. To have a gang rape like this with so many men for so many hours is really out of the ordinary.
I was beaten whenever I would cry. I was just in extreme pain. The pain became numbing after a while, and it was secondary to the pain of the actual humiliation of being gang raped. That was worse. The pain is so great that death is more appealing than it is to live through it. That's how painful it is.
While Melissa falls into despair, she's unaware that there is one person who might be able to help her. Freddie, the Good Samaritan who came to her rescue, is still alive, but he's tied up and trapped in the trunk of a car.
Freddie was the only person who knew what had happened.
How should I wash my dress? You should use a delicate cold cycle. Do I just put it in? Remember to turn it inside out to protect the sequins. Can I put it in the dryer? The icon on the tag says no. Oh, thank goodness I asked. You just saved the day night.
say what's up.
What's up? What's up, guys? How you doing?
I had to play me a game with some bot in it.
I gave you bopping.
It's basically a hide and seek game.
Oh, I see you.
Wait, where's it? Oh, it's it! Check me out here. I can dance. You got some game with some bot in it?
This was somebody that was interested in inflicting pain, and I was sure people had died there.
I say it's this. The principle is self-defense. They say it's number. I say it's
Melissa has been dragged into a waking nightmare, attacked, abducted off the highway, violated for hours by a gang of men. There's only one person who may be able to help her, but Freddie is still fighting for his life.
Oh, wait, no. No!
Instead of killing him, the gang members abandoned him on the freeway.
Freddie Bennett played a key part in this whole incident. He called the police right away because he had been robbed, his car had been stolen, this young lady's car stolen, she was being kidnapped, and he immediately made a police report. And because of that, it started everything going, including the citywide teletypes trying to find her. The teletype that was going out described her car. Freddie said it was green. We found out later it was yellow. We knew we were looking for a Canadian license plate. And he also described the men that kicked him out of the car. We were also looking for a black Cadillac. If he wouldn't have called, we would have never known that the kidnapping occurred. We wouldn't have been looking for her.
Completely unaware that Freddie has alerted the police to her kidnapping, Melissa continues to endure a hellish nightmare.
It was all very, very surreal. I remember they were fighting to see who would go first or who would go next.
It's like knowing how people like that could be on the face of the earth. I mean, they're animals, they're not people.
I think it escalated because rape isn't for sexual gratification. Rape is definitely a power play on the part of the perpetrator. And now here you've got 6 men at any given time with her, and they want to show that they can do it too.
Even through her torture, Melissa is able to observe the gang's interactions. She manages to figure out who's in charge.
I was able to notice that the more a guy was violent toward me or mean toward me or was harsh toward me, the higher his pecking order in the gang. And there was one guy that stood out as a clear leader. He was by far the meanest and the most violent out of all of them. There were 2 guns present. He was one of the guys that always had a gun, and I knew that when he told me to do something, I had to do it. His name was Joe.
Joe Evans is a 22-year-old Vietnam vet with a history of drug and alcohol abuse.
I think that Joe Evans, the ringleader of the crime, felt omnipotent. I mean, I think he thought he could get away with anything.
Joe and the gang have been abusing Melissa for hours. And now they decide to toy with her.
So where you going? Huh?
And all of a sudden, my life flashed before my eyes, and I could see my niece's little face, and I could see my family members. And at that point, I thanked God for the life I lived, and I was ready to die. I would rather have died at that point than live. And then when I realized I wasn't dead, that's when I went crazy and said, kill me, just kill me, just kill me. And Joe, I could see him from across the room. He had this venomous look on his face, and he charged at me.
I decide when you die. Don't you ever tell me again. You got me? I decide.
And then he told me that he was going to make me his woman, and that I was going to be his. And then we went into the living room, they were playing music. I was totally a zombie at this point, total zombie. The only thing they knew about Canada was that it had a reigning queen. Instead of calling me by my name, they called me Queen's daughter. They said,
Queen's daughter dance. I want to see some dancing. Yeah. Let's dance. Yeah. Come on.
it was about power. It was about power. It was about the gang. It was about proving yourself. And, using me to prove yourself.
Hey,
motherfuckers! Hey! We come back from the break again. And you tell me what you're doing. What time is it?
One shot was fired because the guy wanted to scare me into dancing. And then I was shot at a second time.
We sit down for a few minutes and I get my stuff together.
And the guy actually didn't kill me, but he missed. And that's when the other guys said, wait a minute, this guy's mother's coming home, so we can't kill her here. I knew I was going to die. It was just a matter of when and how brutally or how painfully I would die. It's been a night in hell for Melissa McCormick. She's been sexually assaulted for hours.
What the fuck?
She's doing everything she can to survive the ordeal.
That was not necessary. She stuck her paw in there and just grabbed whatever her stuck to her nail.
How are you feeling? What's going through your mind? Total zombie mode. The idea of being relocated to another place, was there any internal feeling? It did occur to me that, oh my goodness, another place, I'm gonna die for sure. So it was mechanical, it was surreal. I still think of it as a nightmare.
at the time, I was no longer scared. I felt like I had lost myself. My spirit was gone. And when you refer to yourself as a zombie, that's essentially what that is. You're detached. You're absolutely detached is a good word for it.
Melissa is certain she's being driven to her death. But then, Joe decides to make another stop. It is a detour that will change everything. Joe announced that he wanted someone to drive us to a drug dealer's house. We were going to go to his place to buy drugs. Alerted by Freddie Bennett, the police are also on the streets of Detroit, searching for Melissa and the gang's car.
You take a layer off, man.
They did not know the license plate of the car. They did multiple black men in the car, white female.
In Detroit, trying to find someone matching the description of Melissa's stolen car is immediately ASAP.
Kitty!
You can't pull over the car.
Joe gets Melissa to the drug dealer's house. He then drags her away, separating her from the rest of the gang. I was all about control. It was all about. And he actually did announce that I would be his slave and his whore. I remember thinking in my mind, no way in hell is that ever going to happen. I will kill myself before that happens. I can't take it anymore. Melissa knows when to get with her life, it will have to be up to her. And now that she's alone with Joe, there's an opportunity for her to turn things around. I had resigned myself to death, but deep down inside I wanted to live. And I think I was supposed to live. Even though I was in zombie mode, I was planning my escape. And I think it was all calculated on a very deep level. What happened? Joe actually showed me his back. It showed me some scars where he had been shot. And he talked about being in Vietnam and fighting, and how it was Vietnam where he learned how to kill people. Joe connected to me. It was like he needed that affirmation from somebody that he was all powerful, and he was listening to him. So I knew that he was playing this all power game. My personality wasn't submissive or anything like that, but I knew that's what he expected from me, so I played. Like whenever he asked me a question, I answered him, in a submissive manner. In her attempt to gain Joe's trust, Melissa is playing a dangerous game. At any time, the rules can change. Joe showed me his gun. He showed me how to load it. How to aim and shoot it. And he said, "Here, I want you to take the gun."
Come on. Where's your pocket?
So I put the gun in my pocket. And it did occur to me, I thought, you know what, if I shoot Joe, I could get out of here, I could escape. But then I thought one of the other guys could kill me. And then it occurred to me that Joe was testing me.
He's gonna have to learn to trust me because that's the only way it's gonna save my life. Later, he said to me,
"Come back."
And I gave it to him, and he seemed really pleased with the fact that I did exactly what he told me to do.
Wow. Shoot you in the face.
Throughout the night, Melissa seems to have gained a level of trust with Joe. But when investigating, it looks like all of her hard work has been for nothing.
Gotta finish it. That's what I'm saying. Because we got this. You gotta actually finish it.
I could hear all the guys talking.
I think one by the thing. Perfect. I don't care what we do it. You said do it every day.
They planned on killing me.
One at the head. Done.
I knew their names. I could recognize all of those guys.
All you have to do is kill one person and that's
I figured at that point, my life was over.
dig a little hole. Don't bring home.
Joe came in where I was sitting. He said,
You better do exactly what I tell you to do. You got me?
so we left. And I could see my car on the street. And Joe said to me, get in the car right now and drive away.
You better not mess this up.
He did what was opposite to what everybody wanted in order to validate his role as leader of that gang. And one of the guys from the group said, to get back to Canada, drive down there. And as I followed his point, I could see the ditch they talked about earlier that they were going to dump my body in. So I actually drove in the opposite direction. They stole my purse and my wallet, so I had no money to get across the border. I had no identification, and I wasn't even sure if I was in Detroit anymore. I had no idea where I was. Frantic to put distance between herself and her captors, Melissa drives as quickly as she can. But within moments, she realizes her nightmare is far from over. They were in fact following me. They said, oh my God, she went in the opposite direction. Let's get her. I lost it. I fell apart. I was freaking out completely. I was hysterical. I was just crying and screaming.
Hey, Dr. Phil here with some big news. My best of the best episode of streaming right here on the Dr. Phil Unfree. Did somebody slip up and write stupid on my forehead with my most memorable guest? I'm Batman. There is no Batman. It's a cartoon character. 24/7 streaming.
You are out of bounds.
And if you're not watching, I've just got to ask, how's that working for you?
You're watching because you are up. You made it. I see so much raw potential.
This is your moment.
There's nothing else like being a WWE superstar.
Step into the world of diverse K-content. K-dramas. K-pop performances. Reality shows. Here, only the best about K-content by CJNM.
And dedicate yourself to your craft. That girl's rough.
If we live,
should say yes.
Who wouldn't want to go to prom with
No,
your daughter?
no.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Hey,
Melinda has been brutally assaulted for nearly 12 hours. Despite her ordeal, she pulls together. Through a remarkable combination of inner strength and determination, she manages to escape. Freedom is in sight, but she's not in the clear yet.
Joe let me go. But all of the other guys wanted me dead because I could identify them. They were following me, so I was just crying and screaming. So I drove a couple of blocks, I turned left. And lo and behold, there was a police car right there at the side of the road. So when I pulled behind that police car, they saw it and took off.
Had she not run into this police officer, they very well may have gotten away with it.
I got out of the car, approached the policeman. I was crying. I was hysterical. And when he saw the Canadian plates on my car, he asked me, "Are you the Canadian woman from the freeway last night with the flat tire?" And I said, "Yes, I am."
Our complaint desk received a phone call from one of the patrol officers out on the street that he had a young lady with him, Melissa McCormick. He was advised to have her try to point out the house that she had escaped from.
I remember telling the police exactly how far I had driven away from the house. So if you backtracked, they knew the general area where I was held.
We were able to execute a search warrant there. She was able to describe the one bedroom with a lot of detail. Enough so that when we got inside, we knew we were at the right place. I mean, for her to be that alert and attentive.
While police track down the men who assaulted her, Melissa gathers the strength to revisit the hell she's just experienced.
Probably the hardest thing was interviewing.
As far as I was concerned, I was going to make a statement because the violence that I'd suffered. These guys were not going to stop. They would be the first, and it wasn't going to be the last.
I got a call from Sergeant Whitey at the police station, Detroit Police Station, and she said, "I have your sister here at the police station. She's okay. Don't worry. She's all right." It was a really harrowing ride to the police station. I'll never forget it. Melissa was just a mess. I didn't want to show how panicked I really felt.
My sister was very strong, and she was always there for me.
Melissa struggles to rebuild the life she once knew, and she won't let these men get away with what they've done. Determined to seek justice, Melissa returns to Detroit to testify.
I was able to pick out everyone and actually state what his name was and what he had done to me.
There were some really, really nasty people in the audience.
Some members of the community should say, these are fine young men, they have never done anything before. But the reality is, they did this. Fine young men don't do this.
It was evil.
Fine young men don't
How I
do
would
this.
describe it. It was evil and it was violence. It had no color, it had no gender. With the help of Melissa's unwavering
There's a
custody,
survey.
her rapists are convicted. Joseph Evans is sentenced to life in prison. Joe was sent for psychiatric evaluation. He was diagnosed as being a complete and total sociopath. Following the crime, Melissa's focus turns to healing. She marries and has children. That totally changed my life because it wasn't about me anymore. So, do you ever wonder why people do what they do to each other? Absolutely. It took me decades to figure it out. Can you share with me what you figured out? It's all about power. Rape is all about power. These men, I felt sorry for them because they needed violence and power over another woman in order to feel like men. Isn't that pitiful? Don't you think that's pitiful for someone? That is, but that's remarkable coming from you. You did what you had to do to get through the situation. Right. The ultimate goal is living. Exactly. It was explained to me by a professor at the University of Windsor about how I reacted and behaved. It was a perfect example of psychological forensic profiling. Apparently, instinctually, I knew enough to profile the situation and Clever Joe, the gang leader in particular, to be able to behave in such a way that they saved my life. So you detached, and you could assess, yes, and you knew who to please and how to get through. Exactly. Is that what you're saying? I didn't know I was doing it at the time. And you not only survive, you go to school, you get married, you have children, you advocate, you speak, you're loud and proud. Yes, loud and proud. I love that. You're so loud and proud about it.
Loud and proud.
I help as many victims as I can. I'm out there speaking out, and I'm helping victims find their own voice. But it's what I do, and I think it's helping, so I'm going to continue. Well, I think you're a hell of a lady. Oh, thank you. That's impressive. Thank you so much for sharing your story with us. Thank you very much. My goal after I was raped is to live a normal life, but as it turns out, I'm not normal at all. I feel I'm extraordinary because I lived through it. I'm alive. A part of me died that night, but it was replaced by something stronger. It was a desk job, and I was excited about having a desk job. But in a split second, he went from being a teddy bear to being a monster.
No, stop that. You stop that.
There was absolutely no escape from it. Almost like trafficking.
Every one of them that touched me, it was like being raped.
Finish them up, bro.
It literally feels like, what do you think you're doing?
My name is Charisma Carpenter. I'm an actress. My job is to create fiction. So 20 years ago, I was caught in horrific real-life drama. I was attacked by a brutal predator, and it changed my life. Now I want to help others share their stories of courage and survival. Maurice used his hands, he used belts, he used hangers. He used everything he could think of. It was absolutely about power and control.
Yep, brought the best fucking things out you brought. You told me.
I love them.
This would be a bloodstain. It made Maurice happy to take someone's humanity away.
In 2009, Hazel May is living a normal, happy life. No idea she's the target of a violent predator. In order to survive 153 days in hell, Hazel will have to find the strength she didn't know she had. Why don't you bring us back to the beginning? Remind me of San Diego, my old hometown. What was life like for you before you met Maurice?
San Diego was beautiful and really happy and peaceful. Lots of friends, lots of stuff to do. I grew up in a nice little neighborhood in the suburbs with kind people and neighbors who waved at you while they mowed their lawn.
When I met Hazel, immediately we clicked. I knew that she was going to be a lifelong friend. What was I saying the other day? We spent a lot of time talking about boys and playing with makeup and watching sappy movies and that kind of thing. Right before I turned 17, I started looking for a job that was making me money, and Mo was looking for a secretary.
So, when you met Maurice, can you explain to me how that encounter happened?
Maurice was a friend of mine's father. I went to kindergarten with his daughters.
Wow.
So he had a job opening for 3 times as much as I was currently making.
Did that leave you suspicious at all?
No. He was somebody's dad. You don't expect the monster looking in the corner to be a dad. It was a desk job, and I was excited about having a desk job. He offered me $17 an hour.
Wow.
And then told me that I had the job. Mo had recently moved to Oceanside, which is where he ran his business from, and I lived about an hour away from there. So he had committed to every morning driving me an hour back to his place of business to drop me off, and doing the same thing that night. 4 hours in the car every day. I would pitch in for gas. So at the end of the first month of doing that, I had realized that I had spent more money in gas just to get me to and from work. So it didn't become worth it anymore. I had explained to him that I was going to quit my job.
I have an idea.
And he said, I have a spare bedroom here. If you can help keep the house clean and maybe make dinner a few nights a week, you can stay here. I had a really messy home life. My mother made some really terrible choices. There were a lot of people in and out of our lives. And I woke up one morning at 13 and everybody I loved or who loved me was dead or in jail. Mo really pushed for the idea of me to move into his spare bedroom and kind of get out on my own. It was an escape from my family, and it was some sort of consistency, which was not something I ever really had.
That would be perfect.
Yeah, be careful moving in with those men.
Mo treated me like a young adult and like a young lady. He was very encouraging of my willingness and ability to be independent.
See you later.
Bye. Mo was gone most of the time, so it was me and my work alone most of the time. I liked having my own space. I had stepped away from my family and friends because I was working so much. They knew that I had this new really cool job that was paying me a decent amount of money that I was really happy at. I didn't really notice that she'd been out of touch. This was my junior year of high school. So I had to think about what she was doing. I was at his apartment in Oceanside. He walked in with a woman, and that was very unusual for him.
Tell me she's not working for you.
had not ever seen a woman get knocked out that way. Mo went in a split second from being a snuggly teddy bear to a monster. And he looked at me while I was in shock and said, "Bitch, I'm old. Don't own me, I'm out of here, I quit." I just froze when he hit me the first time. I went through a couple minutes of trying to fight back, but that was only making it worse. It shakes you to your core. It changes everything because you have known him only this kind man who is your friend's dad. You're worried that he's going to kill you if he hits you any harder.
Hazel May's dream of a steady job and a happy life has been shattered. Her boss, the man she considered a friend, has turned into a monster.
Get up!
She's been beaten and brutalized. She doesn't yet realize how bad things are going to get, or how deeply her will to survive will be tested.
I woke up the next morning with him pounding on the door.
Get up! It's time to go! Get out!
This woman had gotten me out of the car. And she walked me into the hotel room and said,
"You have my money, but you're twice as bad as last night. I promise you."
And I just lost it.
What the hell does he mean?
She said, "You're a prostitute. You work for him now."
What?
She walked me through the process of how he had set up ads online and that people would be calling the phones that she had to book appointments to buy us for sex.
No! No!
There were people in the parking lot watching the hotel room doors to make sure that we didn't go anywhere. He put me back inside the hotel room and shut the door. I wasn't capable of running. He took my phone, he took my computer. I didn't have any way to go anywhere. I was stuck there. When I came out of the shower, this other woman had had a sex fire in the room. And she looked at me as he was leaving and said, "The next one who's coming is for you." And I didn't know what to do. But I didn't have a choice. I knew that I physically couldn't handle another beating. Mo came back and laid out the new ground rules.
Put them on.
I had to make 5 minutes to shower, and I was only allowed 10 minutes in the shower. And I couldn't wrap my head around it. I was in shock. It didn't matter that I was a kid. I was nothing but something to be sold for big profit.
You have either the finesse pimp or you have the gorilla pimp. The pimp is something you have that victim fall in love with him to the point where that victim's going to rely upon him. On the other hand, you have a gorilla pimp. A gorilla pimp is someone who's immediately violent. Kidnap her, beat her. He will steal everything from her. Her identification, her phone. In the hundreds of investigations that I've been involved in nationwide, the majority of those cases start out as a finesse pimp, but 100% of them always eventually turn into a gorilla pimp.
Hazel can barely comprehend the horrible new world she's in. Every week becomes a fight for survival.
He used his hands, he used belts, he used hangers. He used everything he could think of. Everything was a constant mind game that I could never learn the rules of.
He had a specific belt that he wanted to use to abuse her with.
Who got the belt?
It was absolutely about power and control. It made him happy to take my humanity away and control my every movement out of fear and force and brutality. And that's how he broke me down.
Violence is prevalent in prostitution. However, I think the more common tool that pimps and traffickers will use is manipulation. That this is something she must do, otherwise the trafficker
Yeah, I know. I gotta go
basic
get my stuff.
necessities.
I was waiting for 4 o'clock. Got 3 minutes.
Why, Jeff? That I had always been for.
Good.
And
Nope.
this is
Good.
what my purpose was. It literally steals your soul.
Get it.
And at some point, you don't feel
Stop.
Maurice Smith has done everything he can to break Hazel's will. She's trapped in a terrible dream that's about to turn into a nightmare.
The average day was I would get up at 7 o'clock in the morning. The phones would start ringing. And sex buyers would be showing up. I had a minimum of $1,000 quota 7 days per week. What I needed to do to survive was make as much money as I possibly could to keep him as happy as I possibly could. Everyone in the touched me and paid for this like glory. People weren't supposed to have price tags. You're not supposed to be able to buy me for cheaper than you can rent a car.
Satisfied that he's terrorized Hazel into submission, Smith's next step is to eliminate any hope she has of ever being rescued.
Mo restricted all access I had to the outside world.
Traffickers will use a lot of different techniques to segregate the victim away from family, friends, or anything.
I text her every once in a while. Miss you, love you, hope things are really good. Mo would send fabricated messages and emails that were supposedly from me. I had always been so independent that nobody really realized that anything was wrong. Hazel did move around a bit when we were kids, a couple months here and there where she didn't really get a chance to talk to us. It didn't really register with me that anything might be wrong at all. So when I really needed some help, I wasn't able to reach out to anybody and tell them, and nobody could get a hold of me.
Hazel may be isolated from all of her friends and family, but she refuses to give up on her freedom. She knows if she's going to escape the hell she's in, she's gonna have to do it on her own.
I spent a very long time thinking of different ways to escape, but I was really scared. From one corner of the parking lot, you can see 3 sides of the hotel plus the entrance. So it was a very easy place for him to keep secure. And there were people in the parking lot watching the hotel doors, making sure that the victims didn't run. And they were always armed. I had watched other women try to escape, and what happened to them when they got back was horrible.
Yeah.
I definitely had a lot of hope that I was going to get out. Maurice had gone to pick up money from another victim, so I surveyed the parking lot. And I didn't see anybody.
Get back upstairs.
I was really caught off guard. I didn't fight it. There was no point. I would have lost. So I went back upstairs.
I'm so sorry.
And he daylights out of me. I was done.
With the new U.S. Bank Smartly Visa Signature Card, you can earn an unlimited 2% cash back on every purchase.
Really going all out, huh? Getting cash back on all of this.
Welcome to the East, Sarah. I have something planned for us.
You need to make that phone call.
Oh my God.
By the way, too, with updates about all this stuff about the other thing.
What?
After that storage stuff. Storage.
Oh. Yeah, I gotta get it tomorrow. Oh.
This competition is about understanding the fundamentals and traditions of sushi and Japanese cuisine.
I'm ready. This could be anyone's game.
For everyone out there,
need to see what you can see now. Yes. What do you think happens when you die? I think it's this. Your little raccoon roaming around the kitchen, grabbing things in the old closet, eating them over the trash.
This is Racing America, the biggest stars and the inside info.
This slips into the bottom of the can.
Fast channel powered by the NASCAR team owners and the most NASCAR team content.
This year on the Price is Right Partner Era, National Game Show Day is so big. Don't you know what we're going to hit on now? We're celebrating it all month long. What do you think of that? Think. It's a tribute to the shows you love, full of laughs, thrills, exciting, and timeless moments. And new talent. Watch, day and night. Celebrate National Game Show Month on the Price is Right, the Barker Era.
After trying to escape from sex trafficker Maurice Smith, Hazel faces a brutal punishment. But this is just the beginning. Maurice is determined to control every aspect of her life to erase any hope she has of escape.
It was worse when he got me back. These sex buyers he would market me to would be really nasty fetishes. Rape fetishes, child abuse fetishes, fetishes about putting cigarettes out on girls. It was almost like I was a doll, except to be a doll that didn't have any feelings, that he could do whatever he pleased with when he felt like it, that he could rent to people to play, and then they could just throw the doll on the ground when they were done.
Even as the violence increases, Hazel remains determined to escape Smith. She appeals to an unlikely source for help.
I had sex buyers walking into the room and I would just let loose. Please, my name is Hazel May. Can I please make a call to somebody on your phone? Or can you call somebody for me? And I'm like, are you going to help? And they would tell me no. Please. I'm angry that so many people overlooked the bruises and scars and purchased me anyway. Everyone was heading for the boy life. The hotel staff knew Mo. He'd rent 4 hotel rooms for a week and pay in cash. People loved that. Maids didn't notice anything askew when there were trash bags full of condoms. And these are national chains, so it's not just in the C hotel where, they charge the hourly rate. These are hotels that tourists stay at, that families stay at, and they probably don't know what's going on. The only piece of myself that I was able to keep was my soul. I had to keep myself intact somehow. I started leaving traces. Little things like I would leave notes in the hotel room. I would leave my fingerprints on things. If anybody did get the idea to come looking, they would find something to tell them that I was there.
3 months into her captivity, Smith is convinced that Hazel is now completely under his thumb. He gives her a new job, answering the phones at his home in Oceanside. But a change of venue doesn't mean a change for the better.
This video was taken off of my iPod and it was a complete accident.
I could keep him as content as possible, then they would be less bad things than there were.
You hungry? Care to eat this morning?
One of the phones he was selling me off of rings.
Hello?
And I answered the phone and I did it wrong.
I have a half hour for 125 and a full hour for 175.
And he's like screaming at the top of his lungs at me.
Okay. Got it.
You could see who had the power and control. You could see her demeanor where she's like looking down, like she's being ridiculed or criticized and punished for not answering the phone correctly.
Sorry.
You're gonna be frustrated quick.
Hazel may appear subservient to Maurice Smith, but inside, she's always thinking about escape. When her captor lets down his guard, she's quick to seize the opportunity.
He had fallen asleep. I got out the front door, out of the parking lot. I had gotten whole 2 blocks away. And that 2 blocks felt like freedom.
But that freedom won't last. Unwilling to give up her fight for freedom, Hazel May finally succeeds in escaping the clutches of her captor. She slipped away while he was sleeping, and now she's running for her life. Help me imagine how it felt to be running down that street when you got out. What were you running towards?
I don't think I knew what I was running toward. I just knew that nothing could be as bad as the place I was trying to leave from. It was a really desperate position. You've got to try. At some point, something's going to give. And for me, he was either going to kill me or I was going to get away, whichever came first.
You're going to die trying.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't even notice the guard. Well, got me. He beat me to the point that he couldn't send me to work for the next 3 days.
Through extreme violence and constant psychological abuse, Smith seems to have achieved total domination over Hazel. But deep inside, she hasn't given up yet.
I had stopped trying to run. I had stopped putting up a fight. I had stopped complaining. I really fell in line. It really just became about survival at that point. I figured out how to take a really quick rinse off in the shower. And it looked like I had just washed my face or fixed my makeup. So that way I didn't get busted for taking showers. I wasn't allowed to touch a Bible, but remove them from the hotel rooms. The worst trouble I could get in was to be caught praying. But if I'm alone in the hotel room and I've made the money I'm supposed to make, I can sit there and pray for hours. I played his appeasement games as much as possible, which led Mo to trust me again and be comfortable and think that I wasn't going to run. He can control my behavior, he can control my body, but he couldn't control everything.
put me in a hotel. He had me there for about 2 days.
Yeah, and then you're gonna want to make that's right. No, you make a lot.
I dated my sex buyer the wrong direction.
Keep through all the present. Stupid.
Yes.
He broke my nose and bloodied my leg.
You just put water in that?
Blood was one of Mo's issues.
Oh, I see.
He could handle bruises and screaming and broken. I could think that at the moment that he saw blood, his stomach hurt, and he left. When I saw the phone, nuh-uh, I made that mistake.
Hey.
I called a friend of mine's mom.
Hi,
Yeah.
please, I need your help. I'm at the motel. Can you come and get me?
She's like, are you okay? I'm like, no, just come get me. I knew she was coming. Something about the sound of her voice. Yeah, I was scared of what Mo was going to do to her. So I just barricaded the door and sat near the window. I saw her pull up.
It's okay.
My mom. When I came out, Mo was standing by his car. I was terrified. He stood in the parking lot and watched me get in her car. He watched me leave. Didn't say or do anything. Miles away. And she's like, okay, nobody's following us. What do you want to tell me? I couldn't do anything but look at her and say something. And she very quickly became mom bear when she moved me into her house. I spent that night, all of the next day, and half of the next night sleeping with no medication. When I finally woke up, it took me an hour to figure out that I wasn't dreaming, that I was actually in this place with a blanket and a pair of sweatpants and a long sleeve shirt on. It was nice to be covered. Nice to be covered. And she said, what do you think you about him? I said, I don't know, what do you mean? She's like, with how bad he hurt you, what do you think he's doing?
I'm gonna go over some of the stuff that we forgot to put on the thing. I saved the.
And that was the big point of transition for me.
Yeah, John, sorry about that.
Highest sentence that got is California for sex trafficking.
Oh.
With Smith finally behind bars, Hazel feels safe enough to reconnect with Katie.
Hazel was very reluctant to tell me what had happened at first.
I had to make a certain amount of money for her to even have food.
Yes,
After
in the
a while,
camper?
she was finally able to open up and tell me what Mo had done to her, and tell me every single detail. And for a long time, I couldn't look at her. And for a long time, and I've never told her this, for a long time I blamed her because I didn't understand. I didn't understand why such a strong person could let that type of thing happen to her. And then I realized that she didn't let it happen to her, that nobody lets that type of thing happen to them. Many survivors want this in the rearview mirror. They don't talk about it. Not Hazel. Hazel is using this as a tool to charge up the hill and continue the fight on behalf of girls like her, so it doesn't happen to other girls. I tell my story, and I speak internationally and nationwide.
My name is Hazel, and I became a trafficking survivor. Slavery is not dead here in America.
I speak to law enforcement and teachers and anyone who has any type of contact with children on the risks and realities of human trafficking, dating, violence, and sexual assault.
Child sex trafficking is a horrendous crime that is ravaging the most precious of our citizens.
I see a great deal of passion for what you do. Why do you tell your story?
Because someone's going to hear it and it's going to change how they look at things and how they do things.
And then you're not a victim anymore. That's when you become the survivor. That's where you get ahead. That's where you win.
We call that survivor fire.
Is it? There's a name for it.
There's a name for it. It's survivor fire. It is an innate passion that women have when we have been victimized.
I've been touched. One of the things that is important is how are you doing now?
I'm still recovering, but I'm strong and I'm capable and I'm willing, which is the most important piece. It's amazing. I'm passionate about life and my career, and the best part of my life today is being home.
That sounds really good. Thank you for being here and sharing your story with us. You are making a difference, and I'm so grateful.
Absolutely, it was my pleasure. Means that I have control now. My trauma and my experiences and my hurts don't dictate what I'm going to do. Every day I come home to my own house with violence. The bad guy doesn't get to win. The monsters don't get to win. Who doesn't prevail?
I never knew what I might say or what I might do that he disagreed with. Everything he did terrified me. I had nowhere to go or no way to get help.
Don't look at me.
He told me if I ever called the law that he'd slit the girl's throats and he'd kill me.
I think he's in the camper.
He was a monster.
Because he's gonna wear it up in the camper.
And as long as I was taking the blows, my baby split.
When I come back here,
He would have killed the two girls too. She knew it.
I think too.
This is it. My girls would have been over.
I just say it's a hard one.
Yeah.
My name is Kristen. My job is to create fiction.
No, I had it when I was in the fucking store. The computer. I've changed them since that. Oh, you know, maybe. No, something about him. It's not here, but I took everything out and put it in. Let me check my other bag.
I
I just, the closest place to go to hide was the woods. And every step was just unbearable, but I had to do it. I was terrified.
You would think I'm the promoter because I brought the bands, catching the ice streaming with the stick like I'm John Moran. When it's beef, I'm a source. Do you want these Shut up, the homies working stovetops. Take care of my blocks. I am in the cloud and my phone's lost. Life's a movie and yours is more like a soap. Bro, stop, got no ops to post up. Either that already, it ain't post up. When we grew up around more needles and Botox, you really came up, you blaming you quick brains. Sick as stainless with finger mistakes. But that you'll never be as sexy as forever, never, ever. This is a mental fan.
We've been going so hard, we ain't taking no breaks. Living life so low, independence of me. I've been at it so long, now we almost home. Told me I was so wrong, now I tell them so long. It's nice to know you. It ain't over till it's over. Hate to say it, but it's over. Anxiety there, I know ya. I mean, life was straight up sober. Life turned me to a soldier. Grew up, my heart got colder. Only we came on my shoulder. Yeah, I started out without about the business. Now we got the riches. Yeah, I'm on a mission. Great people, I'm on a mission. Yeah, I'm ready to understand. I'm a hopping in McLaren at Toronto. Y'all can hear us shifting while I'm whipping, dog. I'm popping past the turkey, brought a lot of party favors, and I brought the bitches out the topic, left the doctor's office and some bottom misses. Now the public up a post up, but they are not prescription. Opposition need to stop with this shit, there's no competition. Talking this shit, they be popping shit, but all the shots are missing. Everything we're cooking up is hot, so get up out the kitchen.
What?
We've been going so hard, we ain't taking no breaks. Living life so large,
You're so cute. Yes, you are.
so long, now we almost home. Told me I was so wrong, now I tell them so long. It's nice to know ya. It ain't over till it's over. Hate to say it, but anxiety, paranoia. I ain't like this, but I'm sober. Life turned me to a soldier. Grew up, my heart got colder. Only waking on my shoulders, yeah, I told her.
Hi.
Something like that.
I'll take a small one, please. Could you please titrate it so I don't choke out? You know how you would do.
So I took you out.
Oh, don't choke me. You didn't want you to.
Chubby show got him lining up at the soup kitchen. Ain't going broke, so I'm riding up with the roof missing. I'm robbing hoods like Friar Tuck when the brew sipping. Fall asleep in an empty room for the two
I do not own rights to this so it's put your own Facebook. Again, I don't own rights to this. Where's the book going? Inspirational purpose finance.
Okay. I see.
She don't like it when I mention it. Still the heads got me spinning like the exorcist. Me and Nani catch a body.
My sanity, Mr. Penman Organic, because of how it goes. Yeah, not coming out.
Huh?
So who's the matter? Not coming out?
Well, That's just my opinion.
Oh. We getting gas loaded. Hella played the tracks and that shit was ass stripped. Hella, I've had a bad day. It's been going that way when you rap, hey. We just see a lot of camp like it's grand day. Ain't a lot of room left, but I have faith. Rest in peace and legend past day. I'm the damn man. I got these in the bandana. Man, I can't stand us. Try to block with a bandana. On the granddana. Hide my face with a bandana. Ain't go bang bang. My nana did say like a Santana. But it's John now. If you don't know, we won't be long. Homie, about to blow up like a bomb. Tommy, I'm an on. Homie, devil sweet check like a bomb. Tommy, got my dogs on me. Just in case you get the drop on me. I got no bills. I rock them. I bills full up. Bills. I rock them. I bills full up. Bills. I rock them. I bills full up like the penny. I'm with these boys in the city. Bills. I rock them. I bills full up.
Thank you. That was great.
You're welcome, baby. You kids loving. Yeah, you give all.
Kids loving.
Yeah, give all your kids one of these. Give them a couple of ones. They're not getting any more until later. So you give them extra. You give them each two if you need to. Whatever. If you don't want to bounce it out, I'll give them love and just they're gonna go fucking nuts when you're gone.
Hooey. Hooey.
One's in there, one's down.
Like a preacher grinding for the green, but I also like my leisure. I just like to chill and I lay around like a lifeless geezer. Merkin out, quite the feature on a mic with demons. I just have to see it to believe it. They don't like to breathe it. That's a family quite the hand of feature. Always might be leeches. If they hate us, they might be scheming. That's a likely reason. Life is evil. We made it through a lot of bad weather. Cold world, better bring your sweater. Okay, better get better. If you fall down, better get up. Don't give up on get that cheddar. Okay, better get better. We made it through a lot of bad weather. Cold world, better bring your sweater. Okay, better get better. Be good, get on me.
Is it there?
They say the fatter you are, the harder you fall. But I feel like I just take it in. I ain't talking Corton, it's the ton. I've been dripping in the wheel on top. I'm a star. Good looking. I'm looking to be a push. I've been crooking your castle, don't leave a footprint. These cameras flashing my face, I'm not even looking. 100 Jews over pieces of feet above me. Ooh, you can watch me do my touch. Every time that I sneeze, I use a honey. That Kia high heat, she squeezes it in the butt. I don't beef over these bras, I'd rather give me some money. Me and Nani in the Bugatti, Four Seasons Hotel, turn the lobby into a party. Hopping in the hills like Bobby, no one can stop me. And they mad that I'm rich like Roddy. I'm really sorry. Made it through a lot of bad weather, cold world, better bring your sweater. If you fall down, better get up, don't give up on get that cheddar. Don't get better, get better. We made it through a lot of bad weather, cold world, better bring your sweater. Don't get better, get better. Be good, get on, get good. Get better, yeah, always get better. Once in a lifetime homie type shit, this that. Few and far between homie type shit, this that. That one homie that always stayed solid and never switched up. This for that. Nani, let's go. We don't got the same mama and we both got different dads. I'm an only child, but you're the realest homie that I've had. Before I break him out of prison, if my broski's in the jam, we used to smoke weed through a can of Coca-Cola by the gram. Said my back is a kid and he'd always handle the shit. So if he died, I'd probably get his name tatted in script. Never running, never ratted, never act like a bitch. That was what he taught me, so I had to stick to that ever since. He said his bros before he hoes, so never beef over bras. I was keeping 6 the time we went to steal our first cars. Told me stick to the music, one day we'll be living large. Sucks, I'm on a red car. At the same time that he's behind bars, 100 racks to get him down. I'm about to make it with drugs. him a job with a brand new roller. To show his gang till we go. So what's the word, homie? Things ain't always black and white, the last word, homie. I roll with you if you really a girl. This motherfucker, I know. Yeah. So what's the deal, homie? They say it's lonely at the top, I'm a little lonely. It's hard to find you a homie that's real, homie. Had it out a couple times, but we still homie. That's how you know you real, homie. That one homie that you know in your whole life. We got lifted and shoplifted and sold bikes. And 64 stayed up the whole night. Or rock, paper, scissors on shelf for home ice. Always had your back when it was time to go fight. Waiting to jump in and things didn't go right. You still got that same homie, that's your main homie. You ain't even gotta say it, they know what you saying, homie. Different mothers, but they like a brother to you now. Even if they not around, it's all love, they always down. It's hard to find a true homie, that's the true homie. Tatted on my neck like the chain he do, homie. Had to cop the rolling Bezzy with the rocks. That's the homie till my body in a box. Even though sometimes you fight with each other, deep down, everything I with each other. What's the word, homie? Things ain't always black and white, the last word, homie. I roll with you if you real, that ain't occurred to me. I'm the realest motherfucker I know. So what's the deal, homie? As long as I'm a little, it's hard to find you, yeah, homie. Had it out a couple times, but we still, homie. That's how you know you real, homie. What's the word, homie? Things ain't always black and white, the last word, homie. I roll with you if you really cool. Pulling up the light, spinning like Walter White. I'm going out for nice. I know it's wrong, but it feels alright. Hated me doing the most, returning them ghosts. So this ain't no poltergeist. Treated this shit on our own, we own the rights. They're selling it all for likes. Yeah, us and you so feeling as your obituary. He running up with the revolver like he dirty hair. Middle of summer, my neck and my wrist, they be looking like February. Mine be stretching the fade in the back, so homie, I never worry. Pulling up in the McLaren, out to be running some errands. Doors go up in the air. I'm pissing off another Karen. Merc jumping in he wearing 200K from the diamond chains to the AP and the errands. Need my sonnies
When I play this game. It's okay.
Hey!
This whole to this on the race, they're selling it all for likes. Playing with us and you might as well circle that out your obituary. Murky running up with the revolver, like dirty hair. They be looking like February. Money be in the back, so homie, I never worry. Just right, it's John Lonnie, there's a body bag with no crossbody. I'm in a Maserati, I'm an Abu Dhabi flag offset with this Cardi on me on this blue ice. He's one of you, he is a fuck buddy. Feel like DMX, what they want from me. Hustle in my teens, that's young money, Cardiac friends, so that's not sunny. I don't even need to know the guys, fuck it, I don't want to talk you like. I'm moving it straight up and going, you thanks for the list full of options. There's so many names, I get paid 30 pages to come on the stage, so I'm boarding and playing and I'm going this way. My fans being Spanish, don't know what to say. I'm always the one that they chose in the play. They say I'm going to go with the pain. I got the pain, but mine is Stefana, I'm going Cobain. Spot a new road, you can go with my chain. In a minute, you wanna complain, that the silence of face, so you don't get a pain in the body, you watch the door of the game. But I can't thought they won, but they lost the fight. I'm in the kitchen whipping like Walter White. I'm holding up at the light, walking blue ice, feeling like Walter White. I'm going out for the night. I know it's wrong, but it feels right. You're doing all the those, so this ain't no poltergeist. Treated this shit on our own, we own the rights. They're selling it all for likes. Playing with us and you might as well circle that out your own bitch. Murky run the revolt like he dirty hair. Middle of summer, my neck and my wrist, they be looking like February. Money be straight in the back, so homie, I never worry.
tracks like a pawn, homie. All alone, she's cold. All alone. Even if it is only say what's up. All my friends think I'm doing too much. Cause I just bought a spaceship with the flames coming up the back in the bracelet. And the chains on the basement. Cooking up the track till I'm wasted.
Boom, spaceship. So let's go over this. Do you have any shaggy medicine?
Listen, I have everything outside. I don't need you. Dude, I have everything outside.
Jason's trying to help you.
Bitch, I'm trying to tell you. You're not listening. That's crazy.
Maybe so that box won't get ruined. You could have a home grab this box set up together stores. There's nothing in front of the yard.
Holy smokes, I'm overdosing. Better way trying to try. I know they been trying to figure out how body is telling me not to cry. If you really want things improving, urgent music needs improving. Look around, my whole team is ruthless. We've been moving deeply to this. Get another vacay for the team. We got the fame on the whole damn gang. Be on stage and I bring my team. It was your girl for a roll. She made a meet and greet. Damn, I bet that probably hurts to watch this third. Spot that dress big merch on top. I was gonna take a I prefer to eat. But it's burning hot. Every person got me and I think bitch. We drink tequila. I'm saying camper now. Every song y'all make is like a hand me down. Just ask nice. We don't care. You can have her style. All alone, she's cold. They can never touch me or they have to touch me. Now I wake 'em up, it's a dawn. Set me on my own, homie. But I still pick up the phone, homie. Even if it is only they say what's up, man. They can never touch me or they out of touch. Now I wake 'em up, get it done. Set me on my own, homie. But I still pick up the phone, homie. Even if it is only they say what's up, man. All my friends too much. You would think I'm the promoter because I brought the bands. Catch me live streaming with the stick like I'm John Moran. When it's beef, I'm a masseuse. Do you want these hands? Got this question and I will be them. The homies with the cops tell me square like a killer. Oh, my phone's life's a movie and yours is more like a soap. Bro, stop. Got no ops to post up. Either dead already at any post. We don't talk to no cops and no more needles and Botox. You really came up and blaming you with no payments. The city stainless, my trigger finger is anxious. Never be as sexy as I am. My brother, this is a dope.
We ain't taking no breaks. Living life so large. Independence help me. I've been at it so long. Now we almost on. Told me I was so wrong, now tell them so long. It's nice to know you. It ain't over till it's over. Hate to say it, but I told you. Anxiety, paranoia. I'd be lying if I said I'm sober. It turned me to a sober. Grew up, my heart got colder. On the way my shoulders, yeah. I told you, started out when I got this. We got the riches, right? Paper like a politician. I got my hand on the bag like my crotch is itching. The opposition got no bars unless they like the prison. You want to listen, we've been doing this since John Fisher. I had a video with college on John Fisher. But it was not religion. Well, I'm not a Christian, I want unity and not division. You got the picture. I'm a hopping in a McLaren in Toronto, and y'all can hear it shifting while I'm whipping, dog. I'm popping best. Turkey brought a lot of party favors, and I brought the pictures out the top to get the doctor's office. There's a bottom missing. Stop and pop a couple posts, stop a damn non-prescription. Opposition need to stop with this shit, there's no competition. Talking this shit, they be popping shit, but all the shots are missing. Everything we're cooking up is hot to get up out the kitchen. We've been going so hard, we ain't taking no breaks. Then I go lost, independence help me. I've been at it so long, now we almost home. Told me I was so wrong, now I tell them so long, it's nice to know you. My shoulders, yeah, I told you.
So I'm riding up with the roof missing. I'm robbing hoods like Friar Tuck with a brew sipping. I fall asleep in an empty room for the 2 6s. Grab him by the head and then I cut it clean off. I told him I need pussy like chicken. I get sweet sauce and your girl springs around cause I'm the one she leans on. Rest in peace, my brother Patrick, that's a sucker free ball. I'm gone to November like a white left zone. Cause the pussy so loose, I back to back get lost. I have to jump from the top rope like I break harder. Titties lean to the left like Sinex on you. She don't like it when I mention it. Still the heads got me spinning like the exorcist. Me and Nani catching bodies, this is effortless. Just throw it back like that trophy and an MSN. Feels like feels a pop till my pupils swell up. Mark hopping, never tiring, and we stopping. Fill up, blazing gas while we getting gas. Lotus, hell up, played your tracks, and that shit was ass. Shut the hell up, I've had a bad day. It's just been going that way when you rap, hey. We just see a lot of cap like it's grad day. Ain't a lot of rumors left, but I have faith. Rest in peace, a legend past name. I'm the damn man, cop easy the bandana. Man, I can't stand up. Try to block with a bandhammers on the bandana. Hide my face with a bandana. Ain't gon' blam blam. My nana did say like a Santana. But it's John out here. It's okay if you don't know. We won't be long. No, we about to blow up like a bomb. Lonely devils reach out like a bomb. Zombie got bomb. Bitch in the case, get the drop. Feels like rock, feels full of. Feels like rock, feels full of like 2 pennies. I'm winning for it, it's been 20. Feels like rock, feels full of. Feels like rock, feels full of. Feels like rock, feels full of like 2 pennies. I'm winning for it, it's been 20. Feels like rock, feels full of. Feels like rock, feels full of. Feels like rock, feels full of like 2 pennies. I'm winning for it, it's been 20. Feels like rock, feels full of. Feels like rock, feels full of. Feels like rock, feels full of like 2 pennies. I'm winning for it, it's been 20. Name's nice to meet you. Like the legend. And we like to feature like FIFA. You wanna now, you on the sideline, you ride the bleachers. You don't even need to see the prices, I just swipe the visa. I try to teach you, now you like some pieces, like the Reese's. Life's a gamble, I ain't seen it. 50 G's tonight, it's seasons. Now the wine and cheeses, like the sweeter than Hawaiian peaches. I'm a cross swinging on me like I gave my life to Jesus. Fighting demons, but I still get hella blessed. Like a preacher, 140 degrees, but I also like my leisure.
You don't know shit there.
Like we did, but they just had to see it to believe it. They don't like to breathe. The family fight their hand and feeds them. Homies might be leeches. If they They might be scheming, that's a likely reason life is evil back. We made it through a lot of bad weather, cold world, better bring your sweater. Don't get better, get better. If you fall down, don't give up on that. Get better, get better. Through a lot of bad weather, cold world, better bring your sweater. Don't get better, get better. Be a go getter, homie, keep your head up, bro. It's gonna get better than always.
They say the fatter you are, the harder you fall. That's how you like the chicken and I talking for something. We don't want to strong, but me, I would start all you palms looking good looking. I'm cooking the beat, I push it. I've been a crook in your castle, don't leave a footprint. Cameras flash my face, I'm having a joke study. You watch me do my touch. Every time that I sneeze, I use a honey African. She squeeze it in the bucket. I don't beef over these bribes, I'd rather give me some money. Me and Nani in the Bugatti horses. It's hell that I'm in the deals like Bobby. No one can stop me, and they mad that I'm rich like Roddy. I'm really sorry. I made it through a lot of bad weather, cold world. Better bring your sweater. If you fall down, better don't go and get that cheddar. Don't get better, get better. We made it through a lot of bad weather, cold world. Better bring your sweater. Don't get better, get better. You know, get better, bro. It's gonna get better than always gets better. Once in a lifetime homie type shit. This that few and far between homie type shit. This that one homie that always stayed solid and never switched up. That's for that. Nani, let's go. We don't got the same mama and we both got different dads. I'm an only child. You're the realest that I've had. So I break him out of prison. My broskies in the jam. We used to smoke weed through a can of Coca-Cola by the grand. Said I'm back since a kid and he'd always handle the shit. So if he died, I'd probably get his name tatted in script. Never running, never ratting, never act like a bitch. Never what he saw me. So I had to stick to that. He said it's rose 40 cups, never before garage. Was keep the six the time we went to steal our first cars. Told me stick to the music, one day we'll be living large. Sucks him on the red carpet, same time that he's behind bars. 100 racks to get him down. I'm about to make it a truck. Gotta make it this far. Across the hallway, I give him a job. With a brand new road show. Gang, gang, till we go.
What's the word, homie? Things ain't always black and white, the lines blurred, homie. I roll with you if you real, that ain't occurred to me. I'm the realest motherfucker I know. Yeah. So what's the deal, homie? They say it's lonely at the top, I'm a little lonely. It's hard to find you a homie that's real, homie. Had it out a couple times, but we still homie. That's how you know. You know your whole life. Down lifted and shoplifted. And 64 stayed up the whole night. Rock, paper, scissors on shelf for home ice. Always had your back when it was time to go fight. Waiting to jump in and it go right. You still got same homie, the main homie. You ain't even say they know what you saying, homie. Different mothers, but they like a brother to you now. Even if they not around, it's all love, they always down. It's hard to find a true homie, that's the crew, homie. Tatted on my neck like the Cheney do, homie. Had to cop the rollie bezzy with the rocks. That's the homie till my body in a box. Even though sometimes you fight with each other, guy with each other. Ain't always black and white, the lines blurred, homie. I roll with you if you real, that ain't occurred to me. I'm the realest motherfucker I know. So what's the deal, homie? They say it's only out, it's hard to find you a homie that's real, homie. Had it out a couple times, still. How you know you real, homie? What's the word, homie? Things ain't always black and white, the lines blurred, homie. I roll with you if you real, that ain't occurred. I'm the realest motherfucker I know. Yeah. So what's the deal, homie? They say it's lonely at the top of the line. You a homie that's real, homie. Had it out a couple times, but we still homie. That's how you know you real, homies. I'm pulling up at the light, rocking blue ice, feeling like Walter White. I'm going out, I'm feeling nice. I know it's wrong, but it feels all too right. Haters be doing the most, we turning them ghosts, so this ain't no poltergeist. Created this shit on our own, we own the rights. They selling it all for likes. Playing with us, and you might as well start filling out your obituary. Merc, you rolling up with the revolver like he dirty hair. Middle of summer, my neck and my wrist, they be looking like February. Money be stretching the feet in the back, so homie, I never worry. Pulling up in the McLaren, out to be running some errands. Doors go up in the air, it's off another. Work jumping in your word. 200K from the diamond chains to the AP and the air. A couple of stacks, turn it down to the ground till I'm rebel in action. I'ma double it back, I got no trouble with that. Drops in the yard with a couple of bags. Few dummies, I'ma burn with a billion tracks. 6 tracks back to back to back to back to back to back. We'll work, get it, fucking with that. I'm hoping. Up at the lead, I feel now I'm feeling nice. I know it's wrong, but it feels all too right. Haters be doing the most, we turning them ghosts, so this ain't no poltergeist. Created this shit on our own, we own the rights. They're selling it all for likes. I have a lot of money, so an obituary. Mercy rolling up with the revolver, dirty hair. Middle of the summer, my neck and my wrist, they be looking like February. Money be stretching the feet in the back, so homie, I never work. Body, I'm in a Maserati, I'm not Abu Dhabi for like this Cardi on me, all this blue ice. It's a slash poppy groupies wanna use me as a fuck buddy. Feel like DMX, what they want from me. So in my teens, that's young money. Yeah, friends, but it's not study. I need a god, fuck it, I don't wanna talk you. I'm budget for this country, I'm like I'm ball. You hit a cop shot, feel like the shot in the game. And I'm going at brains, I'm moving it straight. I pick up what you think, and a list full of options. There's so many names. I can take 30 passes if you wanna stay. We're going in and playing in the middle. I'm fast speaking Spanish, don't know what to say. I'm always the one that they chose in the play. Cause I'm sick in the head, I don't show any shame. Open the pain, I've been giving them gas and the flow is propane. Never mind, it's Nirvana, I'm going Cobain. I'm still here like love in my head. It's not bitch, not. They thought they won, but they lost the fight. I'm in the kitchen whipping like Walter White. I'm holding up at the light, rocking blue ice, feeling like Walter White. I'm going out, I'm feeling nice. I know it's wrong, but it feels all too right. Haters been doing the most, we turning them ghosts, so this ain't no poltergeist. Created this shit on our own, we own the rights. They're selling it all for likes. Playing with us, and you might as well start filling out your obituary. Mercy rolling up with the revolver like he dirty hair. Middle of the summer, my neck and my wrist, they be looking like February. Money be stretching the feet in the back, so homie, I never worry. In the trench like a pawn, homie. Although she's born, they gotta touch me out of touch. Time to wake 'em up, set me on my own, homie. Gotta pick up the phone, homie. Even if it is only to say what's up. All my friends think I'm doing too much. Cause I just bought a spaceship. I'm coming up back to it. I'm wasted. My brain can't do simple math. I can't face this. Asian person, I just love me like sugar take trip. This shit cost me 20 off the rack. Had to race this. I just wanted 20 at the track. She said, give me 20, keep me keep the money in the bag. Took a minute, now I'm popping, homie. I don't plan on stopping. Pull up in the Batmobile, I'm hopping like I'm robbing. Having everybody watching me vertical. Now it's stopping. Sitting bread at the table, so you can call it the profits. If I like it, then I cop it, homie. Ain't no window shopping. Everything we drop is lame. They gotta stop it and drop it. They ain't at your fucking brain. You made your bed in the coffin. They don't wanna see me change. No, they want me in the trench like a pawn, homie. All alone, she's cold. They could never touch me, or they out of touch. Time to wake 'em up, get it set down. Set me on my own. But I still pick up the phone. Even if it is only to say what's up. All my friends think I'm doing too much. I've been out here feeling cold and lonely. If you really my bro, then show me. I drink liquor till I'm comatose. And holy smokes, I'm overdosing. I've been on the way trying not to drown. I run shit, I can go 100 miles. Yeah, I know they've been trying to figure out how I body every sound. Me and I ain't got the crown. If you really want me, then prove it. Urgent news and it needs improvement. Look around, my whole team is ruthless. We've been moving deep, we do this. Need another vacay for a change of scenery. Got the fame on my whole damn gang, believe me. You can see me on stage and I bring my team. It was your girl for a roll, she paid the meet and greet. Damn, I bet that only hurts to watch and stir the pot. They piss big merch on top. I was gonna take the plane, I prefer the yacht. But it's burning hot like every verse I drop. Me and Lonnie probably got him out of dancers now. We drink tequila out of these bottles every camper now. Every song y'all make is like a hand me down. Just ask nice, we don't care, you can have her style. All alone, she's cold. could never touch me, or they out of touch. Now I wake 'em up, yeah, it's McDonald's. Set me on my own, but I still pick up the phone. Even if it is only to say what's up. All my friends think I'm doing too much. In the trap, check 'em on. All alone, she's cold. They could never touch me, or they out of touch. Now I wake 'em up, yeah, it's McDonald's. Set me on my own, but I still pick up the phone. Even if it is only to say what's up. All my friends think I'm doing too much. In the trap, check 'em on.
Hey, what's up? How you doing? My bad. I was setting up my I was setting my nail up, trying to get the right temperature. How you doing? Hopefully, that's it. Like it's supposed to. How you doing?
I don't feel like I used to. I don't feel anything. Maybe I'm getting used to these hormones in here. I've been up my rocker, I got horns on my halo. I'm only zero cause I'm perfect, but I ain't know. I was born in the rain, I was raised in the fire. Drink all this.
I'm a hard breaker, hell breaker, head banging white motherfucker.
They say I feel the same, I wanna be with you. I don't give a damn about the way you feel, cause I am who I am. I know I'm going for real, it's the life I chose. I want that pain. like Jesus. Some baggers, much. You had to go there. No, I can't even think straight. Had it nowhere. Talking down on me when I put you up there. One day you will be face to face. Man, that's substance. Yeah. When you took that journey from the devil, was it worth the love you showed? These days I'm alone. There's too many humans and not enough souls.
Not enough gold. You're so cute, Elena. Thank you so much. Okay.
Want me out your life. I came home to find nothing left to leave. Your head, no, it's killing you inside, knowing you ain't gotta die to be dead to me.
Let's see. This was like tried to end it with that's with this shit.
That one looks most better. I'm glad to get that separated. I'm glad you did the bathrooms. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sideways.
I'll share it with you. I don't know if that's for you. Let's do what y'all do. I do what y'all do.
Tim. Hi. Who's Tim? Right?
Yeah, pretty cool out here quick, y'all. You go first, Danny. What?
You broke the shovel? I just broke the shovel. What's up? How you doing? I'm trying to throw stuff in the car. Moving married. Oh, what's this though? Oh, it's this. Oh, sorry. But somebody asking me something. I see it. It's my Buick. Mark on the transmission. Easy.
Okay. Mm. Uh, uh.
Stay hot, stay more, everybody. Catch you around, run around that long enough.